Volume 1, Chapter 1 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lizzie Greystock. It was admitted by all her friends, and also by her enemies, who were in truth the more numerous and active body of the two, that Lizzie Greystock had done very well with herself. We will tell the story of Lizzie Greystock from the beginning, but we will not dwell over it at great length, as we might do if we loved her. She was the only child of old Admiral Greystock, who in the latter years of his life was much perplexed by the possession of a daughter. The Admiral was a man who liked whist, wine, and wickedness, in general we may perhaps say, and whose ambition it was to live every day of his life up to the end of it. People say that he succeeded, and that the whist, wine, and wickedness were there at the side even of his dying bed. He had no particular fortune, and yet his daughter, when she was little more than a child, went about everywhere with jewels on her fingers, and red gems hanging round her neck, and yellow gems pendant from her ears, and white gems shining in her black hair. She was hardly 19 when her father died, and she was taken home by that dreadful old termagant, her aunt, Lady Linlithgow. Lizzie would have sooner gone to any other friend or relative, had there been any other friend or relative to take her possessed of a house in town. Her uncle, Dean Greystock of Bobsborough, would have had her, and a more good-natured old soul than the dean's wife did not exist, and there were 3 pleasant, good-tempered girls in the deanery who had made various little efforts at friendship with their cousin Lizzie, but Lizzie had higher ideas for herself than life in the deanery at Bobsborough. She hated Lady Linlithgow. During her father's lifetime, when she hoped to be able to settle herself before his death, she was not in the habit of concealing her hatred for Lady Linlithgow. Lady Linlithgow was not indeed amiable or easily managed, but when the Admiral died, Lizzie did not hesitate for a moment in going to the old vulturess, as she was in the habit of calling the Countess in her occasional correspondence with the girls at Bobsborough. The Admiral died greatly in debt, so much so that it was a marvel how tradesmen had trusted him. There was literally nothing left for anybody, and Messrs. Harter and Benjamin of Old Bond Street condescended to call at Lady Linlithgow's house in Brook Street, and to beg that the jewels supplied during the last 12 months might be returned. Lizzie protested that there were no jewels, nothing to signify, nothing worth restoring. Lady Linlithgow had seen the diamonds and demanded an explanation. They had been parted with by the Admiral's orders, so said Lizzie, for the payment of other debts. Of this Lady Linlithgow did not believe a word, but she could not get at any exact truth. At that moment the jewels were in very truth pawned for money which had been necessary for Lizzie's needs. Certain things must be paid for, one's own maid, for instance, and one must have some money in one's pocket for railway trains and little knick-knacks which cannot be had on credit. Lizzie, when she was 19, knew how to do without money as well as most girls, but there were calls which she could not withstand, debts which even she must pay. She did not, however, drop her acquaintance with Messrs. Harter and Benjamin. Before her father had been dead 8 months, she was closeted with Mr. Benjamin, transacting a little business with him. She had come to him, she told him, the moment she was of age, and was willing to make herself responsible for the debt signing any bill, note, or document which the firm might demand from her to that effect. Of course she had nothing of her own, and never would have anything. That Mr. Benjamin knew. As for payment of the debt by Lady Linlithgow, who for a countess was as poor as Job, Mr. Benjamin, she was quite sure, did not expect anything of the kind. But then Lizzie paused, and Mr. Benjamin, with the sweetest and wittiest of smiles, suggested that perhaps Miss Greystock was going to be married. Lizzie, with a pretty maiden blush, admitted that such a catastrophe was probable. She had been asked in marriage by Sir Florian Eustace. Now Mr. Benjamin knew, as all the world knew, that Sir Florian Eustace was a very rich man indeed, a man in no degree embarrassed, and who could pay any amount of jewellers' bills for which claim might be made upon him. Well, what did Miss Greystock want? Mr. Benjamin did not suppose that Miss Greystock was actuated simply by a desire to have her old bills paid by her future husband. Miss Greystock wanted a loan sufficient to take the jewels out of pawn. She would then make herself responsible for the full amount due. Mr. Benjamin said that he would make a few inquiries. "But you won't betray me," said Lizzie, "for the match might be off." Mr. Benjamin promised to be more than cautious. There was not so much of falsehood as might have been expected in the statement which Lizzie Greystock made to the jeweller. It was not true that she was of age, and therefore no future husband would be legally liable for any debt which she might then contract. And it was not true that Sir Florian Eustace had asked her in marriage. These two little blemishes in her statement must be admitted. But it was true that Sir Florian was at her feet, and that by a proper use of her various charms, the pawned jewels included, she might bring him to an offer. Mr. Benjamin made his inquiries, and acceded to the proposal. He did not tell Miss Greystock that she had lied to him in that matter of her age, though he had discovered the lie. Sir Florian would no doubt pay the bill for his wife without any arguments as to the legality of the claim. From such information as Mr. Benjamin could acquire, he thought that there would be a marriage, and that the speculation was on the whole in his favour. Lizzie recovered her jewels, and Mr. Benjamin was in possession of a promissory note purporting to have been executed by a person who was no longer a minor. The jeweller was ultimately successful in his views, and so was the lady. Lady Linlithgow saw the jewels come back one by one, ring added to ring on the little taper fingers, the rubies for the neck, and the pendant yellow earrings. Though Lizzie was in mourning for her father, still these things were allowed to be visible. The Countess was not the woman to see them without inquiry, and she inquired vigorously. She threatened, stormed, and protested. She attempted even a raid upon the young lady's jewel-box, but she was not successful. Lizzie snapped and snarled and held her own, for at that time the match with Sir Florian was near its accomplishment, and the Countess understood too well the value of such a disposition of her niece to risk it at the moment by any open rupture. The little house in Brook Street, for the house was very small and very comfortless, a house that had been squeezed in, as it were, between two others without any fitting space for it, did not contain a happy family. One bedroom, and that the biggest, was appropriated to the Earl of Linlithgow, the son of the Countess, a young man who passed perhaps 5 nights in town during the year. Other inmate there was none besides the aunt and the niece, and the 4 servants, of whom one was Lizzie's own maid. Why should such a countess have troubled herself with the custody of such a niece? Simply because the Countess regarded it as a duty. Lady Linlithgow was worldly, stingy, ill-tempered, selfish, and mean. Lady Linlithgow would cheat a butcher out of a mutton chop, or a cook out of a month's wages, if she could do so with some slant of legal wind in her favour. She would tell any number of lies to carry a point in what she believed to be social success. It was said of her that she cheated at cards. In backbiting, no venomous old woman between Bond Street and Park Lane could beat her, or, more wonderful still, no venomous old man at the clubs. But nevertheless she recognized certain duties, and performed them, though she hated them. She went to church, not merely that people might see her there, as to which in truth she cared nothing, but because she thought it was right, and she took in Lizzie Greystock, whom she hated almost as much as she did sermons, because the Admiral's wife had been her sister, and she recognized a duty. But having thus bound herself to Lizzie, who was a beauty, of course it became the first object of her life to get rid of Lizzie by a marriage, and though she would have liked to think that Lizzie would be tormented all her days, though she thoroughly believed that Lizzie deserved to be tormented, she set her heart upon a splendid match. She would at any rate be able to throw it daily in her niece's teeth that the splendour was of her doing. Now a marriage with Sir Florian Eustace would be very splendid, and therefore she was unable to go into the matter of the jewels with that rigour in which other circumstances she would certainly have displayed. The match with Sir Florian Eustace, for a match it came to be, was certainly very splendid. Sir Florian was a young man about 28, very handsome, of immense wealth, quite unencumbered, moving in the best circles, popular, so far prudent that he never risked his fortune on the turf or in gambling houses, with the reputation of a gallant soldier and a most devoted lover. There were two facts concerning him which might, or might not, be taken as objections. He was vicious, and he was dying. When a friend, intending to be kind, hinted the latter circumstance to Lady Linlithgow, the Countess blinked and winked and nodded, and then swore that she had procured medical advice on the subject. Medical advice declared that Sir Florian was not more likely to die than another man, if only he would get married, all of which statement on her ladyship's part was a lie. When the same friend hinted the same thing to Lizzie herself, Lizzie resolved that she would have her revenge upon that friend. At any rate, the courtship went on. We have said that Sir Florian was vicious, but he was not altogether a bad man, nor was he vicious in the common sense of the word. He was one who denied himself no pleasure, let the cost be what it might in health, pocket, or morals. Of sin or wickedness he had probably no distinct idea. In virtue, as an attribute of the world around him, he had no belief. Of honour he thought very much, and had conceived a somewhat noble idea that because much had been given to him, much was demanded of him. He was haughty, polite, and very generous. There was almost a nobility even about his vices, and he had a special gallantry of which it is hard to say whether it is or is not to be admired. They told him that he was like to die, very like to die, if he did not change his manner of living. Would he go to Algiers for a period? Certainly not. He would do no such thing. If he died, there was his brother John left to succeed him, and the fear of death never cast a cloud over that grandly beautiful brow. They had all been short-lived, the Eustaces. Consumption had swept a hecatomb of victims from the family, but still they were grand people, and never were afraid of death. And then Sir Florian fell in love. Discussing this matter with his brother, who was perhaps his only intimate friend, he declared that if the girl he loved would give herself to him, he would make what atonement he could to her for his own early death by a princely settlement. John Eustace, who was somewhat nearly concerned in the matter, raised no objection to this proposal. There was ever something grand about these Eustaces. Sir Florian was a grand gentleman, but surely he must have been dull of intellect, slow of discernment, bleary-eyed in his ways about the town when he took Lizzie Greystock, of all the women whom he could find in the world, to be the purest, the truest, and the noblest. It has been said of Sir Florian that he did not believe in virtue. He freely expressed disbelief in the virtue of women around him, in the virtue of women of all ranks, but he believed in his mother and sisters as though they were heaven-born, and he was one who could believe in his wife as though she were the queen of heaven. He did believe in Lizzie Greystock, thinking that intellect, purity, truth, and beauty, each perfect in its degree, were combined in her. The intellect and beauty were there, but for the purity and truth, how could it have been that such a one as Sir Florian Eustace should have been so blind? Sir Florian was not indeed a clever man, but he believed himself to be a fool, and believing himself to be a fool, he desired, nay, painfully longed, for some of those results of cleverness which might, he thought, come to him from contact with a clever woman. Lizzie read poetry well, and she read verses to him, sitting very near to him, almost in the dark, with a shaded lamp throwing its light on her book. He was astonished to find how sweet a thing was poetry. By himself he could never read a line, but as it came from her lips, it seemed to charm him. It was a new pleasure, and one which, though he had ridiculed it, he had so often coveted. And then she told him of such wondrous thoughts, such wondrous joys in the world which would come from thinking. He was proud, I have said, and haughty, but he was essentially modest and humble in his self-estimation. How divine was this creature, whose voice to him was that of a goddess! Then he spoke out to her, with his face a little turned from her. Would she be his wife? But before she answered him, let her listen to him. They had told him that an early death must probably be his fate. He did not himself feel that it must be so. Sometimes he was ill, very ill, but often he was well. If she would run the risk with him, he would endeavor to make her such recompense as might come from his wealth. The speech he made was somewhat long, and as he made it he hardly looked into her face. But it was necessary to him that he should be made to know by some signal from her how it was going with her feelings. As he spoke of his danger, there came a gurgling little trill of wailing from her throat, a soft, almost musical sound of woe, which seemed to add an unaccustomed eloquence to his words. When he spoke of his own hope, the sound was somewhat changed, but it was still continued. When he alluded to the disposition of his fortune, she was at his feet. "Not that," she said, "not that." He lifted her, and with his arm round her waist, he tried to tell her what it would be his duty to do for her. She escaped from his arm and would not listen to him. But, when he began to talk of love again, she stood with her forehead bowed against his bosom. Of course, the engagement was then a thing accomplished. But still the cup might slip from her lips. Her father was now dead but 10 months, and what answer could she make when the common pressing petition for an early marriage was poured into her ear? This was in July, and it would never do that he should be left, unmarried, to the rigor of another winter. She looked into his face, and knew that she had cause for fear. Oh, heavens! If all these golden hopes should fall to the ground, and she should come to be known only as the girl who had been engaged to the late Sir Florian! But he himself pressed the marriage on this same ground. "They tell me," he said, "that I had better get a little south by the beginning of October. I won't go alone. You know what I mean, Lizzie?" Of course she married him in September. They spent a honeymoon of 6 weeks at a place he had in Scotland, and the first blow came upon him as they passed through London, back from Scotland, on their way to Italy. Messrs. Harder and Benjamin sent in their little bill, which amounted to something over £400, and other little bills were sent in. Sir Florian was a man by whom such bills would certainly be paid, but by whom they would not be paid without his understanding much and conceiving more as to their cause and nature. How much he really did understand she was never quite aware, but she did know that he detected her in a positive falsehood. She might certainly have managed the matter better than she did, and had she admitted everything, there might probably have been but few words about it. She did not, however, understand the nature of the note she had signed, and thought that simply new bills would be presented by the jewellers to her husband. She gave a false account of the transaction, and the lie was detected. I do not know that she cared very much, as she was utterly devoid of true tenderness. So also was she devoid of conscience. They went abroad, however, and by the time the winter was half over in Naples, he knew what his wife was, and before the end of the spring he was dead. She had so far played her game well, and had won her stakes. What regrets, what remorse she suffered when she knew that he was going from her, and then knew that he was gone, who can say? As man is never strong enough to take unmixed delight in good, so may we presume also that he cannot be quite so weak as to find perfect satisfaction in evil. There must have been qualms as she looked at his dying face, soured with the disappointment she had brought upon him, and listened to the harsh, querulous voice that was no longer eager in the expressions of love. There must have been some pang when she reflected that the cruel wrong which she had inflicted on him had probably hurried him to his grave. As a widow, in the first solemnity of her widowhood, she was wretched, and would see no one. Then she returned to England, and shut herself up in a small house at Brighton. Lady Linlithgow offered to go to her, but she begged that she might be left to herself. For a few short months, the awe arising from the rapidity with which it had all occurred did afflict her. 12 months since she had hardly known the man who was to be her husband. Now she was a widow very richly endowed, and she bore beneath her bosom the fruit of her husband's love. But even in these early days, friends and enemies did not hesitate to say that Lizzie Greystock had done very well with herself, for it was known by all concerned that in the settlements made she had been treated with unwonted generosity. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady Eustace. There were circumstances in her position which made it impossible that Lizzie Greystock, or Lady Eustace as we must now call her, should be left altogether to herself in the modest widow's retreat which she had found at Brighton. It was then April, and it was known that if all things went well with her, she would be a mother before the summer was over. On what the fates might ordain in this matter, immense interests were dependent. If a son should be born, he would inherit everything, subject, of course, to his mother's settlement. If a daughter, to her would belong the great personal wealth which Sir Florian had owned at the time of his death. Should there be no son, John Eustace, the brother, would inherit the estates in Yorkshire, which had been the backbone of the Eustace wealth. Should no child be born, John Eustace would inherit everything that had not been settled upon or left to the widow. Sir Florian had made a settlement immediately before his marriage, and a will immediately afterwards. Of what he had done then, nothing had been altered in those sad Italian days. The settlement had been very generous. The whole property in Scotland was to belong to Lizzie for her life, and after her death was to go to a second son, if such second son there should be. By the will, money was left to her, more than would be needed for any possible temporary emergency. When she knew how it was all arranged, as far as she did know it, she was aware that she was a rich woman. For so clever a woman she was infinitely ignorant as to the possession and value of money and land and income, though perhaps not more ignorant than are most young girls under 21. As for the Scotch property, she thought that it was her own for ever, because there could not now be a second son, and yet was not quite sure whether it would be her own at all if she had no son. Concerning that sum of money left to her, she did not know whether it was to come out of the Scotch property or to be given to her separately, and whether it was to come annually or to come only once. She had received, while still in Naples, a letter from the family lawyer, giving her such details of the will as it was necessary that she should know, and now she longed to ask questions, to have her belongings made plain to her, and to realize her wealth. She had brilliant prospects, and yet through it all there was a sense of loneliness that nearly killed her. Would it not have been much better if her husband had lived, and still worshipped her, and still allowed her to read poetry to him? But she had read no poetry to him after that affair of Messrs. Harter and Benjamin. The reader has, or will have, but little to do with these days, and may be hurried on through the 12 or even 24 months which followed the death of poor Sir Florian. The question of the heirship, however, was very grave, and early in the month of May Lady Eustace was visited by her husband's uncle, Bishop Eustace of Bobsborough. The bishop had been the younger brother of Sir Florian's father, was at this time a man about 50, very active and very popular, and was one who stood high in the world, even among bishops. He suggested to his niece-in-law that it was very expedient that, during her coming hour of trial, she should not absent herself from her husband's family, and at last persuaded her to take up her residence at the palace at Bobsborough till such time as the event should be over. Lady Eustace was taken to the palace, and in due time a son was born. John, who was now the uncle of the heir, came down, and with that frankest good humour declared that he would devote himself to the little head of the family. He had been left as guardian, and the management of the great family estates was to be in his hands. Lizzie had read no poetry to him, and he had never liked her, and the bishop did not like her, and the ladies of the bishop's family disliked her very much, and it was thought by them that the dean's people, the dean of Bobsborough was Lizzie's uncle, were not very fond of Lizzie since Lizzie had so raised herself in the world as to want no assistance from them. But still they were bound to do their duty by her as the widow of the late and the mother of the present baronet, and they did not find much cause of complaining as to Lizzie's conduct in these days. In that matter of the great family diamond necklace, which certainly should not have been taken to Naples at all, and as to which the jeweler had told the lawyer, and the lawyer had told John Eustace that it certainly should not now be detained among the widow's own private property, the bishop strongly recommended that nothing should be said at present. The mistake, if there was a mistake, could be remedied at any time, and nothing in those very early days was said about the great Eustace necklace, which afterwards became so famous. Why Lizzie should have been so generally disliked by the Eustaces it might be hard to explain. While she remained at the palace she was very discreet, and perhaps demure. It may be said they disliked her expressed determination to cut her aunt, Lady Linlithgow, for they knew that Lady Linlithgow had been, at any rate, a friend to Lizzie Greystock. There are people who can be wise within a certain margin, but beyond that commit great imprudences. Lady Eustace submitted herself to the palace people for that period of her prostration, but she could not hold her tongue as to her future intentions. She would, too, now and then ask of Mrs. Eustace, and even of her daughter, an eager, anxious question about her own property. "She is dying to handle her money," said Mrs. Eustace to the bishop. "She is only like the rest of the world in that," said the bishop. "If she would be really open, I wouldn't mind it," said Mrs. Eustace. None of them liked her, and she did not like them. She remained at the palace for 6 months, and at the end of that time she went to her own place in Scotland. Mrs. Eustace had strongly advised her to ask her aunt, Lady Linlithgow, to accompany her, but in refusing to do this Lizzie was quite firm. She had endured Lady Linlithgow for that year between her father's death and her marriage. She was now beginning to dare to hope for the enjoyment of the good things which she had won, and the presence of the dowager countess, the vulturess, was certainly not one of these good things. In what her enjoyment was to consist, she had not as yet quite formed a definite conclusion. She liked jewels, she liked admiration, she liked the power of being arrogant to those around her, and she liked good things to eat. But there were other matters that were also dear to her. She did like music, though it may be doubted whether she would ever play it or even listen to it alone. She did like reading, and especially the reading of poetry, though even in this she was false and pretentious, skipping, pretending to have read, lying about books, and making up her market of literature for outside admiration at the easiest possible cost of trouble. And she had some dream of being in love, and would take delight even in building castles in the air, which she would people with friends and lovers whom she would make happy with the most open-hearted benevolence. She had theoretical ideas of life which were not bad, but in practice she had gained her objects, and she was in a hurry to have liberty to enjoy them. There was considerable anxiety in the palace in reference to the future mode of life of Lady Eustace. Had it not been for that baby heir, of course there would have been no cause for interference, but the rights of that baby were so serious and important that it was almost impossible not to interfere. The mother, however, gave some little signs that she did not intend to submit to much interference, and there was no real reason why she should not be as free as air. But did she really intend to go down to Portray Castle all alone, that is, with her baby and nurses? This was ended by an arrangement in accordance with which she was accompanied by her eldest cousin, Eleanor Greystock, a lady who was just 10 years her senior. There could hardly be a better woman than Eleanor Greystock, or a more good-humoured, kindly being. After many debates in the deanery and in the palace, for there was much friendship between the two ecclesiastical establishments, the offer was made and the advice given. Eleanor had accepted the martyrdom on the understanding that if the advice were accepted, she was to remain at Portray Castle for 3 months. After a long discussion between Lady Eustace and the bishop's wife, the offer was accepted, and the two ladies went to Scotland together. During those 3 months, the widow still bided her time. Of her future ideas of life she said not a word to her companion. Of her infant she said very little. She would talk of books, choosing such books as her cousin did not read, and she would interlard her conversation with much Italian, because her cousin did not know the language. There was a carriage kept by the widow, and they had themselves driven out together. Of real companionship there was none. Lizzie was biding her time, and at the end of the 3 months Miss Greystock thankfully, and indeed of necessity, returned to Bobsborough. "I've done no good," she said to her mother, "and have been very uncomfortable." "My dear," said her mother, "we have disposed of 3 months out of a 2 years' period of danger. In 2 years from Sir Florian's death she will be married again." When this was said, Lizzie had been a widow nearly a year, and had bided her time upon the whole discreetly. Some foolish letters she had written, chiefly to the lawyer about her money and property, and some foolish things she had said, as when she told Eleanor Greystock that the Portray property was her own for ever, to do what she liked with it. The sum of money left to her by her husband had by that time been paid into her own hands, and she had opened a banker's account. The revenues from the Scotch estate, some £4,000 a year, were clearly her own for life. The family diamond necklace was still in her possession, and no answer had been given by her to a postscript to a lawyer's letter in which a little advice had been given respecting it. At the end of another year, when she had just reached the age of 22, and had completed her 2nd year of widowhood, she was still Lady Eustace, thus contradicting the prophecy made by the dean's wife. It was then spring, and she had a house of her own in London. She had broken openly with Lady Linlithgow. She had opposed, though not absolutely refused, all overtures of brotherly care from John Eustace. She had declined a further invitation, both for herself and for her child, to the palace, and she had positively asserted her intention of keeping the diamonds. Her late husband, she said, had given the diamonds to her. As they were supposed to be worth £10,000, and were really family diamonds, the matter was felt by all concerned to be one of much importance, and she was oppressed by a heavy load of ignorance, which became serious from the isolation of her position. She had learned to draw cheques, but she had no other correct notion as to business. She knew nothing as to spending money, saving it, or investing it. Though she was clever, sharp, and greedy, she had no idea what her money would do, and what it would not, and there was no one whom she could trust to tell her. She had a young cousin, a barrister, a son of the dean's, whom she perhaps liked better than any other of her relations, but she declined advice even from her friend the barrister. She would have no dealings on her own behalf with the old family solicitor of the Eustaces, the gentleman who had now applied very formally for the restitution of the diamonds, but had appointed other solicitors to act for her. Messrs. Mowbray and Mopus were of opinion that as the diamonds had been given into her hands by her husband, without any terms as to their surrender, no one could claim them. Of the manner in which the diamonds had been placed in her hands, no one knew more than she chose to tell. But when she started with her house in town, a modest little house in Mount Street near the park, just 2 years after her husband's death, she had a large circle of acquaintances. The Eustace people and the Greystock people and even the Linlithgow people did not entirely turn their backs on her. The Countess, indeed, was very venomous, as she well might be, but then the Countess was known for her venom. The Dean and his family were still anxious that she should be encouraged to discreet living, and though they feared many things, thought that they had no ground for open complaint. The Eustace people were forbearing and hoped the best. "Damn the necklace," John Eustace had said, and the bishop unfortunately had heard him say it. "John," said the prelate, "whatever is to become of the bauble, you might express your opinion in more sensible language." "I beg your lordship's pardon," said John. "I only mean to say that I think we shouldn't trouble ourselves about a few stones." But the family lawyer, Mr. Camperdown, would by no means take this view of the matter. It was, however, generally thought that the young widow opened her campaign more prudently than had been expected. And now, as so much has been said of the character and fortune and special circumstances of Lizzie Greystock, who became Lady Eustace as a bride, and Lady Eustace as a widow and a mother, all within the space of 12 months, it may be as well to give some description of her person and habits, such as they were at the period in which our story is supposed to have its commencement. It must be understood in the first place that she was very lovely, much more so, indeed, now than when she had fascinated Sir Florian. She was small, but taller than she looked to be, for her form was perfectly symmetrical. Her feet and hands might have been taken as models by a sculptor. Her figure was lithe and soft and slim and slender. If it had a fault, it was this, that it had in it too much of movement. There were some who said that she was almost snake-like in her rapid bendings and the almost too easy gestures of her body, for she was much given to action, and to the expression of her thought by the motion of her limbs. She might certainly have made her way as an actress, had fortune called upon her to earn her bread in that fashion, and her voice would have suited the stage. It was powerful when she called upon it for power, but at the same time flexible and capable of much pretense at feeling. She could bring it to a whisper that would almost melt your heart with tenderness, as she had melted Sir Florian's when she sat near to him reading poetry. And then she could raise it to a pitch of indignant wrath, befitting a Lady Macbeth when her husband ventured to rebuke her. And her ear was quite correct in modulating these tones. She knew, and it must have been by instinct, for her culture in such matters was small, how to use her voice so that neither its tenderness nor its wrath should be misapplied. There were pieces in verse that she could read, things not wondrously good in themselves, so that she would ravish you, and she would so look at you as she did it that you would hardly dare either to avert your eyes or to return her gaze. Sir Florian had not known whether to do the one thing or the other, and had therefore seized her in his arms. Her face was oval, somewhat longer than an oval, with little in it, perhaps nothing in it, of that brilliancy of colour which we call complexion, and yet the shades of her countenance were ever changing between the softest and most transparent white, and the richest, mellowest shades of brown. It was only when she simulated anger, she was almost incapable of real anger, that she would succeed in calling the thinnest streak of pink from her heart, to show that there was blood running in her veins. Her hair, which was nearly black, but in truth with more of softness and of luster than ever belonged to hair that is really black, she wore bound tight round her perfect forehead, with one long love-lock hanging over her shoulder. The form of her head was so good that she could dare to carry it without a chignon, or any adventitious adjuncts from an artist's shop. Very bitter was she, in consequence, when speaking of the headgear of other women. Her chin was perfect in its round, not over long, as is the case with so many faces, utterly spoiling the symmetry of the countenance. But it lacked a dimple, and therefore lacked feminine tenderness. Her mouth was perhaps faulty in being too small, or at least her lips were too thin. There was wanting from the mouth that expression of eager speaking truthfulness which full lips will often convey. Her teeth were without flaw or blemish, even, small, white, and delicate, but perhaps they were shown too often. Her nose was small, but struck many as the prettiest feature of her face, so exquisite was the moulding of it, and so eloquent and so graceful the slight inflations of the transparent nostrils. Her eyes, in which she herself thought that the lustre of her beauty lay, were blue and clear, bright as cerulean waters. They were long, large eyes, but very dangerous. To those who knew how to read a face, there was danger plainly written in them. Poor Sir Florian had not known. But in truth the charm of her face did not lie in her eyes. This was felt by many, even who could not read the book fluently. They were too expressive, too loud in their demands for attention, and they lacked tenderness. How few there are among women, few perhaps also among men, who know that the sweetest, softest, tenderest, truest eyes which a woman can carry in her head are green in color. Lizzie's eyes were not tender, neither were they true, but they were surmounted by the most wonderfully penciled eyebrows that ever nature unassisted planted on a woman's face. We have said that she was clever. We must add that she had in truth studied much. She spoke French, understood Italian, and read German. She played well on the harp, and moderately well on the piano. She sang, at least in good taste and in tune. Of things to be learned by reading she knew much, having really taken diligent trouble with herself. She had learned much poetry by heart, and could apply it. She forgot nothing, listened to everything, understood quickly, and was desirous to show not only as a beauty but as a wit. There were men at this time who declared that she was simply the cleverest and the handsomest woman in England. As an independent young woman, she was perhaps one of the richest. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lucy Morris. Although the first 2 chapters of this new history have been devoted to the fortunes and personal attributes of Lady Eustace, the historian begs his readers not to believe that opulent and aristocratic Becky Sharp is to assume the dignity of heroine in the forthcoming pages. That there shall be any heroine the historian will not take upon himself to assert, but if there be a heroine, that heroine shall not be Lady Eustace. Poor Lizzie Greystock, as men double her own age, and who had known her as a forward, capricious, spoiled child in her father's lifetime, would still call her. She did so many things, made so many efforts, caused so much suffering to others, and suffered so much herself throughout the scenes with which we are about to deal, that the story can hardly be told without giving her that prominence of place which has been assigned to her in the last 2 chapters. Nor does the chronicler dare to put forward Lucy Morris as a heroine. The real heroine, if it be found possible to arrange her drapery for her becomingly, and to put that part which she enacted into properly heroic words, shall stalk in among us at some considerably later period of the narrative, when the writer shall have accustomed himself to the flow of words, and have worked himself up to a state of mind fit for the reception of noble acting and noble speaking. In the meantime, let it be understood that poor little Lucy Morris was a governess in the house of old Lady Fawn, when our beautiful young widow established herself in Mount Street. Lady Eustace and Lucy Morris had known each other for many years, had indeed been children together, there having been some old family friendship between the Greystocks and the Morrises. When the Admiral's wife was living, Lucy had, as a little girl of 8 or 9, been her guest. She had often been a guest at the deanery. When Lady Eustace had gone down to the bishop's palace at Bobsborough, in order that an heir to the Eustaces might be born under an auspicious roof, Lucy Morris was with the Greystocks. Lucy, who was a year younger than Lizzie, had at that time been an orphan for the last 4 years. She too had been left penniless, but no such brilliant future awaited her as that which Lizzie had earned for herself. There was no countess aunt to take her into her London house. The dean and the dean's wife and the dean's daughters had been her best friends, but they were not friends on whom she could be dependent. They were in no way connected with her by blood. Therefore, at the age of 18, she had gone out to be a child's governess. Then old Lady Fawn had heard of her virtues. Lady Fawn, who had 7 unmarried daughters running down from 27 to 13, and Lucy Morris had been hired to teach English, French, German, and something of music to the 2 youngest Miss Fawns. During that visit at the deanery, when the heir of the Eustaces was being born, Lucy was undergoing a sort of probation for the Fawn establishment. The proposed engagement with Lady Fawn was thought to be a great thing for her. Lady Fawn was known as a miracle of virtue, benevolence, and persistency. Every good quality that she possessed was so marked as to be worthy of being expressed with a capital. But her virtues were of that extraordinarily high character that there was no weakness in them, no getting over them, no perverting them with follies or even exaggerations. When she heard of the excellencies of Miss Morris from the dean's wife, and then, after minutest investigation, learned the exact qualities of the young lady, she expressed herself willing to take Lucy into her house on special conditions. She must be able to teach music up to a certain point. "Then it's all over," said Lucy to the dean with her pretty smile, that smile which caused all the old and middle-aged men to fall in love with her. "It's not over at all," said the dean. "You've got 4 months. Our organist is about as good a teacher as there is in England. You are clever and quick, and he shall teach you." So Lucy went to Bobsborough, and was afterwards accepted by Lady Fawn. While she was at the deanery, there sprung up a renewed friendship between her and Lizzie. It was, indeed, chiefly a one-sided friendship, for Lucy, who was quick and unconsciously capable of reading that book to which we alluded in a previous chapter, was somewhat afraid of the rich widow. and when Lizzie talked to her of their old childish days, and quoted poetry, and spoke of things romantic, as she was much given to do, Lucy felt that the metal did not ring true. And then Lizzie had an ugly habit of abusing all her other friends behind their backs. Now Lucy did not like to hear the Greystocks abused, and would say so. "That's all very well, you little minx," Lizzie would say playfully, "but you know that they are all asses." Lucy by no means thought that the Greystocks were asses, and was very strongly of opinion that one of them was as far removed from being an ass as any human being she had ever known. This one was Frank Greystock, the barrister. Of Frank Greystock some special, but let it be hoped very short, description must be given by and by. For the present it will be sufficient to declare that during that short Easter holiday which he spent at his father's house in Bobsborough, he found Lucy Morris to be a most agreeable companion. "Remember her position," said Mrs. Dean to her son. "Her position? Well, and what is her position, mother?" "You know what I mean, Frank. She is as sweet a girl as ever lived, and a perfect lady. But with a governess, unless you mean to marry her, you should be more careful than with another girl, because you may do her such a world of mischief." "I don't see that at all. If Lady Fawn knew that she had an admirer, Lady Fawn would not let her come into her house." "Then Lady Fawn is an idiot. If a girl be admirable, of course she will be admired. Who can hinder it?" "You know what I mean, Frank." "Yes, I do. Well, I don't suppose I can afford to marry Lucy Morris. At any rate, mother, I will never say a word to raise a hope in her, if it would be a hope." "Of course it would be a hope." "I don't know that at all, but I will never say any such word to her, unless I make up my mind that I can afford to marry her." "Oh, Frank, it would be impossible," said Mrs. Dean. Mrs. Dean was a very good woman, but she had aspirations in the direction of filthy lucre on behalf of her children, or at least on behalf of this special child, and she did think it would be very nice if Frank would marry an heiress. This, however, was a long time ago, nearly 2 years ago, and many grave things had got themselves transacted since Lucy's visit to the deanery. She had become quite an old and an accustomed member of the Lady Fawn's family. The youngest Fawn girl was not yet 15, and it was understood that Lucy was to remain with the Fawns for some quite indefinite time to come. Lady Fawn's eldest daughter, Mrs. Hittaway, had a family of her own, having been married 10 or 12 years, and it was quite probable that Lucy might be transferred. Lady Fawn fully appreciated her treasure, and was, and ever had been, conscientiously anxious to make Lucy's life happy. But she thought that a governess should not be desirous of marrying, at any rate till a somewhat advanced period of life. A governess, if she were given to falling in love, could hardly perform her duties in life. No doubt, not to be a governess, but a young lady free from the embarrassing necessity of earning bread, free to have a lover and a husband, would be upon the whole nicer. So it is nicer to be born to £10,000 a year than to have to wish for £500. Lady Fawn could talk excellent sense on this subject by the hour, and always admitted that much was due to a governess who knew her place and did her duty. She was very fond of Lucy Morris, and treated her dependent with affectionate consideration, but she did not approve of visits from Mr. Frank Greystock. Lucy, blushing up to the eyes, had once declared that she desired to have no personal visitors at Lady Fawn's house, but that, as regarded her own friendships, the matter was one for her own bosom. "Dear Miss Morris," Lady Fawn had said, "we understand each other so perfectly, and you are so good, that I am quite sure everything will be as it ought to be." Lady Fawn lived down at Richmond all the year through, in a large old-fashioned house with a large old-fashioned garden, called Fawn Court. After that speech of hers to Lucy, Frank Greystock did not call again at Fawn Court for many months, and it is possible that her ladyship had said a word also to him. But Lady Eustace, with her pretty little pair of grey ponies, would sometimes drive down to Richmond to see her dear little old friend Lucy, and her visits were allowed. Lady Fawn had expressed an opinion among her daughters that she did not see any harm in Lady Eustace. She thought that she rather liked Lady Eustace. But then Lady Fawn hated Lady Linlithgow, as only two old women can hate each other, and she had not heard the story of the diamond necklace. Lucy Morris certainly was a treasure though no heroine. She was a sweetly social, genial little human being, whose presence in the house was ever felt to be like sunshine. She was never forward, but never bashful. She was always open to familiar intercourse without ever putting herself forward. There was no man or woman with whom she would not talk as to make the man or woman feel that the conversation was remarkably pleasant, and she could do the same with any child. She was an active, mindful, bright, energetic little thing, to whom no work ever came amiss. She had catalogued the library, which had been collected by the late Lord Fawn with peculiar reference to the Christian theology of the 3rd and 4th centuries. She had planned the new flower garden, though Lady Fawn thought that she had done that herself. She had been invaluable during Clara Fawn's long illness. She knew every rule at croquet, and could play piquet. When the girls got up charades, they had to acknowledge that everything depended on Miss Morris. They were good-natured, plain, unattractive girls, who spoke of her to her face as one who could easily do anything to which she might put her hand. Lady Fawn did really love her. Lord Fawn, the eldest son, a young man of about 35, a peer of Parliament and an Under-Secretary of State, very prudent and very diligent, of whom his mother and sisters stood in great awe, consulted her frequently, and made no secret of his friendship. The mother knew her awful son well, and was afraid of nothing wrong in that direction. Lord Fawn had suffered a disappointment in love, but he had consoled himself with blue books, and mastered his passion by incessant attendance at the India Board. The lady he had loved had been rich, and Lord Fawn was poor, but nevertheless he had mastered his passion. There was no fear that his feelings towards the governess would become too warm, nor was it likely that Miss Morris should encounter danger in regard to him. It was quite an understood thing in the family that Lord Fawn must marry money. Lucy Morris was indeed a treasure. No brighter face had ever looked into another to seek sympathy there, either in mirth or woe. There was a gleam in her eyes that was almost magnetic, so sure was she to obtain by it that community of interest which she desired, though it were but for a moment. Lord Fawn was pompous, slow, dull, and careful, but even he had given way to it at once. Lady Fawn, too, was very careful, but she had owned to herself long since that she could not bear to look forward to any permanent severance. Of course Lucy would be made over to the Hittaways, whose mother lived in Warwick Square, and whose father was chairman of the Board of Civil Appeals. The Hittaways were the only grandchildren with whom Lady Fawn had as yet been blessed, and of course Lucy must go to the Hittaways. She was but a little thing, and it cannot be said of her, as of Lady Eustace, that she was a beauty. The charm of her face consisted in the peculiar watery brightness of her eyes, in the corners of which it would always seem that a diamond of a tear was lurking, whenever any matter of excitement was afoot. Her light brown hair was soft and smooth and pretty. As hair it was very well, but it had no speciality. Her mouth was somewhat large, but full of ever-varying expression. Her forehead was low and broad, with prominent temples, on which it was her habit to clasp tightly her little outstretched fingers as she sat listening to you. Of listeners she was the very best, for she would always be saying a word or two just to help you, the best word that could be spoken, and then again she would be hanging on your lips. There are listeners who show by their mode of listening that they listen as a duty, not because they are interested. Lucy Morris was not such a one. She would take up your subject, whatever it was, and make it her own. There was forward just then a question as to whether the Sawab of Meghav should have 20 millions of rupees paid to him and be placed upon a throne, or whether he should be kept in prison all his life. The British world generally could not be made to interest itself about the Sawab, but Lucy positively mastered the subject, and almost got Lord Fawn into a difficulty by persuading him to stand up against his chief on behalf of the injured prince. What else can be said of her face or personal appearance that will interest a reader? When she smiled there was the daintiest little dimple on her cheek, and when she laughed, that little nose, which was not as well-shaped a nose as it might have been, would almost change its shape and cock itself up in its mirth. Her hands were very thin and long, and so were her feet, by no means models as were those of her friend Lady Eustace. She was a little, thin, quick, graceful creature, whom it was impossible that you should see without wishing to have near you. A most unselfish little creature she was, but one who had a well-formed idea of her own identity. She was quite resolved to be somebody among her fellow creatures, not somebody in the way of marrying a lord or a rich man, or somebody in the way of being a beauty, or somebody as a wit, but somebody as having a purpose and a use in life. She was the humblest little thing in the world in regard to any possible putting of herself forward or needful putting of herself back, and yet to herself nobody was her superior. What she had was her own, whether it was the old grey silk dress which she had bought with the money she had earned, or the wit which nature had given her, and Lord Fawn's title was his own, and Lady Fawn's rank her own. She coveted no man's possessions, and no woman's, but she was minded to hold by her own. Of present advantages or disadvantages, whether she had the one or suffered from the other, she thought not at all. It was her fault that she had nothing of feminine vanity. But no man or woman was ever more anxious to be effective, to persuade, to obtain belief, sympathy, and cooperation, not for any result personal to herself, but because by obtaining these things she could be effective in the object then before her, be it what it might. One other thing may be told of her. She had given her heart, for good and all, as she owned to herself, to Frank Greystock. She had owned to herself that it was so, and had owned to herself that nothing could come of it. Frank was becoming a man of mark, but was becoming a man of mark without much money. Of all men he was the last who could afford to marry a governess, and then, moreover, he had never said a word to make her think that he loved her. He had called on her once or twice at Fawn Court, as why should he not, seeing that there had been friendship between the families for so many years, Who could complain of that? Lady Fawn, however, had not complained, but just said a word in season. How good is it? Lucy did not much regard the word spoken to herself, but when she reflected that a word must also have been spoken to Mr. Greystock, otherwise how should it have been that he never came again, that she did not like. In herself, she regarded this passion of hers as a healthy man regards the loss of a leg or an arm. It is a great nuisance, a loss that maims the whole life, a misfortune to be much regretted. But because a leg is gone, everything is not gone. A man with a wooden leg may stump about through much action, and may enjoy the keenest pleasures of humanity. He has his eyes left to him, and his ears, and his intellect. He will not break his heart for the loss of that leg. And so it was with Lucy Morris. She would still stump about and be very active. Eyes, ears, and intellect were left to her. Looking at her position, she told herself that a happy love could hardly have been her lot in life. Lady Fawn, she thought, was right. A governess should make up her mind to do without a lover. She had given away her heart, and yet she would do without a lover. When, on one dull, dark afternoon, as she was thinking of all this, Lord Fawn suddenly put into her hands a cruelly long printed document respecting the Sawab, she went to work upon it immediately. As she read it, she could not refrain from thinking how wonderfully Frank Greystock could plead the cause of the Indian prince, if the privilege of pleading it could be given to him. The spring had come round, with May and the London butterflies, at the time at which our story begins, and during 6 months Frank Greystock had not been at Fawn Court. Then one day Lady Eustace came down with her ponies, and her footman, and a new dear friend of hers, Miss Macnulty. While Miss Macnulty was being honoured by Lady Fawn, Lizzie had retreated to a corner with her old dear friend Lucy Morris. It was pretty to see how so wealthy and fashionable a woman as Lady Eustace could show so much friendship to a governess. "Have you seen Frank lately?" said Lady Eustace, referring to her cousin the barrister. "Not for ever so long," said Lucy, with her cheeriest smile. "He is not going to prove a false knight?" asked Lady Eustace, in her lowest whisper. "I don't know that Mr. Greystock is much given to knighthood at all," said Lucy, "unless it is to being made Sir Francis by his party." "Nonsense, my dear, as if I didn't know. I suppose Lady Fawn has been interfering, like an old cat as she is." "She is not an old cat, Lizzie, and I won't hear her called so. If you think so, you shouldn't come here. And she hasn't interfered. That is, she has done nothing that she ought not to have done." "Then she has interfered," said Lady Eustace, as she got up and walked across the room with a sweet smile to the old cat. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Frank Greystock. Frank Greystock the barrister was the only son of the Dean of Bobsborough. Now the Dean had a family of daughters, not quite so numerous indeed as that of Lady Fawn, for there were only 3 of them, and was by no means a rich man. Unless a dean have a private fortune, or has chanced to draw the happy lot of Durham in the lottery of deans, he can hardly be wealthy. At Bobsborough the dean was endowed with a large, rambling, picturesque, uncomfortable house, and with £1,500 a year. In regard to personal property, it may be asserted of all the Greystocks that they never had any. They were a family of which the males would surely come to be deans and admirals, and the females would certainly find husbands, and they lived on the good things of the world and mixed with wealthy people, but they never had any money. The Eustaces always had money, and the Bishop of Bobsborough was wealthy. The dean was a man very different from his brother the admiral, who had never paid anybody anything. The dean did pay, but he was a little slow in his payments, and money with him was never very plentiful. In these circumstances it became very expedient that Frank Greystock should earn his bread early in life. Nevertheless, he had chosen a profession which is not often lucrative at first. He had been called to the bar, and had gone, and was still going, the circuit in which lies the cathedral city of Bobsborough. Bobsborough is not much of a town, and was honoured with the judge's visits only every other circuit. Frank began pretty well, getting some little work in London, and perhaps nearly enough to pay the cost of his circuit out of the county in which the cathedral was situated. But he began life after that impecunious fashion for which the Greystocks have been noted. Tailors, robe-makers, and booksellers gave him trust, and did believe that they would get their money, and any persistent tradesman did get it. He did not actually hoist the black flag of impecuniosity, and proclaim his intention of preying generally upon the retail dealers, as his uncle the admiral had done, but he became known as a young man with whom money was tight. All this had been going on for 3 or 4 years before he had met Lucy Morris at the deanery. He was then 28, and had been 4 years called. He was 30 when old Lady Fawn hinted to him that he had better not pay any more visits at Fawn Court. But things had much altered with him of late. At the time of that visit to the deanery he had made a sudden start in his profession. The corporation of the city of London had brought an action against the Bank of England with reference to certain alleged encroachments, of which action, considerable as it was in all its interests, no further notice need to be taken here than is given by the statement that a great deal of money in this cause had found its way among the lawyers. Some of it penetrated into the pocket of Frank Greystock, but he earned more than money, better than money out of that affair. It was attributed to him by the attorneys that the Bank of England was saved from the necessity of reconstructing all its bullion cellars, and he had made his character for industry. In the year after that, the Bobsborough people were rather driven into a corner in search of a clever young Conservative candidate for the borough, and Frank Greystock was invited to stand. It was not thought that there was much chance of success, and the dean was against it. But Frank liked the honour and glory of the contest, and so did Frank's mother. Frank Greystock stood, and at the time in which he was warned away from Fawn Court had been nearly a year in Parliament. "Of course it does interfere with one's business," he had said to his father, "but then it brings one business also. A man with a seat in Parliament who shows that he means work will always get nearly as much work as he can do." Such was Frank's exposition to his father. It may perhaps not be found to hold water in all cases. Mrs. Dean was of course delighted with her son's success, and so were the girls. Women like to feel that the young men belonging to them are doing something in the world, so that a reflected glory may be theirs. It was pleasant to talk of Frank as a member for the city. Brothers do not always care much for a brother's success, but a sister is generally sympathetic. If Frank would only marry money, there was nothing he might not achieve. That he would live to sit on the woolsack was now almost a certainty to the dear old lady. But in order that he might sit there comfortably, it was necessary that he should at least abstain from marrying a poor wife. For there was fear at the deanery also in regard to Lucy Morris. "That notion of marrying money, as you call it," Frank said to his second sister Margaret, "is the most disgusting idea in the world." "It is as easy to love a girl who has something as one who has nothing," said Margaret. "No, it is not, because the girls with money are scarce, and those without it are plentiful, an argument of which I don't suppose you see the force." Then Margaret, for the moment, was snubbed and retired. "Indeed, Frank, I think Lady Fawn was right," said the mother. "And I think she was quite wrong. If there be anything in it, it won't be expelled by Lady Fawn's interference. Do you think I should allow Lady Fawn to tell me not to choose such or such a woman for my wife? It's the habit of seeing her, my dear. Nobody loves Lucy Morris better than I do. We all like her. But, dear Frank, would it do for you to make her your wife?" Frank Greystock was silent for a moment, and then he answered his mother's question. "I am not quite sure whether it would or would not, but I do think this, that if I were bold enough to marry now, and to trust all to the future, and could get Lucy to be my wife, I should be doing a great thing. I doubt, however, whether I have the courage." All of which made the dean's wife uneasy. The reader, who has read so far, will perhaps think that Frank Greystock was in love with Lucy, as Lucy was in love with him. But such was not exactly the case. To be in love, as an absolute, well-marked, acknowledged fact, is the condition of a woman more frequently and more readily than of a man. Such is not the common theory on the matter, as it is the man's business to speak, and the woman's business to be reticent, and the woman is presumed to have kept her heart free from any load of love till she may accept the burthen with an assurance that it shall become a joy and a comfort to her. But such presumptions, though they may be very useful for the regulation of conduct, may not always be true. It comes more within the scope of a woman's mind than that of a man's to think closely and decide sharply on such a matter. With a man it is often chance that settles the question for him. He resolves to propose to a woman, or proposes without resolving, because she is close to him. Frank Greystock ridiculed the idea of Lady Fawn's interference in so high a matter as his love, or abstinence from love. Nevertheless, had he been made a welcome guest at Fawn Court, he would undoubtedly have told his love to Lucy Morris. He was not a welcome guest, but had been banished, and as a consequence of that banishment he had formed no resolution in regard to Lucy, and did not absolutely know whether she was necessary to him or not. But Lucy Morris knew all about it. Moreover, it frequently happens with men that they fail to analyze these things, and do not make out for themselves any clear definition of what their feelings are, or what they mean. We hear that a man has behaved badly to a girl, when the behavior of which he has been guilty has resulted simply from want of thought. He has found a certain companionship to be agreeable to him, and he has accepted the pleasure without inquiry. Some vague idea has floated across his brain that the world is wrong in supposing that such friendship cannot exist without marriage, or question of marriage. It is simply friendship. And yet were his friend to tell him that she intended to give herself in marriage elsewhere, he would suffer all the pangs of jealousy, and would imagine himself to be horribly ill-treated. To have such a friend whom he cannot or will not make his wife, is no injury to him. To him it is simply a delight, an excitement in life, a thing to be known to himself only, and not talked of to others, a source of pride and inward exultation. It is a joy to think of when he wakes, and a consolation in his little troubles. It dispels the weariness of life, and makes a green spot of holiday within his daily work. It is, indeed, death to her, but he does not know it. Frank Greystock did think that he could not marry Lucy Morris without making an imprudent plunge into deep water, and yet he felt that Lady Fawn was an ill-natured old woman for hinting to him that he had better not, for the present, continue his visits to Fawn Court. "Of course you understand me, Mr. Greystock," she had said, meaning to be civil. "When Miss Morris has left us, should she ever leave us, I should be most happy to see you." What on earth would take me to Fawn Court if Lucy were not there? He said to himself, not choosing to appreciate Lady Fawn's civility. Frank Greystock was at this time nearly 30 years old. He was a good-looking, but not strikingly handsome man, thin, of moderate height, with sharp grey eyes, a face clean shorn with the exception of a small whisker, with wiry, strong, dark hair, which was already beginning to show a tinge of grey, the very opposite in appearance to his late friend, Sir Florian Eustace. He was quick, ready-witted, self-reliant, and not over-scrupulous in the outward things of the world. He was desirous of doing his duty to others, but he was specially desirous that others should do their duty to him. He intended to get on in the world, and believed that happiness was to be achieved by success. He was certainly made for the profession which he had adopted. His father, looking to certain morsels of church patronage which occasionally came in his way, and to the fact that he and the bishop were on most friendly terms, had wished his son to take orders. But Frank had known himself and his own qualities too well to follow his father's advice. He had chosen to be a barrister, and now at 30 he was in Parliament. He had been asked to stand for Bobsborough in the Conservative interest, and as a Conservative he had been returned. Those who invited him knew probably but little of his own political beliefs or feelings, did not, probably, know whether he had any. His father was a fine old Tory of the ancient school, who thought that things were going from bad to worse, but was able to live happily in spite of his anticipations. The dean was one of those old-world politicians. We meet them every day, and they are generally pleasant people, who enjoy the politics of the side to which they belong without any special belief in them. If pressed hard, they will almost own that their so-called convictions are prejudices, but not for worlds would they be rid of them. When 2 or 3 of them meet together, they are as Freemasons, who are bound by a pleasant bond which separates them from the outer world. They feel among themselves that everything that is being done is bad, even though that everything is done by their own party. It was bad to interfere with Charles, bad to endure Cromwell, bad to banish James, bad to put up with William. The House of Hanover was bad. All interference with prerogative has been bad. The Reform Bill was very bad. Encroachment on the estates of the bishops was bad. Emancipation of Roman Catholics was the worst of all. Abolition of corn laws, church rates, and oaths and tests were all bad. The meddling with the universities has been grievous. The treatment of the Irish Church has been satanic. The overhauling of schools is most injurious to English education. Education bills and Irish land bills were all bad. Every step taken has been bad, and yet to them Old England is of all the countries in the world the best to live in, and is not at all the less comfortable because of the changes that have been made. These people are ready to grumble at every boon conferred on them, and yet to enjoy every boon. They know, too, their privileges, and after a fashion understand their position. It is picturesque, and it pleases them. To have been always in the right, and yet always on the losing side, always being ruined, always under persecution from a wild spirit of republican demagogism, and yet never to lose anything, not even position or public esteem, is pleasant enough. A huge, living, daily increasing grievance that does one no palpable harm is the happiest possession that a man can have. There is a large body of such men in England, and personally they are the very salt of the nation. He who said that all conservatives are stupid did not know them. Stupid conservatives there may be, and there certainly are very stupid radicals. The well-educated, widely read conservative, who is well assured that all good things are gradually being brought to an end by the voice of the people, is generally the pleasantest man to be met. But he is a Buddhist, possessing a religious creed which is altogether dark and mysterious to the outer world. Those who watch the ways of the advanced Buddhist hardly know whether the man does believe himself in his hidden God, but men perceive that he is respectable, self-satisfied, and a man of note. It is, of course, from the society of such that conservative candidates are to be sought. But, alas, it is hard to indoctrinate young minds with the old belief, since new theories of life have become so rife. Nevertheless, Frank Greystock, when he was invited to stand for Bobsborough in the Conservative interest, had not for a moment allowed any political heterodoxy on his own part to stand in the way of his advancement. It may, perhaps, be the case that a barrister is less likely to be influenced by personal convictions in taking his side in politics than any other man who devotes himself to public affairs. No slur on the profession is intended by this suggestion. A busy, clever, useful man who has been at work all his life finds that his own progress towards success demands from him that he shall become a politician. The highest work of a lawyer can only be reached through political struggle. As a large-minded man of the world, peculiarly conversant with the fact that every question has two sides, and that as much may often be said on one side as on the other, he has probably not become violent in his feelings as a political partisan. Thus he sees that there is an opening here or an opening there, and the offence in either case is not great to him. With Frank Greystock the matter was very easy. There certainly was no apostasy. He had now and again attacked his father's ultra-Toryism, and rebuked his mother and sisters when they spoke of Gladstone as Apollyon, and called John Bright the abomination of desolation. But it was easy to him to fancy himself a conservative, and as such he took his seat in the House without any feeling of discomfort. During the first 4 months of his first session he had not spoken, but he had made himself useful. He had sat on 1 or 2 committees, though as a barrister he might have excused himself, and had done his best to learn the forms of the House. But he had already begun to find that the time which he devoted to Parliament was much wanted for his profession. Money was very necessary to him. Then a new idea was presented to him. John Eustace and Greystock were very intimate, as also had been Sir Florian and Greystock. "I tell you what I wish you'd do, Greystock," Eustace said to him one day as they were standing idly together in the lobby of the house, for John Eustace was also in Parliament. "Anything to oblige you, my friend." "It's only a trifle," said Eustace, "just to marry your cousin, my brother's widow." "By Jove, I wish I had the chance." "I don't see why you shouldn't. She is sure to marry somebody, and at her age so she ought. She's not 23 yet. We could trust you, with the child and all the rest of it. As it is, she is giving us a deal of trouble." "But, my dear fellow—" "I know she's fond of you. You were dining there last Sunday." "And so was Fawn. Lord Fawn is the man to marry Lizzie. You see if he doesn't. He was uncommonly sweet on her the other night, and really interested her about the Sawab." "She'll never be Lady Fawn," said John Eustace, "and to tell the truth, I shouldn't care to have to deal with Lord Fawn. He would be infinitely troublesome, and I can hardly wash my hands of her affairs. She's worth nearly £5,000 a year as long as she lives, and I really don't think that she's much amiss." "Much amiss! I don't know whether she's not the prettiest woman I ever saw," said Greystock. "Yes, but I mean in conduct, and all that. She is making herself queer, and Camperdown, our lawyer, means to jump upon her. But it's only because she doesn't know what she ought to be at, and what she ought not. You could tell her." "It wouldn't suit me at all to have to quarrel with Camperdown," said the barrister, laughing. "You and he would settle everything in 5 minutes, and it would save me a world of trouble," said Eustace. "Fawn is your man, take my word for it," said Greystock, as he walked back into the house. Dramatists, when they write their plays, have a delightful privilege of prefixing a list of their personages, and the dramatists of old used to tell us who was in love with whom, and what were the blood relationships of all the persons. In such a narrative as this, any proceeding of that kind would be unusual, and therefore the poor narrator has been driven to expend his first 4 chapters in the mere task of introducing his characters. He regrets the length of these introductions, and will now begin at once the action of his story. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Eustace Necklace. John Eustace, Lady Eustace's brother-in-law, had told his friend Greystock, the lady's cousin, that Mr. Camperdown the lawyer intended to jump upon that lady. Making such allowance and deduction from the force of these words as the slang expression requires, we may say that John Eustace was right. Mr. Camperdown was in earnest, and did intend to obtain the restoration of those jewels. Mr. Camperdown was a gentleman of about 60, who had been lawyer to Sir Florian's father, and whose father had been lawyer to Sir Florian's grandfather. His connection with the property and with the family was of a nature to allow him to take almost any liberty with the Eustaces. When, therefore, John Eustace, in regard to those diamonds, had pleaded that the heir in his long minority would obtain ample means of buying more diamonds, and of suggesting that the plunder for the sake of tranquillity should be allowed, Mr. Camperdown took upon himself to say that he'd be damned if he'd put up with it. "I really don't know what you are to do," said John Eustace. "I'll file a bill in Chancery, if it's necessary," said the old lawyer. "Heaven on earth! As trustee, how are you to reconcile yourself to such a robbery? They represent £500 a year for ever, and she is to have them simply because she chooses to take them. I suppose Florian could have given them away. At any rate, he could have sold them. I don't know that, said Mr. Camperdown. I have not looked as yet, but I think that this necklace has been made an heirloom. At any rate, it represents an amount of property that shouldn't and couldn't be made over legally without some visible evidence of transfer. It's as clear a case of stealing as I ever knew in my life, and as bad a case. She hadn't a farthing, and she has got the whole of the Ayrshire property for her life. She goes about and tells everybody that it's hers to sell tomorrow if she pleases to sell it. No, John. Mr. Camperdown had known Eustace when he was a boy, and had watched him become a man, and hadn't yet learned to drop the name by which he had called the boy. We mustn't allow it. What do you think of her applying to me for an income to support her child, a baby not yet 2 years old? Mr. Camperdown had been very adverse to all the circumstances of Sir Florian's marriage, and had subjected himself to Sir Florian's displeasure for expressing his opinion. He had tried to explain that as the lady brought no money into the family, she was not entitled to such a jointure as Sir Florian was determined to lavish upon her. But Sir Florian had been obstinate, both in regard to the settlement and the will. It was not till after Sir Florian's death that this terrible matter of the jewels had even suggested itself to Mr. Camperdown. The jewellers, in whose custody the things had been since the death of the late Lady Eustace, had mentioned the affair to him immediately on the young widow's return from Naples. Sir Florian had withdrawn, not all the jewels, but by far the most valuable of them, from the jeweller's care on his return to London from their marriage tour to Scotland, and this was the result. The jewellers were at that time without any doubt as to the date at which the necklace was taken from them. Mr. Camperdown's first attempt was made by a most courteous and even complimentary note, in which he suggested to Lady Eustace that it would be for the advantage of all the parties that the family jewels should be kept together. Lizzie, as she read this note, smiled, and said to herself that she did not exactly see how her own interests would be served by such an arrangement. She made no answer to Mr. Camperdown's note. Some months after this, when the heir was born, and as Lady Eustace was passing through London on her journey from Bobsborough to Portray, a meeting had been arranged between her and Mr. Camperdown. She had endeavoured by all the wiles she knew to avoid this meeting, but it had been forced upon her. She had been almost given to understand that unless she submitted to it, she would not be able to draw her income from the Portray property. Messrs. Mowbray and Mopus had advised her to submit. "My husband gave me a necklace, and they want me to give it back," she had said to Mr. Mopus. "Do nothing of the kind," Mr. Mopus had replied. "If you find it necessary, refer Mr. Camperdown to us. We will answer him." The interview had taken place, during which Mr. Camperdown took the trouble to explain very plainly, and more than once, that the income from the Portray property belonged to Lady Eustace for her life only. It would after her death be rejoined, of necessity, to the rest of the Eustace property. This was repeated to Lady Eustace in the presence of John Eustace, but she made no remark on being so informed. "You understand the nature of the settlement, Lady Eustace?" Mr. Camperdown had said. "I believe I understand everything," she replied. Then, just at the close of the interview, he asked a question about the jewels. Lady Eustace at first made no reply. "They might as well be sent back to Messrs. Garnett's," said Mr. Camperdown. "I don't know that I have any to send back," she answered. and then she escaped before Mr. Camperdown was able to arrange any further attack. I can manage with her better by letter than I can personally, he said to John Eustace. Lawyers such as Mr. Camperdown are slow, and it was 3 or 4 months after that when he wrote a letter in his own name to Lady Eustace, explaining to her, still courteously, that it was his business to see that the property of the Eustace family was placed in fit hands, and that a certain valuable necklace of diamonds, which was an heirloom of the family, and which was undeniably the property of the heir, was believed to be in her custody. As such property was peculiarly subject to risks, would she have the kindness to make arrangements for handing over the necklace to the custody of the Messrs. Garnett? To this letter Lizzie made no answer whatever, nor did she to a second note calling attention to the first. When John Eustace told Greystock that Camperdown intended to jump on Lady Eustace, the following further letter had been written by the firm, but up to that time Lizzie had not replied to it. 62 New Square, Lincoln's Inn, May 5th, 1806. Madam, it is our duty as attorneys, acting on behalf of the estate of your late husband, Sir Florian Eustace, and in the interest of your son, his heir, to ask for restitution of a certain valuable diamond necklace, which is believed to be now in the possession of your ladyship. Our senior partner, Mr. Camperdown, has written to your ladyship more than once on the subject, but has not been honoured with any reply. Doubtless, had there been any mistake as to the necklace being in your hands, we should have been so informed. The diamonds were withdrawn from Messrs. Garnett's, the jewellers, by Sir Florian soon after his marriage, and were no doubt entrusted to your keeping. They are appendages of the family which should not be in your hands as the widow of the late baronet, and they constitute an amount of property which certainly cannot be alienated from the family without inquiry or right, as might any trifling article either of use or ornament. The jewels are valued at over £10,000. We are reluctantly compelled, by the fact of your having left unanswered 3 letters from Mr. Camperdown, senior, on the subject, to explain to you that if attention be not paid to this letter, we shall be obliged, in the performance of our duty, to take legal steps for the restitution of the property. We have the honour to be, Madam, your ladyship's most obedient servants, Camperdown and Son. To Lady Eustace, etc., etc. A few days after it was sent, old Mr. Camperdown got the letter-book of the office and read the letter to John Eustace. "I don't see how you're to get them," said Eustace. "We'll throw upon her the burthen of showing that they have become legally her property. She can't do it." "Suppose she sold them?" "We'll follow them up. £10,000, my dear John! God bless my soul, it's a magnificent dowry for a daughter, an ample provision for a younger son, and she is to be allowed to filch it as other widows filch china cups and a silver teaspoon or 2. It's quite a common thing, but I never heard of such a haul as this." "It will be very unpleasant," said Eustace. "And then she still goes about everywhere declaring that the Portray property is her own. She's a bad lot. I knew it from the first. Of course we shall have trouble." Then Mr. Eustace explained to the lawyer that their best way out of it all would be to get the widow married to some respectable husband. She was sure to marry sooner or later, so John Eustace said, and any decently decent fellow would be easier to deal with than she herself. "He must be very indecently indecent if he is not," said Mr. Camperdown. But Mr. Eustace did not name Frank Greystock the barrister as the probable future decent husband. When Lizzie first got the letter, which she did on the day after the visit at Fawn Court, of which mention has been made, she put it by unread for a couple of days. She opened it, not knowing the clerk's handwriting, but only read the first line and the signature. For 2 days she went on with the ordinary affairs and amusements of her life, as though no such letter had reached her. But she was thinking of it all the time. The diamonds were in her possession, and she had had them valued by her old friend Mr. Benjamin, of the firm of Harder and Benjamin. Mr. Benjamin had suggested that stones of such a value should not be left to the risk of an ordinary London house, but Lizzie had felt that if Mr. Benjamin got them into his hands, Mr. Benjamin might perhaps not return them. Messrs. Camperdown and Garnet between them might form a league with Mr. Benjamin. Where would she be should Mr. Benjamin tell her that under some legal sanction he had given the jewels up to Mr. Camperdown? She hinted to Mr. Benjamin that she would perhaps sell them if she got a good offer. Mr. Benjamin, who was very familiar with her, hinted that there might be a little family difficulty. "Oh, none in the least," said Lizzie, "but I don't think I shall part with them." Then she gave Mr. Benjamin an order for a strong box, which was supplied to her. The strong box, which was so heavy that she could barely lift it herself, was now in her London bedroom. On the morning of the 3rd day she read the letter. Miss Macnulty was staying with her, but she had not said a word to Miss Macnulty about the letter. She read it up in her own bedroom, and then sat down to think about it. Sir Florian, as he had handed to her the stones for the purpose of a special dinner party which had been given to them when passing through London, had told her that they were family jewels. "That setting was done for my mother," he said, "but it is already old. When we are at home again they shall be reset." Then he had added some little husband's joke as to a future daughter-in-law who should wear them. Nevertheless, she was not sure whether the fact of their being so handed to her did not make them her own. She had spoken a second time to Mr. Mopus, and Mr. Mopus had asked her whether there existed any family deed as to the diamonds. She had heard of no such deed, nor did Mr. Camperdown mention such a deed. After reading the letter once, she read it a dozen times, and then, like a woman, made up her mind that the safest course would be not to answer it. But yet she felt sure that something unpleasant would come of it. Mr. Camperdown was not a man to take up such a question and to let it drop. Legal steps! What did legal steps mean, and what could they do to her? Would Mr. Camperdown be able to put her in prison, or to take away from her the estate of Portray? She could swear that her husband had given them to her, and could invent any form of words she pleased as accompanying the gift. No one else had been near them then, but she was, and felt herself to be absolutely, alarmingly ignorant, not only of the laws, but of custom in such matters. Messrs. Mowbray and Mopus and Mr. Benjamin were the allies to whom she looked for guidance. But she was wise enough to know that Mowbray and Mopus and Harder and Benjamin were not trustworthy, whereas Camperdown and Son and the Messrs. Garnet were all as firm as rocks, and as respectable as the Bank of England. Circumstances, unfortunate circumstances, drove her to Harder and Benjamin, and to Mowbray and Mopus, while she would have taken so much delight in feeling the strong honesty of the other people to be on her side. She would have talked to her friends about Mr. Camperdown and the people at Garnet's with so much satisfaction, but ease, security, and even respectability may be bought too dearly. 10,000 pounds! Was she prepared to surrender such a sum as that? She had, indeed, already realized the fact that it might be very difficult to touch the money. When she had suggested to Mr. Benjamin that he should buy the jewels, that worthy tradesman had by no means jumped at the offer. Of what use to her would be a necklace always locked up in an iron box, which box, for aught she knew, myrmidons from Mr. Camperdown might carry off during her absence from the house? Would it not be better to come to terms and surrender? But then what should the terms be? If only there had been a friend whom she could consult, a friend whom she could consult on a really friendly footing, not a simply respectable, off-handed, high-minded friend who would advise her as a matter of course to make restitution. Her uncle the Dean, or her cousin Frank, or old Lady Fawn would be sure to give her such advice as that. There are people who are so very high-minded when they have to deal with the interests of their friends. What if she were to ask Lord Fawn? Thoughts of a second marriage had, of course, crossed Lady Eustace's mind, and they were by no means the worst thoughts that found a place there. She had a grand idea, this selfish, hard-fisted little woman, who could not bring herself to abandon the plunder on which she had laid her hand, a grand idea of surrendering herself and all her possessions to a great passion. For Florian Eustace she had never cared. She had sat down by his side and looked into his handsome face and read poetry to him because of his wealth, and because it had been indispensable to her to settle herself well. And he had been all very well, a generous, open-hearted, chivalrous, irascible, but rather heavy-minded gentleman. But she had never been in love with him. Now she desired to be so in love that she could surrender everything to her love. There was as yet nothing of such love in her bosom. She had seen no one who had so touched her. But she was alive to the romance of the thing, and was in love with the idea of being in love. "Ah," she would say to herself in her moments of solitude, "if I had a corsair of my own, how I would sit on watch for my lover's boat by the seashore." And she believed it of herself that she could do so. But it would also be very nice to be a peeress, so that she might, without any doubt, be one of the great ladies of London. As a baronet's widow, with a large income, she was already almost a great lady. But she was quite alive to a suspicion that she was not altogether strong in her position. The bishop's people and the dean's people did not quite trust her. The Camperdowns and Garnets utterly distrusted her. The Mopuses and Benjamins were more familiar than they would be with a really great lady. She was sharp enough to understand all this. Should it be Lord Fawn, or could it be a corsair? The worst of Lord Fawn was the undoubted fact that he was not himself a great man. He could, no doubt, make his wife a peeress, but he was poor, encumbered with a host of sisters, dull as a blue book, and possessed of little beyond his peerage to recommend him. If he could only find a peer, unmarried, with a dash of the corsair about him. In the meantime, what was she to do about the jewels? There was staying with her at this time a certain Miss Macnulty, who was related, after some distant fashion, to old Lady Linlithgow, and who was as utterly destitute of possessions or means of existence as any unfortunate, well-born, and moderately educated, middle-aged woman in London. To live upon her friends, such as they might be, was the only mode of life within her reach. It was not that she had chosen such dependence, nor indeed had she endeavoured to reject it. It had come to her as a matter of course, either that or the poorhouse. As to earning her bread, except by that attendance which a poor friend gives, the idea of any possibility that way had never entered her head. She could do nothing, except dress like a lady with the smallest possible cost, and endeavour to be obliging. Now at this moment her condition was terribly precarious. She had quarrelled with Lady Linlithgow, and had been taken in by her old friend Lizzie. Her old enemy might perhaps be a truer expression, because of that quarrel, but a permanent home had not even been promised to her, and poor Miss Macnulty was aware that even a permanent home with Lady Eustace would not be an unmixed blessing. In her way, Miss Macnulty was an honest woman. They were sitting together one May afternoon in the little back drawing-room in Mount Street. They had dined early, were now drinking tea, and intended to go to the opera. It was 6 o'clock, and was still broad day, but the thick coloured blind was kept across the single window, and the folding doors of the room were nearly closed, and there was a feeling of evening in the room. The necklace during the whole day had been so heavy on Lizzie's heart that she had been unable to apply her thoughts to the building of that castle in the air in which the Corsair was to reign supreme, but not alone. "My dear," she said, she generally called Miss Macnulty "my dear, "you know that box I had made by the jeweller's?" "You mean the safe?" "Well, yes, only it isn't a safe. A safe is a great big thing. I had it made especially for the diamonds Sir Florian gave me." "I supposed it was so." "I wonder whether there's any danger about it." "If I were you, Lady Eustace, I wouldn't keep them in the house. I should have them kept where Sir Florian kept them. Suppose anybody should come and murder you." "I'm not a bit afraid of that," said Lizzie. "I should be, and what will you do with it when you go to Scotland?" "I took them with me before, in my own care. I know that wasn't safe. I wish I knew what to do with them." "There are people who keep such things," said Miss Macnulty. Then Lizzie paused a moment. She was dying for counsel and for confidence. "I cannot trust them anywhere," she said. "Is it just possible that there may be a lawsuit about them?" "How a lawsuit?" "I cannot explain it all, but I am very unhappy about it. They want me to give them up, but my husband gave them to me, and for his sake I will not do so. When he threw them round my neck he told me that they were my own. So he did. How can a woman give up such a present from a husband who is dead? As to the value, I care nothing, but I won't do it." By this time Lady Eustace was in tears, and had so far succeeded as to have produced some amount of belief in Miss Macnulty's mind. "If they are your own, they can't take them from you," said Miss Macnulty. "They shan't. They shall find that I've got some spirit left." Then she reflected that a real Corsair lover would protect her jewels for her, would guard them against a score of Camperdowns. But she doubted whether Lord Fawn would do much in that way. Then the door was opened, and Lord Fawn was announced. It was not at all unusual with Lord Fawn to call on the widow at this hour. Mount Street is not exactly in the way from the India Office to the House of Lords, but a hansom cab can make it almost in the way. Of neglect of official duty Lord Fawn was never guilty, but a half-hour for private business or for relaxation between one stage of duty and another, can any minister grudge so much to an indefatigable follower? Lady Eustace had been in tears as he was announced, but the light of the room was so low that the traces of them could hardly be seen. She was in her Corsair state of mind, divided between her jewels and her poetry, and caring not very much for the increased rank which Lord Fawn could give her. "The Sawab's case is coming on in the House of Commons this very night," he said, in answer to a question from Miss Macnulty. Then he turned to Lady Eustace. "Your cousin, Mr. Greystock, is going to ask a question in the House." "Shall you be there to answer him?" asked Miss Macnulty, innocently. "Oh dear, no. But I shall be present. A peer can go, you know." Then Lord Fawn, at considerable length, explained to the two ladies the nature and condition of the British Parliament. Miss Macnulty experienced an innocent pleasure in having such things told to her by a lord. Lady Eustace knew that this was the way in which Lord Fawn made love, and thought that from him it was as good as any other way. If she were to marry a second time, simply with the view of being a peeress, of having a respected husband, and making good her footing in the world, she would as lief listen to parliamentary details and the prospects of the Sawab as to any other matters. She knew very well that no Corsair propensities would be forthcoming from Lord Fawn. Lord Fawn had just worked himself round to the Sawab again when Frank Greystock entered the room. "Now we have both the houses represented," said Lady Eustace, as she welcomed her cousin. "You intend to ask your question about the Sawab to-night?" asked Lord Fawn, with intense interest, feeling that, had it been his lot to perform that task before he went to his couch, he would at this moment have been preparing his little speech. But Frank Greystock had not come to his cousin's house to talk of the prince of the Magog territory. When his friend Eustace had suggested to him that he should marry the widow, he had ridiculed the idea, but nevertheless he had thought of it a good deal. He was struggling hard, working diligently, making for himself a character in Parliament, succeeding, so said all his friends, as a barrister. He was a rising young man, one of those whose names began to be much in the mouths of other men, but still he was poor. It seemed to himself that among other good gifts, that of economy had not been bestowed upon him. He owed a little money, and though he owed it, he went on spending his earnings. He wanted just such a lift in the world as a wife with an income would give him. As for looking about for a girl whom he could honestly love, and who should have a fortune of her own, as well as beauty, birth, and all the other things, that was out of his reach. If he talked to himself of love, if he were ever to acknowledge to himself that love was to have sway over him, then must Lucy Morris be the mistress of his heart. He had come to know enough about himself to be aware of that. But he knew also that he had said nothing binding him to walk in that path. It was quite open to him to indulge a discreet ambition without dishonour. Therefore he also had come to call upon the beautiful widow. The courtship with her he knew need not be long. He could ask her to marry him to-morrow, as for that matter to-day, without a feeling of hesitation. She might accept him or might reject him, but, as he said to himself, in neither case would any harm be done. An idea of the same kind flitted across Lizzie's mind as she sat and talked to the two gentlemen. She knew that her cousin Frank was poor, but she thought that she could fall in love with him. He was not exactly a Corsair, but he was a man who had certain Corsair propensities. He was bold and dashing, unscrupulous and clever, a man to make a name for himself, and one to whom a woman could endure to be obedient. There could be no question as to choice between him and Lord Fawn, if she were to allow herself to choose by liking, and she thought that Frank Greystock would keep the necklace, if he himself were made to have an interest in the necklace, whereas Lord Fawn would undoubtedly surrender it at once to Mr. Camperdown. Lord Fawn had some slight idea of waiting to see the cousin go, but as Greystock had a similar idea, and as he was the stronger of the two, of course Lord Fawn went. He perhaps remembered that the hansom cab was at the door, costing 6d. every 15 minutes, and that he wished to show himself in the House of Lords before the peers rose. Miss Macnulty also left the room, and Frank was alone with the widow. "Lizzie," said he, "you must be very solitary here." "I am solitary, and hardly happy." "Anything but happy, Frank. I have things that make me very unhappy. One thing that I will tell you if you will let me." Frank had almost made up his mind to ask her on the spot to give him permission to console all her sorrows, when there came a clattering double knock at the door. "They know I shall be at home to nobody else now," said Lady Eustace. But Frank Greystock had hardly regained his self-possession when Miss Macnulty hurried into the room, and with a look almost of horror declared that Lady Linlithgow was in the parlour. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lady Linlithgow's Mission. "Lady Linlithgow!" said Frank Greystock, holding up both his hands. "Yes, indeed," said Miss Macnulty. "I did not speak to her, but I saw her. She has sent her love to Lady Eustace, and begs that she will see her." Lady Eustace had been so surprised by the announcement that hitherto she had not spoken a word. The quarrel between her and her aunt had been of such a nature that it had seemed to be impossible that the old countess should come to Mount Street. Lizzie had certainly behaved very badly to her aunt, about as badly as a young woman could behave to an old woman. She had accepted bread and shelter and the very clothes on her back from her aunt's bounty, and had rejected even the hand of her benefactress the first moment that she had bread and shelter and clothes of her own. And here was Lady Linlithgow downstairs in the parlour, and sending up her love to her niece. "I won't see her," said Lizzie. "You had better see her," said Frank. "I can't see her," said Lizzie. "Good gracious, my dear, what has she come for?" "She says it's very important," said Miss Macnulty. "Of course you must see her," said Frank. "Let me get out of the house, and then tell the servant to show her up at once. Don't be weak now, Lizzie, and I'll come and find out all about it to-morrow." "Mind you do," said Lizzie. Then Frank took his departure, and Lizzie did as she was bidden. "You remain in here, Julia," she said, "so as to be near if I want you. She shall come into the front room." Then, absolutely shaking with fear of the approaching evil, she took her seat in the largest drawing-room. There was still a little delay. Time was given to Frank Greystock to get away, and to do so without meeting Lady Linlithgow in the passage. The message was conveyed by Miss Macnulty to the servant, and the same servant opened the front door for Frank before he delivered it. Lady Linlithgow, too, though very strong, was old. She was slow, or perhaps it might more properly be said she was stately in her movements. She was one of those old women who are undoubtedly old women, who in the remembrance of younger people seem always to have been old women, but on whom old age appears to have no debilitating effects. If the hand of Lady Linlithgow ever trembled, it trembled from anger. If her foot ever faltered, it faltered for effect. In her way, Lady Linlithgow was a very powerful human being. She knew nothing of fear, nothing of charity, nothing of mercy, and nothing of the softness of love. She had no imagination. She was worldly, covetous, and not unfrequently cruel. But she meant to be true and honest, though she often failed in her meaning, and she had an idea of her duty in life. She was not self-indulgent. She was as hard as an oak post. But then she was also as trustworthy. No human being liked her, but she had the good word of a great many human beings, at great cost to her own comfort, she had endeavored to do her duty to her niece, Lizzie Greystock, when Lizzie was homeless. Undoubtedly, Lizzie's bed, while it had been spread under her aunt's roof, had not been one of roses, but such as it had been, she had endured to occupy it while it served her needs. She had constrained herself to bear her aunt. But from the moment of her escape she had chosen to reject her aunt altogether. Now her aunt's heavy step was heard upon the stairs. Lizzie also was a brave woman after a certain fashion. She could dare to incur a great danger for an adequate object, but she was too young as yet to have become mistress of that persistent courage which was Lady Linlithgow's peculiar possession. When the Countess entered the drawing-room, Lizzie rose upon her legs, but did not come forward from her chair. The old woman was not tall, but her face was long, and at the same time large, square at the chin and square at the forehead, and gave her almost an appearance of height. Her nose was very prominent, not beaked, but straight and strong, and broad at the bridge, and of a dark red colour. Her eyes were sharp and grey. Her mouth was large, and over it there was almost beard enough for a young man's moustache. Her chin was firm and large and solid. Her hair was still brown, and was only just grizzled in parts. Nothing becomes an old woman like grey hair, but Lady Linlithgow's hair would never be grey. Her appearance on the whole was not prepossessing, but it gave one an idea of honest, real strength. What one saw was not buckram, whalebone, paint, and false hair. It was all human, hardly feminine, certainly not angelic, with perhaps a hint in the other direction, but a human body, and not a thing of pads and patches. Lizzie, as she saw her aunt, made up her mind for the combat. Who is there that has lived to be a man or woman, and has not experienced a moment in which a combat has impended, and a call for such sudden courage has been necessary? Alas, sometimes the combat comes, and the courage is not there. Lady Eustace was not at her ease as she saw her aunt enter the room. "Oh, come ye in peace, or come ye in war?" she would have said had she dared. Her aunt had sent up her love, if the message had been delivered aright. But what of love could there be between the two? The Countess dashed at once to the matter in hand, making no allusion to Lizzie's ungrateful conduct to herself. "Lizzie," she said, "I've been asked to come to you by Mr. Camperdown. I'll sit down, if you please." "Oh, certainly, Aunt Penelope." "Mr. Camperdown?" "Yes, Mr. Camperdown. You know who he is. He has been with me, because I am your nearest relation. So I am, and therefore I have come. I don't like it, I can tell you." "As for that, Aunt Penelope, you've done it to please yourself," said Lizzie, in a tone of insolence with which Lady Linlithgow had been familiar in former days. "No, I haven't, miss. I haven't come for my own pleasure at all. I have come for the credit of the family, if any good can be done towards saving it. You've got your husband's diamonds locked up somewhere, and you must give them back." "My husband's diamonds were my diamonds," said Lizzie stoutly. "They are family diamonds, Eustace diamonds, heirlooms, old property belonging to the Eustaces, just like their estates. Sir Florian didn't give them away, and couldn't, and wouldn't if he could. Such things ain't given away in that fashion. It's all nonsense, and you must give them up." "Who says so?" "I say so." "That's nothing, Aunt Penelope." "Nothing, is it? You'll see. Mr. Camperdown says so. All the world will say so. If you don't care, you'll find yourself brought into a court of law, my dear, and a jury will say so. That's what it will come to. What good will they do you? You can't sell them, and as a widow you can't wear 'em. If you marry again, you wouldn't disgrace your husband by going about showing off the Eustace Diamonds. But you don't know anything about proper feelings. I know every bit as much as you do, Aunt Penelope, and I don't want you to teach me. Will you give up the jewels to Mr. Camperdown? No, I won't. Or to the jewelers? No, I won't. I mean to keep them for my child. Then there came forth a sob and a tear, and Lizzie's handkerchief was held to her eyes. Your child? Wouldn't they be kept properly for him and for the family if the jewelers had them? I don't believe you care about your child. Aunt Penelope, you had better take care. I shall just say what I think, Lizzie. You can't frighten me. The fact is, you are disgracing the family you have married into, and as you are my niece— I'm not disgracing anybody. You are disgracing everybody. As you are my niece, I have undertaken to come to you and to tell you that if you don't give 'em up within a week from this time, they'll proceed against you for stealing them. Lady Linlithgow, as she uttered this terrible threat, bobbed her head at her niece in a manner calculated to add very much to the force of her words. The words and tone and gesture combined were in truth awful. I didn't steal them. My husband gave them to me with his own hands. You wouldn't answer Mr. Camperdown's letters, you know. That alone will condemn you. After that there isn't a word to be said about it. Not a word. Mr. Camperdown is the family lawyer, and when he writes to you letter after letter, you take no more notice of him than a dog. The old woman was certainly very powerful. The way in which she pronounced that last word did make Lady Eustace ashamed of herself. Why didn't you answer his letters, unless you knew you were in the wrong? Of course you knew you were in the wrong. No, I didn't. A woman isn't obliged to answer everything that is written to her. Very well, you just say that before the judge, for you'll have to go before a judge. I tell you, Lizzie Greystock, or Eustace, or whatever your name is, it's downright picking and stealing. I suppose you want to sell them. I won't stand this, Aunt Penelope, said Lizzie, rising from her seat. You must stand it, and you'll have to stand worse than that. You don't suppose Mr. Camperdown got me to come here for nothing. If you don't want to be made out to be a thief before all the world— I won't stand it, shrieked Lizzie. You have no business to come here and say such things to me. It's my house. I shall say just what I please. Miss Macnulty, come in. And Lizzie threw open the door, hardly knowing how the very weak ally whom she now invoked could help her, but driven by the stress of the combat to seek assistance somewhere. Miss Macnulty, who was seated near the door, and who had necessarily heard every word of the conversation, had no alternative but to appear. Of all human beings, Lady Linlithgow was to her the most terrible, and yet after a fashion she loved the old woman. Miss Macnulty was humble, cowardly, and subservient, but she was not a fool, and she understood the difference between truth and falsehood. She had endured fearful things from Lady Linlithgow, but she knew that there might be more of sound protection in Lady Linlithgow's real wrath than in Lizzie's pretended affection. "So you are there, are you?" said the Countess. "Yes, I am here, Lady Linlithgow." "Listening, I suppose. Well, so much the better. You know well enough, and you can tell her. You ain't a fool, though I suppose you'll be afraid to open your mouth." "Julia," said Lady Eustace, "will you have the kindness to see that my aunt is shown to her carriage? I cannot stand her violence, and I will go upstairs." So saying, she made her way very gracefully into the back drawing-room, where she could escape to her bedroom. But her aunt fired a last shot at her. "Unless you do as you're bid, Lizzie, you'll find yourself in prison as sure as eggs." Then, when her niece was beyond hearing, she turned to Miss Macnulty. "I suppose you've heard about these diamonds, Macnulty?" "I know she's got them, Lady Linlithgow." "She has no more right to them than you have. I suppose you're afraid to tell her so, lest she should turn you out. But it's well she should know it. I've done my duty. Never mind about the servant. I'll find my way out of the house." Nevertheless, the bell was rung, and the Countess was shown to her carriage with proper consideration. The two ladies went to the opera, and it was not till after their return, and just as they were going to bed, that anything further was said about either the necklace or the visit. Miss Macnulty would not begin the subject, and Lizzie purposely postponed it. But not for a moment had it been off Lady Eustace's mind. She did not care much for music, though she professed to do so, and thought that she did. But on this night, had she at other times been a slave to St. Cecilia, she would have been free from that thraldom. The old woman's threats had gone into her very heart's blood. Theft and prison and juries and judges had been thrown at her head so violently that she was almost stunned. Could it really be the case that they would prosecute her for stealing? She was Lady Eustace, and who but Lady Eustace should have these diamonds, or be allowed to wear them? Nobody could say that Sir Florian had not given them to her. It could not, surely, be brought against her as an actual crime that she had not answered Mr. Camperdown's letters. And yet she was not sure. Her ideas about law and judicial proceedings were very vague. Of what was wrong and what was right she had a distinct notion. She knew very well that she was endeavoring to steal the Eustace diamonds, but she did not in the least know what power there might be in the law to prevent or to punish her for the intended theft. She knew well that the thing was not really her own, but there were, as she thought, so many points in her favor that she felt it to be a cruelty that any one should grudge her the plunder. Was not she the only Lady Eustace living? As to these threats from Mr. Camperdown and Lady Linlithgow, she felt certain they would be used against her, whether they were true or false. She would break her heart should she abandon her prey, and afterwards find that Mr. Camperdown would have been wholly powerless against her had she held on to it. But then who would tell her the truth? She was sharp enough to understand, or at any rate suspicious enough to believe, that Mr. Mopus would be actuated by no other desire in the matter than that of running up a bill against her. "My dear," she said to Miss Macnulty as they went upstairs after the opera, "come into my room a moment. You heard all that my aunt said." "I could not help but hearing." "You told me to stay there, and the door was ajar." "I wanted you to hear. Of course what she said was the greatest nonsense in the world." "I don't know." "When she talked about my being taken to prison for not answering a lawyer's letter, that must be nonsense." "I suppose that was." "And then she is such a ferocious old termagant, such an old vulturess. Now isn't she a ferocious old termagant?" Lizzie paused for an answer, desirous that her companion should join her in her enmity against her aunt. But Miss Macnulty was unwilling to say anything against one who had been her protectress, and might perhaps be her protectress again. "You don't mean to say you don't hate her?" said Lizzie. "If you didn't hate her after all she has done to you, I should despise you. Don't you hate her?" "I think she's a very upsetting old woman," said Miss Macnulty. "Oh, you poor creature! Is that all you dare to say about her?" "I'm obliged to be a poor creature," said Miss Macnulty, with a red spot on each of her cheeks. Lady Eustace understood this, and relented. "But you needn't be afraid," she said, "to tell me what you think." "About the diamonds, you mean?" "Yes, about the diamonds." "You have enough without them. I'd give 'em up for peace and quiet." That was Miss Macnulty's advice. "No, I haven't enough, or nearly enough. I've had to buy ever so many things since my husband died. They've done all they could to be hard to me. They made me pay for the very furniture at Portray." This wasn't true, but it was true that Lizzie had endeavoured to palm off on the Eustace estate bills for new things which she had ordered for her own country house. "I haven't near enough. I am in debt already. People talked as though I were the richest woman in the world, but when it comes to be spent, I ain't rich. Why should I give them up if they're my own?" "Not if they're your own. If I give you a present and then die, people can't come and take it away afterwards because I didn't put it into my will." "There'd be no making presents like that at all." This Lizzie said with an evident conviction in the strength of her argument. "But this necklace is so very valuable." "That can't make a difference. If a thing is a man's own, he can give it away. Not a house, or a farm, or a wood, or anything like that, but a thing that he can carry about with him. Of course he can give it away." "But perhaps Sir Florian didn't mean to give it for always," suggested Miss Macnulty. "But perhaps he did. He told me that they were mine, and I shall keep them. So that's the end of it. You can go to bed now." And Miss Macnulty went to bed. Lizzie, as she sat thinking of it, owned to herself that no help was to be expected in that quarter. She was not angry with Miss Macnulty, who was almost of necessity a poor creature, but she was convinced more strongly than ever that some friend was necessary to her who should not be a poor creature. Lord Fawn, though a peer, was a poor creature. Frank Greystock she believed to be as strong as a house. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Mr. Burke's Speeches. Lady Morris had been told by Lady Fawn that, in point of fact, that, being a governess, she ought to give over falling in love with Frank Greystock, and she had not liked it. Lady Fawn, no doubt, had used words less abrupt, had probably used but few words, and had expressed her meaning chiefly by little winks and shakings of her head and small gestures of her hands, and had ended by a kiss, in all of which she had intended to mingle mercy with justice, and had, in truth, been full of love. Nevertheless, Lucy had not liked it. No girl likes to be warned against falling in love, whether the warning be needed or not needed. In this case, Lucy knew very well that the caution was too late. It might be all very well for Lady Fawn to decide that her governess should not receive visits from a lover in her house, and then the governess might decide whether, in those circumstances, she would remain or go away. But Lady Fawn could have no right to tell her governess not to be in love. All this Lucy said to herself over and over again, and yet she knew that Lady Fawn had treated her well. The old woman had kissed her and purred over her and praised her, and had really loved her. As a matter of course, Lucy was not entitled to have a lover. Lucy knew that well enough. As she walked alone among the shrubs, she made arguments in defence of Lady Fawn as against herself. And yet at every other minute she would blaze up into a grand wrath, and picture to herself a scene in which she would tell Lady Fawn boldly that as her lover had been banished from Fawn Court, she, Lucy, would remain there no longer. There were but two objections to this course. The first was that Frank Greystock was not her lover, and the second, that on leaving Fawn Court she would not know whither to betake herself. It was understood by everybody that she was never to leave Fawn Court till an unexceptionable home should be found for her, either with the Hittaways or elsewhere. Lady Fawn would no more allow her to go away, depending for her future on the mere chance of some promiscuous engagement, than she would have turned one of her own daughters out of the house in the same forlorn condition. Lady Fawn was a tower of strength to Lucy. But then a tower of strength may at any moment become a dungeon. Frank Greystock was not her lover. Ah, there was the worst of it all. She had given her heart and had got nothing in return. She conned it all over in her own mind, striving to ascertain whether there was any real cause for shame to her in her own conduct. Had she been unmaidenly? Had she been too forward with her heart? Had it been extracted from her, as women's hearts are extracted, by efforts on the man's part? Or had she simply chucked it away from her to the first comer? Then she remembered certain scenes at the deanery, words that had been spoken, looks that had been turned upon her, a pressure of the hand late at night, a little whisper, a ribbon that had been begged, a flower that had been given, and once, then there came a burning blush upon her cheek, that there should have been so much, and yet so little that was of avail. She had no right to say to any one that the man was her lover. She had no right to assure herself that he was her lover. But she knew that some wrong was done her in that he was not her lover. Of the importance of her own self as a living thing, with a heart to suffer and a soul to endure, she thought enough. She believed in herself, thinking of herself that should it ever be her lot to be a man's wife, she would be to him a true, loving friend and companion, living in his joys and fighting, if it were necessary, down to the stumps of her nails in his interests. But of what she had to give over and above her heart and intellect she never thought at all. Of personal beauty she had very little appreciation even in others. The form and face of Lady Eustace, which indeed were very lovely, were distasteful to her, whereas she delighted to look upon the broad, plain, colourless countenance of Lydia Fawn, who was endeared to her by frank good humour and an unselfish disposition. In regard to man, she had never asked herself the question whether this man was handsome or that man ugly. Of Frank Greystock she knew that his face was full of quick intellect, and of Lord Fawn she knew that he bore no outward index of mind. One man she not only loved, but could not help loving. The other man, as regarded that sort of sympathy which marriage should recognize, must always have been worlds asunder from her. She knew that men demand that women shall possess beauty, and she certainly had never thought of herself as beautiful. But it did not occur to her that on that account she was doomed to fail. She was too strong-hearted for any such fear. She did not think much of these things, but felt herself to be so far endowed as to be fit to be the wife of such a man as Frank Greystock. She was a proud, stout, self-confident, but still modest little woman, too fond of truth to tell lies of herself, even to herself. She was possessed of a great power of sympathy, genial, very social, greatly given to the mirth of conversation, though in talking she would listen much and say but little. She was keenly alive to humor, and had at her command a great fund of laughter, which would illumine her whole face without producing a sound from her mouth. She knew herself to be too good to be a governess for life, and yet how could it be otherwise with her? Lady Linlithgow's visit to her niece had been made on a Thursday, and on that same evening Frank Greystock had asked his question in the House of Commons, or rather had made his speech about the Sawab of Mygob. We all know the meaning of such speeches. Had not Frank belonged to the party that was out, and had not the resistance to the Sawab's claim come from the party that was in, Frank would not probably have cared much about the prince. We may be sure that he would not have troubled himself to read a line of that very dull and long pamphlet of which he had to make himself master before he could venture to stir in the matter, had not the road of opposition been open to him in that direction. But what exertion will not a politician make with the view of getting the point of his lance within the joints of his enemy's harness? Frank made his speech, and made it very well. It was just the case for a lawyer, admitting that kind of advocacy which it is a lawyer's business to practice. The Indian minister of the day, Lord Fawn's chief, had determined, after much anxious consideration, that it was his duty to resist the claim, and then, for resisting it, he was attacked. Had he yielded to the claim, the attack would have been as venomous, and very probably would have come from the same quarter. No blame by such an assertion is cast upon the young conservative aspirant for party honours. It is thus the war is waged. Frank Greystock took up the Sawab's case, and would have drawn mingled tears and indignation from his hearers, had not his hearers all known the conditions of the contest. On neither side did the hearers care much for the Sawab's claims, but they felt that Greystock was making good his own claims to some future reward from his party. He was very hard upon the minister, and he was hard also upon Lord Fawn, stating that the cruelty of government ascendancy had never been put forward as a doctrine in plainer terms than those which had been used in another place in reference to the wrongs of this poor ill-used native chieftain. This was very grievous to Lord Fawn, who had personally desired to favour the ill-used chieftain, and harder again because he and Greystock were intimate with each other. He felt the thing keenly, and was full of his grievance when, in accordance with his custom, he came down to Fawn Court on the Saturday evening. The Fawn family, which consisted entirely of women, dined early. On Saturdays, when his lordship would come down, a dinner was prepared for him alone. On Sundays they all dined together at 3 o'clock. On Sunday evening Lord Fawn would return to town to prepare himself for his Monday's work. Perhaps also he disliked the sermon which Lady Fawn always read to the assembled household at 9 o'clock on Sunday evening. On this Saturday he came out into the grounds after dinner, where the oldest unmarried daughter, the present Miss Fawn, was walking with Lucy Morris. It was almost a summer evening, so much so that some of the party had been sitting on the garden benches, and 4 of the girls were still playing croquet on the lawn, though there was hardly light enough to see the balls. Miss Fawn had already told Lucy that her brother was very angry with Mr. Greystock. Now Lucy's sympathies were all with Frank and the Sawab. She had endeavored, indeed, and had partially succeeded in perverting the Under Secretary, nor did she now intend to change her opinions, although all the Fawn girls and Lady Fawn were against her. When a brother or a son is an Under Secretary of State, sisters and mothers will constantly be on the side of the government, so far as that Under Secretary's office is concerned. "Upon my word, Frederick," said Augusta Fawn, "I do think Mr. Greystock was too bad." "There's nothing these fellows won't say or do," exclaimed Lord Fawn. "I can't understand it myself. When I've been in opposition I never did that kind of thing." "I wonder whether it was because he is angry with mamma," said Miss Fawn. Everybody who knew the Fawns knew that Augusta Fawn was not clever, and that she would occasionally say the very thing that ought not to be said. "Oh, dear, no," said the Under Secretary, who could not endure the idea that the weak womenkind of his family should have, in any way, an influence on the august doings of Parliament. "You know mamma did." "Nothing of that kind at all," said his lordship, putting down his sister with great authority. "Mr. Greystock is simply not an honest politician. That is about the whole of it. He chose to attack me because there was an opportunity. There isn't a man in either house who cares for such things personally less than I do. Had his lordship said more than he did, he might perhaps have been correct, but I can't bear the feeling. The fact is, a lawyer never understands what is and what is not fair fighting." Lucy felt her face tingling with heat, and was preparing to say a word in defence of that special lawyer, when Lady Fawn's voice was heard from the drawing-room window. "Come in, girls. It's 9 o'clock." In that house Lady Fawn reigned supreme, and no one ever doubted for a moment as to obedience. The clicking of the balls ceased, and those who were walking immediately turned their faces to the drawing-room window. But Lord Fawn, who was not one of the girls, took another turn by himself, thinking of the wrongs he had endured. "Frederick is so angry about Mr. Greystock," said Augusta, as soon as they were seated. "I do feel that it was provoking," said the second sister. "And considering that Mr. Greystock has so often been here, I don't think it was kind," said the third. Lydia did not speak, but could not refrain from glancing her eyes at Lucy's face. "I believe everything is considered fair in Parliament," said Lady Fawn. Then Lord Fawn, who had heard the last words, entered through the window. "I don't know about that, mother," said he. "Gentlemanlike conduct is the same everywhere. There are things that may be said, and there are things which may not. Mr. Greystock has altogether gone beyond the usual limits, and I shall take care that he knows my opinion." "You are not going to quarrel with the man?" asked the mother. "I am not going to fight him, if you mean that, but I shall let him know that I think that he has transgressed." This his lordship said with that haughty superiority which a man may generally display with safety among the women of his own family. Lucy had borne a great deal, knowing well that it was better that she should bear such injury in silence. But there was a point beyond which she could not endure it. It was intolerable to her that Mr. Greystock's character as a gentleman should be impugned before all the ladies of the family, every one of whom did, in fact, know her liking for the man. And then it seemed to her that she could rush into the battle, giving a side blow at his lordship on behalf of his absent antagonist, but appearing to fight for the Sawab. There had been a time when the poor Sawab was in favour at Fawn Court. I think Mr. Greystock was right to say all he could for the prince. If he took up the cause, he was bound to make the best of it." She spoke with energy and with a heightened colour, and Lady Fawn, hearing her, shook her head at her. "Did you read Mr. Greystock's speech, Miss Morris?" asked Lord Fawn. "Every word of it in the Times. And you understood his allusion to what I have been called upon to say in the House of Lords on behalf of the Government?" "I suppose I did. It did not seem to be difficult to understand." "I do think Mr. Greystock should have abstained from attacking Frederick," said Augusta. "It was not quite the thing that we are accustomed to," said Lord Fawn. "Of course I don't know about that," said Lucy. "I think the prince is being used very ill, that he is being deprived of his own property, that he is kept out of his rights just because he is weak, and I am very glad that there is some one to speak up for him." "My dear Lucy," said Lady Fawn, "if you discuss politics with Lord Fawn, you'll get the worst of it." "I don't at all object to Miss Morris's views about the Sawab," said the Under Secretary generously. "There is a great deal to be said on both sides. I know of old that Miss Morris is a great friend of the Sawab." "You used to be his friend too," said Lucy. "I felt for him, and do feel for him. All that is very well. I ask no one to agree with me on the question itself. I only say that Mr. Greystock's mode of treating it was unbecoming." "I think it was the very best speech I ever read in my life," said Lucy, with headlong energy and heightened colour. "Then, Miss Morris, you and I have very different opinions about speeches," said Lord Fawn with severity. "You have probably never read Burke's speeches." "And I don't want to read them," said Lucy. "That is another question," said Lord Fawn, and his tone and manner were very severe indeed. "We are talking about speeches in Parliament," said Lucy. Poor Lucy! She knew quite as well as did Lord Fawn that Burke had been a House of Commons orator, but in her impatience, and from absence of the habit of argument, she omitted to explain that she was talking about the speeches of the day. Lord Fawn held up his hands and put his head a little on one side. "My dear Lucy," said Lady Fawn, "you are showing your ignorance. Where do you suppose that Mr. Burke's speeches were made?" "Of course I know they were made in Parliament," said Lucy, almost in tears. "If Miss Morris means that Burke's greatest efforts were not made in Parliament, that his speech to the electors of Bristol, for instance, and his opening address on the trial of Warren Hastings were, upon the whole, superior to—" "I didn't mean anything at all," said Lucy. "Lord Fawn is trying to help you, my dear," said Lady Fawn. "I don't want to be helped," said Lucy. "I only mean that I thought Mr. Greystock's speech as good as it could possibly be. There wasn't a word in it that didn't seem to me to be just what it ought to be. I do think that they are ill-treating that poor Indian prince, and I am very glad that somebody has had the courage to get up and say so." No doubt it would have been better that Lucy should have held her tongue. Had she simply been upholding against an opponent a political speaker whose speech she had read with pleasure, she might have held her own in the argument against the whole Fawn family. She was a favourite with them all, and even the Under Secretary would not have been hard upon her. But there had been more than this for poor Lucy to do. Her heart was so truly concerned in the matter that she could not refrain herself from resenting an attack on the man she loved. She had allowed herself to be carried into superlatives, and had almost been uncourteous to Lord Fawn. "My dear," said Lady Fawn, "we won't say anything more upon the subject." Lord Fawn took up a book, Lady Fawn busied herself in her knitting. Lydia assumed a look of unhappiness, as though something very sad had occurred. Augusta addressed a question to her brother in a tone which plainly indicated a feeling on her part that her brother had been ill-used and was entitled to special consideration. Lucy sat silent and still, and then left the room with a hurried step. Lydia at once rose to follow her, but was stopped by her mother. "You had better leave her alone just at present, my dear," said Lady Fawn. "I did not know that Miss Morris was so particularly interested in Mr. Greystock," said Lord Fawn. "She has known him since she was a child," said his mother. About an hour afterwards Lady Fawn went upstairs, and found Lucy sitting all alone in the still so-called schoolroom. She had no candle, and had made no pretence to do anything since she had left the room downstairs. In the interval family prayers had been read, and Lucy's absence was unusual and contrary to rule. "Lucy, my dear, why are you sitting here?" said Lady Fawn. "Because I am unhappy." "What makes you unhappy, Lucy?" "I don't know. I would rather you didn't ask me. I suppose I behaved badly downstairs." "My son would forgive you in a moment, if you asked him." "No, certainly not. I can beg your pardon, Lady Fawn, but not his. Of course I had no right to talk about speeches and politics and this prince in your drawing-room." "Lucy, you astonish me." "But it is so. Dear Lady Fawn, don't look like that. I know how good you are to me. I know you let me do things which other governesses mayn't do, and say things, but still I am a governess, and I know I misbehaved to you." Then Lucy burst into tears. Lady Fawn, in whose bosom there was no stony corner or morsel of hard iron, was softened at once. "My dear, you are more like another daughter to me than anything else." "Dear Lady Fawn!" "But it makes me unhappy when I see your mind engaged about Mr. Greystock." "There is the truth, Lucy. You should not think of Mr. Greystock. Mr. Greystock is a man who has his way to make in the world, and could not marry you, even if, under other circumstances, he would wish to do so. You know how frank I am with you, giving you credit for honest, sound, good sense. To me, and to my girls, who know you as a lady, you are as dear a friend as though you were anything you may please to think. Lucy Morris is to us our own dear, dear little friend Lucy. But Mr. Greystock, who is a member of Parliament, could not marry a governess." "But I love him so dearly," said Lucy, getting up from her chair, "that his slightest word is to me more than all the words of all the world beside. It is no use, Lady Fawn. I do love him, and I don't mean to try to give it up." Lady Fawn stood silent for a moment, and then suggested that it would be better for them both to go to bed. During that minute she had been unable to decide what she had better say or do in the present emergency. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The Conquering Hero Comes. The reader will perhaps remember that when Lizzie Eustace was told that her aunt was downstairs, Frank Greystock was with her, and that he promised to return on the following day to hear the result of the interview. Had Lady Linlithgow not come at that very moment, Frank would probably have asked his rich cousin to be his wife. She had told him that she was solitary and unhappy, and after that what else could he have done but ask her to be his wife? The old Countess, however, arrived and interrupted him. He went away abruptly, promising to come on the morrow. But on the morrow he never came. It was a Friday, and Lizzie remained at home for him the whole morning. When 4 o'clock was past, she knew that he would be at the house, but still she did not stir, and she contrived that Miss Macnulty should be absent the entire day. Miss Macnulty was even made to go to the play by herself in the evening. But her absence was of no service. Frank Greystock came not, and at 11 at night Lizzie swore to herself that should he ever come again, he should come in vain. Nevertheless, through the whole of Saturday she expected him with more or less of confidence, and on the Sunday morning she was still well inclined towards him. It might be that he would come on that day. She would understand that a man with his hands so full of business, as were those of her cousin Frank, should find himself unable to keep an appointment, nor would there be fair ground for permanent anger with such a one, even should he forget an appointment. But surely he would come on this Sunday. She had been quite sure that the offer was about to be made, when that odious old harridan had come in and disturbed everything. Indeed, the offer had been all but made. She had felt the premonitory flutter, had asked herself the important question, and had answered it. She had told herself that the thing would do. Frank was not the exact hero that her fancy had painted, but he was sufficiently heroic. Everybody said that he would work his way up to the top of the tree and become a rich man. At any rate, she had resolved. And then Lady Linlithgow had come in. Surely he would come on the Sunday. He did not come on the Sunday, but Lord Fawn did come. Immediately after morning church, Lord Fawn declared his intention of returning at once from Fawn Court to town. He was very silent at breakfast, and his sisters surmised that he was still angry with poor Lucy. Lucy, too, was unlike herself, was silent, sad, and oppressed. Lady Fawn was serious and almost solemn, so that there was little even of holy mirth at Fawn Court on that Sunday morning. The whole family, however, went to church, and immediately on their return Lord Fawn expressed his intention of returning to town. All the sisters felt that an injury had been done to them by Lucy. It was only on Sundays that their dinner table was graced by the male member of the family, and now he was driven away. "I am sorry that you are going to desert us, Frederick," said Lady Fawn. Lord Fawn muttered something as to absolute necessity, and went. The afternoon was very dreary at Fawn Court. Nothing was said on the subject, but there was still the feeling that Lucy had offended. At 4 o'clock on that Sunday afternoon, Lord Fawn was closeted with Lady Eustace. The closeting consisted simply in the fact that Miss Macnulty was not present. Lizzie fully appreciated the pleasure and utility and general convenience of having a companion, but she had no scruple whatever in obtaining absolute freedom for herself when she desired it. "My dear," she would say, "the best friends in the world shouldn't always be together, should they? Wouldn't you like to go to the horticultural?" Then Miss Macnulty would go to the horticultural, or else up into her own bedroom. When Lizzie was beginning to wax wrathful again because Frank Greystock did not come, Lord Fawn made his appearance. "How kind this is," said Lizzie. "I thought you were always at Richmond on Sundays." "I have just come up from my mother's," said Lord Fawn, twiddling his hat. Then Lizzie, with a great eagerness, asked after Lady Fawn and the girls and her dear little friend Lucy Morris. Lizzie could be very prettily eager when she pleased. She leaned forward her face as she asked her questions, and threw back her loose, lustrous lock of hair, with her long, lithe fingers covered with diamonds. The diamonds, these, which Sir Florian had really given her, or which she had procured from Mr. Benjamin in the clever manner described in the opening chapter. "They are all quite well, thank you," said Lord Fawn. "I believe Miss Morris is quite well, though she was a little out of sorts last night." "She is not ill, I hope," said Lizzie, bringing the lustrous lock forward again. "In her temper, I mean," said Lord Fawn. "Indeed! I hope Miss Lucy is not forgetting herself. That would be very sad, after the great kindness she has received." Lord Fawn said that it would be very sad, and then put his hat down upon the floor. It came upon Lizzie at that moment, as by a flash of lightning, by an electric message delivered to her intellect by that movement of the hat, that she might be sure of Lord Fawn if she chose to take him. On Friday she might have been sure of Frank, only that Lady Linlithgow came in the way. But now she did not feel at all sure of Frank. Lord Fawn was at any rate a peer. She had heard that he was a poor peer, but a peer, she thought, can't be altogether poor. And though he was a stupid owl, she did not hesitate to acknowledge to herself that he was as stupid as an owl. He had a position. He was one of the government, and his wife would, no doubt, be able to go anywhere. It was becoming essential to her that she should marry. Even though her husband should give up the diamonds, she would not in such case incur the disgrace of surrendering them herself. She would have kept them till she had ceased to be a Eustace. Frank had certainly meant it on that Thursday afternoon, but surely he would have been in Mount Street before this if he had not changed his mind. We all know that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. "I have been at Fawn Court once or twice," said Lizzie, with her sweetest grace, "and I always think it a model of real family happiness." "I hope you may be there very often," said Lord Fawn. "Ah, I have no right to intrude myself often on your mother, Lord Fawn." There could hardly be a better opening than this for him had he chosen to accept it. But it was not thus that he had arranged it, for he had made his arrangements. "There would be no feeling of that kind, I am sure," he said. And then he was silent. How was he to deploy himself on the ground before him, so as to make the strategy which he had prepared answer the occasion of the day? "Lady Eustace," he said, "I don't know what your views of life may be. I have a child, you know, to bring up." "Ah, yes, that gives a great interest, of course." "He will inherit a very large fortune, Lord Fawn, too large, I fear, to be of service to a youth of 21, and I must endeavour to fit him for the possession of it. That is, and always must be, the chief object of my existence." Then she felt that she had said too much. He was just the man who would be fool enough to believe her. Not but what it is hard to do it. A mother can of course devote herself to her child, but when a portion of the devotion must be given to the preservation of material interests, there is less of tenderness in it. Don't you think so? "No doubt," said Lord Fawn, "no doubt." But he had not followed her, and was still thinking of his own strategy. "It's a comfort, of course, to know that one's child is provided for." "Oh, yes, but they tell me the poor little dear will have 40,000 a year when he's of age, and when I look at him in his little bed, and press him in my arms, and think of all that money, I almost wish that his father had been a poor plain gentleman." Then the handkerchief was put to her eyes, and Lord Fawn had a moment in which to collect himself. "Ah, I myself am a poor man, for my rank, I mean." "A man with your position, Lord Fawn, and your talents and genius for business, can never be poor." "My father's property was all Irish, you know." "Was it indeed? And he was an Irish peer, till Lord Melbourne gave him an English peerage." "An Irish peer, was he?" Lizzie understood nothing of this, but presumed that an Irish peer was a peer who had not sufficient money to live upon. Lord Fawn, however, was endeavouring to describe his own history in as few words as possible. He was then made Lord Fawn of Richmond, in the peerage of the United Kingdom. Fawn Court, you know, belonged to my mother's father before my mother's marriage. The property in Ireland is still mine, but there's no place on it." "Indeed." "There was a house, but my father allowed it to tumble down. It's in Tipperary, not at all a desirable country to live in." "Oh dear, no. Don't they murder the people?" "It's about 5,000 a year, and out of that my mother has half for her life." "What an excellent family arrangement," said Lizzie. There was so long a pause made between each statement that she was forced to make some reply. "You see, for a peer the fortune is very small indeed." "But then you have a salary, don't you?" "At present I have, but no one can tell how long that may last." "I'm sure it's for everybody's good that it should go on for ever so many years," said Lizzie. "Thank you," said Lord Fawn. "I'm afraid, however, there are a great many people who don't think so. Your cousin Greystock would do anything on earth to turn us out." "Luckily my cousin Frank has not much power," said Lizzie. And in saying it she threw into her tone and into her countenance a certain amount of contempt for Frank as a man and as a politician, which was pleasant to Lord Fawn. "Now," said he, "I have told you everything about myself which I was bound, as a man of honour, to tell you before in short, you know what I mean." "Oh, Lord Fawn!" "I have told you everything. I owe no money, but I could not afford to marry a wife without an income. I admire you more than any woman I ever saw. I love you with all my heart." He was now standing upright before her, with the fingers of his right hand touching his left breast, and there was something almost of dignity in his gesture and demeanour. "It may be that you are determined never to marry again. I can only say that if you will trust yourself to me, yourself and your child, I will do my duty truly by you both, and will make your happiness the chief object of my existence." When she had listened to him thus far, of course she must accept him, but he was by no means aware of that. She sat silent, with her hands folded on her breast, looking down upon the ground, but he did not as yet attempt to seat himself by her. "Lady Eustace," he continued, "may I venture to entertain a hope?" "May I not have an hour to think of it?" said Lizzie, just venturing to turn a glance of her eye upon his face. "Oh, certainly. I will call again whenever you may bid me." Now she was silent for 2 or 3 minutes, during which he still stood over her, but he had dropped his hand from his breast, and had stooped, and picked up his hat ready for his departure. Was he to come again on Monday, or Tuesday, or Wednesday? Let her tell him that, and he would go. He doubtless reflected that Wednesday would suit him best, because there would be no house. But Lizzie was too magnanimous for this. "Lord Fawn," she said, rising, "you have paid me the greatest compliment that a man can pay a woman. Coming from you, it is doubly precious, first, because of your character, and secondly, why secondly? Secondly, because I can love you. This was said in her lowest whisper, and then she moved towards him gently, and almost laid her head upon his breast. Of course, he put his arm round her waist, but it was first necessary that he should once more disembarrass himself of his hat, and then her head was upon his breast. "Dearest Lizzie," he said. "Dearest Frederick," she murmured. "I shall write to my mother to-night," he said. "Do, dear Frederick, and she will come to you at once, I am sure. I will receive her and love her as a mother," said Lizzie, with all her energy. Then he kissed her again, her forehead and her lips, and took his leave, promising to be with her at any rate on Wednesday. Lady Fawn, she said to herself. The name did not sound so well as that of Lady Eustace, but it is much to be a wife, and more to be a peeress. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Showing what the Miss Fawns said and what Miss Hittaway thought. In the way of duty, Lord Fawn was a Hercules, not indeed climbing trees in the Hesperides, but achieving enterprises which to other men, if not impossible, would have been so unpalatable as to have been put aside as impracticable. On the Monday morning, after he was accepted by Lady Eustace, he was with his mother at Fawn Court before he went down to the India Office. He had at least been very honest in the description he had given of his own circumstances to the lady whom he intended to marry. He had told her the exact truth, and though she, with all her cleverness, had not been able to realize the facts when related to her so suddenly, still enough had been said to make it quite clear that, when details of business should hereafter be discussed in a less hurried manner, he would be able to say that he had explained all his circumstances before he had made his offer, and he had been careful, too, as to her affairs. He had ascertained that her late husband had certainly settled upon her for life an estate worth £4,000 a year. He knew also that £8,000 had been left her, but of that he took no account. It might be probable that she had spent it. If any of it were left, it would be a godsend. Lord Fawn thought a great deal about money. Being a poor man, filling a place fit only for rich men, he had been driven to think of money, and had become self-denying and parsimonious, perhaps we may say hungry and closed-fisted. Such a condition of character is the natural consequence of such a position. There is probably no man who becomes naturally so hard in regard to money as he who is bound to live among rich men, who is not rich himself, and who is yet honest. The weight of the work of life in these circumstances is so crushing, requires such continued thought, and makes itself so continually felt, that the mind of the sufferer is never free from the contamination of sixpences. Of such a one it is not fair to judge as of other men with similar incomes. Lord Fawn had declared to his future bride that he had half £5,000 a year to spend, or the half, rather, of such actual income as might be got in from an estate presumed to give £5,000 a year, and it may be said that an unmarried gentleman ought not to be poor with such an income, But Lord Fawn unfortunately was a lord, unfortunately was a landlord, unfortunately was an Irish landlord. Let him be as careful as he might with his sixpences, his pounds would fly from him, or, as might, perhaps, be better said, could not be made to fly to him. He was very careful with his sixpences, and was always thinking, not exactly how he might make two ends meet, but how to reconcile the strictest personal economy with the proper bearing of an English nobleman. Such a man almost naturally looks to marriage as an assistance in the dreary fight. It soon becomes clear to him that he cannot marry without money, and he learns to think that heiresses have been invented exactly to suit his case. He is conscious of having been subjected to hardship by fortune, and regards female wealth as his legitimate mode of escape from it. He has got himself, his position, and perhaps his title to dispose of, and they are surely worth so much per annum. As for giving anything away, that is out of the question. He has not been so placed as to be able to give. But being an honest man, he will, if possible, make a fair bargain. Lord Fawn was certainly an honest man, and he had been endeavouring for the last 6 or 7 years to make a fair bargain. But then it is so hard to decide what is fair. Who is to tell a Lord Fawn how much per annum he ought to regard himself as worth? He had, on 1 or 2 occasions, asked a high price, but no previous bargain had been made. No doubt he had come down a little in his demand in suggesting a matrimonial arrangement to a widow with a child, and with only 4,000 a year. Whether or no that income was hers in perpetuity, or only for life, he had not positively known when he made his offer. The will made by Sir Florian Eustace did not refer to the property at all. In the natural course of things, a widow would only have a life interest in the income. Why should Sir Florian make away, in perpetuity, with his family property? Nevertheless, there had been a rumour abroad that Sir Florian had been very generous, that the Scotch estate was to go to a second son in the event of there being a second son, but that otherwise it was to be at the widow's own disposal. No doubt, had Lord Fawn been persistent, he might have found out the exact truth. He had, however, calculated that he could afford to accept even the life income. If more should come of it, so much the better for him. He might, at any rate, so arrange the family matters that his heir, should he have one, should not at his death be called upon to pay something more than half the proceeds of the family property to his mother, as was now done by himself. Lord Fawn breakfasted at Fawn Court on the Monday, and his mother sat at the table with him, pouring out his tea. "Oh, Frederick," she said, "it is so important." "Just so, very important indeed. I should like you to call and see her either to-day or to-morrow." "That's of course. And you had better get her down here." "I don't know that she'll come. Ought I to ask the little boy?" "Certainly," said Lord Fawn, as he put a spoonful of egg into his mouth. "Certainly." "And Miss Macnulty?" "No, I don't see that at all. I'm not going to marry Miss Macnulty. The child, of course, must be one of us." "And what is the income, Frederick?" 4,000 a year. Something more nominally, but 4,000 to spend. Are you sure about that?" "Quite sure." "And for ever?" "I believe so. Of that I am not sure. It makes a great difference, Frederick." "A very great difference indeed. I think it is her own. But at any rate, she is much younger than I am, and there need be no settlement out of my property. That is the great thing. Don't you think she's nice?" She is very lovely and clever, certainly very clever. I hope she is not self-willed, Frederick. If she is, we must try and balance it, said Lord Fawn, with a little smile. But in truth he had thought nothing about any such quality as that to which his mother now referred. The lady had an income. That was the first and most indispensable consideration. She was fairly well born, was a lady, and was beautiful. In doing Lord Fawn justice, we must allow that, in all his attempted matrimonial speculations, some amount of feminine loveliness had been combined with feminine wealth. He had for 2 years been a suitor of Violet Effingham, who was the acknowledged beauty of the day, of Violet Effingham, who, at the present time, was the wife of Lord Chiltern, and he had offered himself thrice to Madame Max Goesler, who was reputed to be as rich as she was beautiful. In either case, the fortune would have been greater than that which he would now win, and the money would certainly have been for ever. But in these attempts he had failed, and Lord Fawn was not a man to think himself ill-used because he did not get the first good thing for which he asked. "I suppose I may tell the girls," said Lady Fawn. "Yes, when I am gone. I must be off now, only I could not bear not to come and see you. It was so like you, Frederick. And you'll go to-day?" "Yes, if you wish it, certainly." "Go up in the carriage, you know, and take one of the girls with you. I would not take more than one. Augusta will be the best. You'll see Clara, I suppose." Clara was the married sister, Mrs. Hittaway. "If you wish it." "She had better call too, say on Thursday. It's quite as well that it should be known. I shan't choose to have more delay than can be avoided. Well, I believe that's all. I'll hope she'll be a good wife to you, Frederick." "I don't see why she shouldn't. Good-bye, mother. Tell the girls I will see them next Saturday." He didn't see why this woman he was about to marry should not be a good wife to him, and yet he knew nothing about her, and had not taken the slightest trouble to make inquiry. That she was pretty he could see, that she was clever he could understand, that she lived in Mount Street was a fact, her parentage was known to him, that she was the undoubted mistress of a large income was beyond dispute. But for aught he knew, she might be afflicted by every vice to which a woman can be subject. In truth, she was afflicted by so many that the addition of all the others could hardly have made her worse than she was. She had never sacrificed her beauty to a lover. She had never sacrificed anything to anybody, nor did she drink. It would be difficult, perhaps, to say anything else in her favour, and yet Lord Fawn was quite content to marry her, not having seen any reason why she should not make a good wife. Nor had Sir Florian seen any reason, but she had broken Sir Florian's heart. When the girls heard the news, they were half frightened and half delighted. Lady Fawn and her daughters lived very much out of the world. They also were poor rich people, if such a term may be used, and did not go much into society. There was a butler kept at Fawn Court, and a boy in buttons, and 2 gardeners, and a man to look after the cows, and a carriage and horses, and a fat coachman. There was a cook, and a scullery maid, and 2 ladies' maids, who had to make the dresses, and 2 housemaids, and a dairymaid. There was a large old brick house to be kept in order, and handsome grounds with old trees. There was, as we know, a governess, and there were 7 unmarried daughters. With such encumbrances, and an income altogether not exceeding £3,000 per annum, Lady Fawn could not be rich. And yet who would say that an old lady and her daughters would be poor with £3,000 a year to spend? It may be taken almost as a rule by the unennobled ones of this country that the sudden possession of a title would at once raise the price of every article consumed 20 per cent. Mutton that before cost 9d. would cost 10d. a pound, and the mouths to be fed would demand more meat. The chest of tea would run out quicker. The labourer's work, which for the farmer is 10 hours a day, for the squire 9, is for the peer only 8. Miss Jones, when she becomes Lady de John, does not pay less than 3d. apiece for each my lady with which her ear is tickled. Even the baronet, when he becomes a lord, has to curtail his purchases because of increased price, unless he be very wide awake to the affairs of the world. O Lady Fawn, who would not on any account have owed a shilling which she could not pay, and who, in the midst of her economies, was not close-fisted, knew very well what she could do and what she could not. The old family carriage and the 2 ladies' maids were there as necessities of life, but London society was not within her reach. It was, therefore, the case that they had not heard very much about Lizzie Eustace, but they had heard something. "I hope she won't be too fond of going out," said Amelia, the second girl. "Or extravagant," said Georgina, the third. "There was some story of her being terribly in debt when she married Sir Florian Eustace," said Diana, the fourth. "Frederick will be sure to see to that," said Augusta, the eldest. "She is very beautiful," said Lydia, the fifth. "And clever," said Cecilia, the sixth. "Beauty and cleverness won't make a good wife," said Amelia, who was the wise one of the family. "Frederick will be sure to see that she doesn't go wrong," said Augusta, who was not wise. Then Lucy Morris entered the room with Nina, the cadet of the family. "Oh, Nina, what do you think?" said Lydia. "My dear," said Lady Fawn, putting up her hand and stopping further indiscreet speech. "Oh, mamma, what is it?" asked the cadet. "Surely Lucy may be told," said Lydia. "Well, yes, Lucy may be told certainly. There can be no reason why Lucy should not know all that concerns our family, and the more so as she has been for many years intimate with the lady. My dear, my son is going to be married to Lady Eustace." "Lord Fawn going to marry Lizzie," said Lucy Morris, in a tone which certainly did not express unmingled satisfaction. "Unless you forbid the bonds," said Diana. "Is there any reason why he should not?" said Lady Fawn. "Oh, no, only it seems so odd. I didn't know that they knew each other, not well, that is, and then—" "Then what, my dear?" "It seems odd, that's all. It's all very nice, I dare say, and I'm sure I hope they will be happy." Lady Fawn, however, was displeased, and did not speak to Lucy again before she started with Augusta on the journey to London. The carriage first stopped at the door of the married daughter in Warwick Square. Now Mrs. Hittaway, whose husband was chairman of the Board of Civil Appeals, and who was very well known at all boards and among official men generally, heard much more about things that were going on than did her mother, and having been emancipated from maternal control for the last 10 or 12 years, she could express herself before her mother with more confidence than would have become the other girls. "Mamma," she said, "you don't mean it." "I do mean it, Clara. Why should I not mean it?" "She is the greatest vixen in all London." "Oh, Clara!" said Augusta. "And such a liar," said Mrs. Hittaway. There came a look of pain across Lady Fawn's face, for Lady Fawn believed in her eldest daughter, but yet she intended to fight her ground on a matter so important to her as was this. "There is no word in the English language," she said, which conveys to me so little of defined meaning as that word vixen. If you can, tell me what you mean, Clara." "Stop it, mamma." "But why should I stop it, even if I could? You don't know her, mamma. She has visited at Fawn Court more than once. She is a friend of Lucy's." "If she is a friend of Lucy Morris, mamma, Lucy Morris shall never come here." "But what has she done? I have never heard that she has behaved improperly. What does it all mean? She goes out everywhere. I don't think she has had any lovers. Frederick would be the last man in the world to throw himself away upon an ill-conditioned young woman. Frederick can see just as far as some other men, and not a bit farther. Of course she has an income for her life." "I believe it is her own altogether, Clara." "She says so, I don't doubt. I believe she is the greatest liar about London. You find out about her jewels before she married poor Sir Florian, and how much he had to pay for her. Or rather, I'll find out. If you want to know, mamma, you just ask her own aunt, Lady Linlithgow." "We all know, my dear, that Lady Linlithgow quarrelled with her." "It's my belief that she is over head and ears in debt again. But I'll learn, and when I have found out, I shall not scruple to tell Frederick. Orlando will find out all about it." Orlando was the Christian name of Mrs. Hittaway's husband. Mr. Camperdown, I have no doubt, knows all the ins and outs of her story. The long and the short of it is this, mamma, that I've heard quite enough about Lady Eustace to feel certain that Frederick would live to repent it. "But what can we do?" said Lady Fawn. "Break it off," said Mrs. Hittaway. Her daughter's violence of speech had a most depressing effect upon poor Lady Fawn. As has been said, she did believe in Mrs. Hittaway. She knew that Mrs. Hittaway was conversant with the things of the world, and heard tidings daily which never found their way down to Fawn Court. And yet her son went about quite as much as did her daughter. If Lady Eustace was such a reprobate as was now represented, why had not Lord Fawn heard the truth? And then she had already given in her own adhesion, and had promised to call. "Do you mean that you won't go to her?" said Lady Fawn. "As Lady Eustace, certainly not. If Frederick does marry her, of course I must know her. That's a different thing. One has to make the best one can of a bad bargain. I don't doubt they'd be separated before 2 years were over." "Oh dear, how dreadful!" exclaimed Augusta. Lady Fawn, after much consideration, was of opinion that she must carry out her intention of calling upon her son's intended bride, in spite of all the evil things that had been said. Lord Fawn had undertaken to send a message to Mount Street, informing the lady of the honour intended for her, and in truth Lady Fawn was somewhat curious now to see the household of the woman who might perhaps do her the irreparable injury of ruining the happiness of her only son. Perhaps she might learn something by looking at the woman in her own drawing-room. At any rate, she would go. But Mrs. Hittaway's words had the effect of inducing her to leave Augusta where she was. If there were contamination, why should Augusta be contaminated? Poor Augusta! She had looked forward to the delight of embracing her future sister-in-law, and would not have enjoyed it the less, perhaps, because she had been told that the lady was false, profligate, and a vixen. As, however, her position was that of a girl, she was bound to be obedient, though over 30 years old, and she obeyed. Lizzie was of course at home, and Miss Macnulty was of course visiting the horticultural gardens or otherwise engaged. On such an occasion Lizzie would certainly be alone. She had taken great pains with her dress, studying not so much her own appearance as the character of her visitor. She was very anxious, at any rate for the present, to win golden opinions from Lady Fawn. She was dressed richly, but very simply. Everything about her room betokened wealth. She had put away the French novels, and had placed a Bible on a little table, not quite hidden, behind her own seat. The long lustrous lock was tucked up, but the diamonds were still upon her fingers. She fully intended to make a conquest of her future mother-in-law and sister-in-law, for the note which had come to her from the India Office had told her that Augusta would accompany Lady Fawn. "Augusta is my favorite sister," said the enamoured lover, "and I hope that you two will always be friends." Lizzie, when she had read this, had declared to herself that of all the female oafs she had ever seen, Augusta Fawn was the greatest oaf. When she found that Lady Fawn was alone, she did not betray herself, or ask for the beloved friend of the future. "Dear, dear Lady Fawn," she said, throwing herself into the arms and nestling herself against the bosom of the old lady, "this makes my happiness perfect." Then she retreated a little, still holding the hand she had grasped between her own, and looking up into the face of her future mother-in-law. "When he asked me to be his wife, the first thing I thought of was whether you would come to me at once." Her voice as she thus spoke was perfect. Her manner was almost perfect. Perhaps there was a little too much of gesture, too much gliding motion, too violent an appeal with the eyes, too close a pressure of the hand. No suspicion, however, of all this would have touched Lady Fawn had she come to Mount Street without calling in Warwick Square on the way. But those horrible words of her daughter were ringing in her ears, and she did not know how to conduct herself. "Of course I came as soon as he told me," she said. "And you will be a mother to me?" demanded Lizzie. Poor Lady Fawn! There was enough of maternity about her to have enabled her to undertake the duty for a dozen sons' wives, if the wives were women with whom she could feel sympathy. And she could feel sympathy very easily, and was a woman not at all prone to inquire too curiously as to the merits of a son's wife. But what was she to do after the caution she had received from Mrs. Hittaway? How was she to promise maternal tenderness to a vixen and a liar? By nature she was not a deceitful woman. "My dear," she said, "I hope you will make him a good wife." It was not very encouraging, but Lizzie made the best of it. It was her desire to cheat Lady Fawn into a good opinion, and she was not disappointed when no good opinion was expressed at once. It is seldom that a bad person expects to be accounted good. It is the general desire of such a one to conquer the existing evil impression, but it is generally presumed that the evil impression is there. "Oh, Lady Fawn," she said, "I will so strive to make him happy. What is it that he likes? What would he wish me to do and to be? You know his noble nature, and I must look to you for guidance." Lady Fawn was embarrassed. She had now seated herself on the sofa, and Lizzie was close to her, almost enveloped within her mantle. "My dear," said Lady Fawn, "if you will endeavour to do your duty by him, I am sure he will do his by you." "I know it. I am sure of it. And I will. You will let me love you and call you mother?" A peculiar perfume came up from Lizzie's hair, which Lady Fawn did not like. Her own girls, perhaps, were not given to the use of much perfumery. She shifted her seat a little, and Lizzie was compelled to sit upright and without support. Hitherto Lady Fawn had said very little, and Lizzie's part was one difficult to play.
She had heard of that sermon read every Sunday evening at Fawn Court, and she believed that Lady Fawn was peculiarly religious. "There," she said, stretching out her hand backwards, and clasping the book which lay upon the small table. "There, that shall be my guide. That will teach me how to do my duty by my noble husband." Lady Fawn, in some surprise, took the book from Lizzie's hand, and found that it was the Bible. "You certainly can't do better, my dear, than read your Bible," said Lady Fawn. But there was more of censure than of eulogy in the tone of her voice. She put the Bible down very quietly, and asked Lady Eustace when it would suit her to come down to Fawn Court. Lady Fawn had promised her son to give the invitation, and could not now, she thought, avoid giving it. "Oh, I should like it so much," said Lizzie. "Whenever it will suit you, I will be there at a minute's notice." It was then arranged that she should be at Fawn Court on that day week, and stay for a fortnight. "Of all things, that which I most desire now," said Lizzie, "is to know you and the dear girls, and to be loved by you all." Lady Eustace, as soon as she was alone in the room, stood in the middle of it scowling, for she could scowl. "I'll not go near them," she said to herself. "Nasty, stupid, dull, puritanical drones. If he don't like it, he may lump it. After all, it's no such great catch." Then she sat down to reflect whether it was or was not a catch. As soon as ever Lord Fawn had left her after the engagement was made, she had begun to tell herself that he was a poor creature, and that she had done wrong. "Only 5,000 a year," she said to herself, for she had not perfectly understood that little explanation which he had given respecting his income. "It's nothing for a lord." And now again she murmured to herself, "It's my money he's after. He'll find out that I know how to keep what I've got in my own hands." Now that Lady Fawn had been cold to her, she thought still less of the proposed marriage. But there was this inducement for her to go on with it. If they, the Fawn women, thought that they could break it off, she would let them know that they had no such power. "Well, mamma, you've seen her?" said Mrs. Hittaway. "Yes, my dear, I've seen her. I had seen her 2 or 3 times before, you know." "And you are still in love with her." "I never said that I was in love with her, Clara." "And what has been fixed?" "She is to come down to Fawn Court next week, and stay a fortnight with us. Then we shall find out what she is." "That will be best, mamma," said Augusta. "Mind, mamma, you understand me. I shall tell Frederick plainly just what I think. Of course he will be offended, and if the marriage goes on, the offence will remain, till he finds out the truth." "I hope he'll find out no such truth," said Lady Fawn. She was, however, quite unable to say a word on behalf of her future daughter-in-law. She said nothing as to that little scene with the Bible, but she never forgot it. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lizzie and her lover. During the remainder of that Monday and all the Tuesday, Lizzie's mind was, upon the whole, averse to matrimony. She had told Miss Macnulty of her prospects with some amount of exultation, and the poor dependent, though she knew that she must be turned out into the street, had congratulated her patroness. "The vulturess will take you in again when she knows you've nowhere else to go," Lizzie had said, displaying, indeed, some accurate discernment of her aunt's character.
But after Lady Fawn's visit, she spoke of the marriage in a different tone. "Of course, my dear, I shall have to look very close after the settlement." "I suppose the lawyers will do that," said Miss Macnulty. "Yes, lawyers. That's all very well. I know what lawyers are. I'm not going to trust any lawyer to give away my property. Of course we shall live at Portray, because his place is in Ireland, and nothing shall take me to Ireland. I told him that from the very first. But I don't mean to give up my own income. I don't suppose he'll venture to suggest such a thing." And then again she grumbled. "It's all very well being in the Cabinet." "Is Lord Fawn in the Cabinet?" asked Miss Macnulty, who in such matters was not altogether ignorant. "Of course he is," said Lizzie, with an angry gesture. "It may seem unjust to accuse her of being stupidly unacquainted with circumstances, and a liar at the same time, but she was both. She said that Lord Fawn was in the Cabinet because she had heard someone speak of him as not being a Cabinet minister, and in so speaking appeared to slight his political position." Lizzie did not know how much her companion knew, and Miss Macnulty did not comprehend the depth of the ignorance of her patroness. Thus the lies which Lizzie told were amazing to Miss Macnulty. To say that Lord Fawn was in the Cabinet, when all the world knew that he was an under-secretary! What good could a woman get from an assertion so plainly, so manifestly false? But Lizzie knew nothing of under-secretaries. Lord Fawn was a lord, and even commoners were in the Cabinet. "Of course he is," said Lizzie, "but I shan't have my drawing-room made a cabinet. They shan't come here." And then again on the Tuesday evening she displayed her independence. "As for those women down at Richmond, I don't mean to be overrun by them, I can tell you. I said I would go there, and of course I shall keep my word." "I think you had better go," said Miss Macnulty. "Of course I shall go. I don't want anybody to tell me where I'm to go, my dear, and where I'm not. But it'll be about the first and the last visit. And as for bringing those dowdy girls out in London, it's the last thing I shall think of doing. Indeed, I doubt whether they can afford to dress themselves." As she went up to bed on the Tuesday evening, Miss Macnulty doubted whether the match would go on. She never believed her friend's statements, but if spoken words might be supposed to mean anything, Lady Eustace's words on that Tuesday betokened a strong dislike to everything appertaining to the Fawn family. She had even ridiculed Lord Fawn himself, saying that he understood nothing about anything beyond his office. And in truth, Lizzie almost had made up her mind to break it off. All that she would gain did not seem to weigh down with sufficient preponderance all that she would lose. Such were her feelings on the Tuesday night. But on the Wednesday morning she received a note which threw her back violently upon the Fawn interest. The note was as follows: "Messrs. Camperdown and Son present their compliments to Lady Eustace. They have received instructions to proceed by law for the recovery of the Eustace Diamonds, now in Lady Eustace's hands, and will feel obliged to Lady Eustace if she will communicate to them the name and address of her attorney. 62 New Square, May 30, 1806. The effect of this note was to drive Lizzie back upon the Fawn interest. She was frightened about the diamonds, and was, nevertheless, almost determined not to surrender them. At any rate, in such a strait she would want assistance either in keeping them or in giving them up. The lawyer's letter afflicted her with a sense of weakness, and there was strength in the Fawn connection. As Lord Fawn was so poor, perhaps he would adhere to the jewels. She knew that she could not fight Mr. Camperdown with no other assistance than what Messrs. Mowbray and Mopus might give her, and therefore her heart softened towards her betrothed. "I suppose Frederick will be here to-day," she said to Miss Macnulty, as they sat at breakfast together about noon. Miss Macnulty nodded. "You can have a cab, you know, if you'd like to go anywhere." Miss Macnulty said she thought she would go to the National Gallery. "And you can walk back, you know," said Lizzie. "I can walk there and back too," said Miss Macnulty, in regard to whom it may be said that the last ounce would sometimes almost break the horse's back. Frederick came and was received very graciously. Lizzie had placed Mr. Camperdown's note on the little table behind her, beneath the Bible, so that she might put her hand upon it at once, if she could make an opportunity of showing it to her future husband. Frederick sat himself beside her, and the intercourse for a while was such as might be looked for between two lovers, of whom one was a widow and the other an Under-Secretary of State from the India Office. They were loving, but discreetly amatory, talking chiefly of things material, each flattering the other, and each hinting now and again at certain little circumstances of which a more accurate knowledge seemed to be desirable. The one was conversant with things in general, but was slow. The other was quick as a lizard in turning hither and thither, but knew almost nothing. When she told Lord Fawn that the Ayrshire estate was her own, to do with what she liked, she did not know that he would certainly find out the truth from other sources before he married her. Indeed, she was not quite sure herself whether the statement was true or false, though she would not have made it so frequently had her idea of the truth been a fixed idea. It had all been explained to her, but there had been something about a second son, and there was no second son. Perhaps she might have a second son yet, a future little Lord Fawn, and he might inherit it. In regard to honesty, the man was superior to the woman, because his purpose was declared, and he told no lies. But the one was as mercenary as the other. It was not love that had brought Lord Fawn to Mount Street. "What is the name of your place in Ireland?" she asked. "There is no house, you know." "But there was one, Frederick." "The townland where the house used to be is called Killagent. The old demesne is called Killod." "What pretty names! And does it go a great many miles?" Lord Fawn explained that it did run a good many miles up into the mountains. "How beautifully romantic," said Lizzie. "But the people live on the mountain and pay rent?" Lord Fawn asked no such inept questions respecting the Ayrshire property, but he did inquire who was Lizzie's solicitor. "Of course there will be things to be settled," he said, "and my lawyer had better see yours. Mr. Camperdown is a—" "Mr. Camperdown!" almost shrieked Lizzie. Lord Fawn then explained, with some amazement, that Mr. Camperdown was his lawyer. As far as his belief went, there was not a more respectable gentleman in the profession. Then he inquired whether Lizzie had any objection to Mr. Camperdown. "Mr. Camperdown was Sir Florian's lawyer," said Lizzie. "That will make it all the easier, I should think," said Lord Fawn. "I don't know how that may be," said Lizzie, trying to bring her mind to work upon the subject steadily. "Mr. Camperdown has been very uncourteous to me. I must say that, and as I think, unfair. He wishes to rob me now of a thing that is quite my own." "What sort of a thing?" asked Lord Fawn slowly. "A very valuable thing. I'll tell you all about it, Frederick. Of course I'll tell you everything now. I never could keep back anything from one that I loved. It's not my nature. There, you might as well read that note." Then she put her hand back and brought Mr. Camperdown's letter from under the Bible. Lord Fawn read it very attentively, and as he read it, there came upon him a great doubt. What sort of woman was this, to whom he had engaged himself because she was possessed of an income? That Mr. Camperdown should be in the wrong in such a matter was an idea which never occurred to Lord Fawn. There is no form of belief stronger than that which the ordinary English gentleman has in the discretion and honesty of his own family lawyer. What his lawyer tells him to do, he does. What his lawyer tells him to sign, he signs. He buys and sells in obedience to the same direction, and feels perfectly comfortable in the possession of a guide who is responsible and all but divine. "What diamonds are they?" asked Lord Fawn in a very low voice. "They are my own, altogether my own. Sir Florian gave them to me. When he put them into my hands, he said that they were to be my own for ever and ever. 'There,' said he, 'those are yours to do what you choose with them.' After that, they oughtn't to ask me to give them back, ought they? If you had been married before, and your wife had given you a keepsake to keep for ever and ever, would you give it up to a lawyer? You would not like it, would you, Frederick?" She had put her hand on his, and was looking up into his face as she asked the question. Again, perhaps, the acting was a little overdone, but there were tears in her eyes, and the tone of her voice was perfect. "Mr. Camperdown calls them Eustace diamonds, family diamonds," said Lord Fawn. "What do they consist of? What are they worth?" "I'll show them to you," said Lizzie, jumping up and hurrying out of the room. Lord Fawn, when he was alone, rubbed his hands over his eyes and thought about it all. It would be a very harsh measure on the part of the Eustace family and of Mr. Camperdown to demand from her the surrender of any trinket which her late husband might have given her in the manner she had described. But it was, to his thinking, most improbable that the Eustace people or the lawyer should be harsh to a widow bearing the Eustace name. The Eustaces were by disposition lavish, and old Mr. Camperdown was not one who would be strict in claiming little things for rich clients. And yet here was his letter, threatening the widow of the late baronet with legal proceedings for the recovery of jewels which had been given by Sir Florian himself to his wife as a keepsake. Perhaps Sir Florian had made some mistake, and had caused to be set in a ring or brooch for his bride some jewel which he had thought to be his own, but which had, in truth, been an heirloom. If so, the jewel should, of course, be surrendered, or replaced by one of equal value. He was making out some such solution when Lizzie returned with the morocco case in her hand. "It was the manner in which he gave it to me," said Lizzie, as she opened the clasp, "which makes its value to me." Lord Fawn knew nothing about jewels, but even he knew that if the circle of stones which he saw, with a Maltese cross appended to it, was constituted of real diamonds, the thing must be of great value, and it occurred to him at once that such a necklace is not given by a husband even to a bride in the manner described by Lizzie. A ring or brooch, or perhaps a bracelet, a lover or a loving lord may bring in his pocket, but such an ornament as this on which Lord Fawn was now looking is given in another sort of way. He felt sure that it was so, even though he was entirely ignorant of the value of the stones. "Do you know what it is worth?" he asked. Lizzie hesitated a moment, and then remembered that Frederick, in his present position in regard to herself, might be glad to assist her in maintaining the possession of a substantial property. "I think they say its value is about 10,000 pounds, she replied. 10,000 pounds! Lord Fawn riveted his eyes upon them. That's what I am told by a jeweller. By what jeweller? A man had to come and see them about some repairs, or something of that kind. Poor Sir Florian wished it, and he said so. What was the man's name? I forget his name, said Lizzie, who was not quite sure whether her acquaintance with Mr. Benjamin would be considered respectable. 10,000 pounds. You don't keep them in the house, do you? I have an iron case upstairs for them, ever so heavy. And did Sir Florian give you the iron case? Lizzie hesitated for a moment. Yes, she said. That is, no, but he ordered it to be made, and then it came after he was dead. He knew their value then? Oh dear, yes, though he never named any sum. He told me, however, that they were very, very valuable. Lord Fawn did not immediately recognize the falseness of every word that the woman said to him, because he was slow and could not think and hear at the same time, but he was at once involved in a painful maze of doubt and almost of dismay, an action for the recovery of jewels brought against the lady whom he was engaged to marry, on behalf of the family of her late husband, would not suit him at all. To have his hands quite clean, to be above all evil report, to be respectable, as it were, all round, was Lord Fawn's special ambition. He was a poor man and a greedy man, but he would have abandoned his official salary at a moment's notice, rather than there should have fallen on him a breath of public opinion hinting that it ought to be abandoned. He was especially timid, and lived in a perpetual fear lest the newspapers should say something hard of him. In that matter of the Sawab he had been very wretched, because Frank Greystock had accused him of being an administrator of tyranny. He would have liked his wife to have 10,000 pounds worth of diamonds very well, but he would rather go without a wife for ever, and without a wife's fortune, than marry a woman subject to an action for claiming diamonds not her own. I think, said he, at last, that if you were to put them into Mr. Camperdown's hands— into Mr. Camperdown's hands, and then let the matter be settled by arbitration. Arbitration? That means going to law. No, dearest, that means not going to law. The diamonds would be entrusted to Mr. Camperdown, and then someone would be appointed to decide whose property they were. They are my property, said Lizzie. But he says they belong to the family. He'll say anything, said Lizzie. My dearest girl, there can't be a more respectable man than Mr. Camperdown. You must do something of the kind, you know. I shan't do anything of the kind, said Lizzie. Sir Florian Eustace gave them to me, and I shall keep them. She did not look at her lover as she spoke, but he looked at her, and did not like the change which he saw on her countenance, and he did not like the circumstances in which he found himself placed. Why should Mr. Camperdown interfere? Continued Lizzie. If they don't belong to me, they belong to my son, and who has so good a right to keep them for him as I have? But they belong to me. They should not be kept in a private house like this at all, if they are worth all that money. If I were to let them go, Mr. Camperdown would get them. There's nothing he wouldn't do to get them. Oh, Frederick, I hope you'll stand to me and not see me injured. Of course I only want them for my darling child. Frederick's face had become very long, and he was much disturbed in his mind. He could only suggest that he himself would go and see Mr. Camperdown and ascertain what ought to be done. To the last he adhered to his assurance that Mr. Camperdown could do no evil, till Lizzie, in her wrath asked him whether he believed Mr. Camperdown's word before hers. "I think he would understand a matter of business better than you," said the prudent lover. "He wants to rob me," said Lizzie, "and I shall look to you to prevent it." When Lord Fawn took his leave, which he did not do till he had counselled her again and again to leave the matter in Mr. Camperdown's hands, the two were not in good accord together. It was his fixed purpose, as he declared to her, to see Mr. Camperdown, and it was her fixed purpose, so at least she declared to him, to keep the diamonds in spite of Mr. Camperdown. "But, my dear, if it's decided against you," said Lord Fawn gravely. "It can't be decided against me if you stand by me as you ought to do." "I can do nothing," said Lord Fawn in a tremor. Then Lizzie looked at him, and her look, which was very eloquent, called him a poltroon as plain as a look could speak. Then they parted, and the signs of affection between them were not satisfactory. The door was hardly closed behind him before Lizzie began to declare to herself that he shouldn't escape her. It was not yet 24 hours since she had been telling herself that she did not like the engagement and would break it off, and now she was stamping her little feet and clenching her little hands and swearing to herself by all her gods that this wretched, timid lordling should not get out of her net. She did, in truth, despise him, because he would not clutch the jewels. She looked upon him as mean and paltry, because he was willing to submit to Mr. Camperdown. But still she was prompted to demand all that could be demanded from her engagement, because she thought that she perceived a something in him which might produce in him a desire to be relieved from it. No, he should not be relieved. He should marry her, and she would keep the key of that iron box with the diamonds, and he should find what sort of a noise she would make if he attempted to take it from her. She closed the morocco case, ascended with it to her bedroom, locked it up in the iron safe, deposited the little patent key in its usual place around her neck, and then seated herself at her desk, and wrote letters to her various friends, making known to them her engagement. Hitherto she had told no one but Miss Macnulty, and in her doubts had gone so far as to desire Miss Macnulty not to mention it. Now she was resolved to blazon forth her engagement before all the world. The first friend to whom she wrote was Lady Linlithgow. The reader shall see 2 or 3 of her letters, and that to the Countess shall be first. My dear Aunt, when you came to see me the other day, I cannot say that you were very kind to me, and I don't suppose you care very much what becomes of me. But I think it right to let you know that I am going to be married. I am engaged to Lord Fawn, who, as you know, is a peer and a member of Her Majesty's government, and a nobleman of great influence. I do not suppose that even you can say anything against such an alliance. I am your affectionate niece, Ellie Eustace. Then she wrote to Mrs. Eustace, the wife of the Bishop of Bobsborough. Mrs. Eustace had been very kind to her in the first days of her widowhood, and had fully recognized her as the widow of the head of her husband's family. Lizzie had liked none of the Bobsborough people. They were, according to her ideas, slow, respectable, and dull, but they had not found much open fault with her, and she was aware that it was for her interest to remain on good terms with them. Her letter, therefore, to Mrs. Eustace was somewhat less acrid than that written to her Aunt Linlithgow. My dear Mrs. Eustace, I hope you will be glad to hear from me, and will not be sorry to hear my news. I am going to be married again. Of course I am not about to take a step which is in every way so important, without thinking about it a great deal. But I am sure it will be better for my darling little Florian in every way. And as for myself, I have felt for the last 2 years how unfitted I have been to manage everything myself. I have therefore accepted an offer made to me by Lord Fawn, who is, as you know, a peer of Parliament and a most distinguished member of Her Majesty's government, and he is, too, a nobleman of very great influence in every respect, and has a property in Ireland, extending over ever so many miles, and running up into the mountains. His mansion there is called Kilmage, but I am not sure that I remember the name quite rightly. I hope I may see you there some day, and the dear bishop. I look forward with delight to doing something to make those dear Irish happier. The idea of rambling up into our own mountains charms me, for nothing suits my disposition so well as that kind of solitude. Of course Lord Fawn is not so rich a man as Sir Florian, but I have never looked to riches for my happiness. Not but what Lord Fawn has a good income from his Irish estates, and then, of course, he is paid for doing Her Majesty's government, so there is no fear that he will have to live upon my jointure, which, of course, would not be right. Pray tell the dear bishop and dear Margaretta all this, with my love. You will be happy, I know, to hear that my little Flo is quite well. He is already so fond of his new papa. Lizzie's turn for lying was exemplified in this last statement, for, as it happened, Lord Fawn had never yet seen the child. Believe me to be always your most affectionate niece, Ellie Eustace. There were 2 other letters, one to her uncle the Dean, and the other to her cousin Frank. There was great doubt in her mind as to the expediency of writing to Frank Greystock, but at last she decided that she would do it. The letter to the Dean need not be given in full, as it was very similar to that written to the bishop's wife. The same mention was made of her intended husband's peerage, and the same allusion to Her Majesty's government, a phrase which she had heard from Lord Fawn himself. She spoke of the Irish property, but in terms less glowing than she had used in writing to the lady, and ended by asking for her uncle's congratulation and blessing. Her letter to Frank was as follows, and doubtless, as she wrote it, there was present to her mind a remembrance of the fact that he himself might have offered to her, and have had her if he would. My dear cousin, as I would rather that you should hear my news from myself than from any one else, I write to tell you that I am going to be married to Lord Fawn. Of course I know that there are certain matters as to which you and Lord Fawn do not agree, in politics I mean, but still I do not doubt but you will think that he is quite able to take care of your poor little cousin. It was only settled a day or 2 since, but it has been coming on ever so long. You understand all about that, don't you? Of course you must come to my wedding, and be very good to me, a kind of brother, you know, for we have always been friends, haven't we? And if the Dean doesn't come up to town, you must give me away, and you must come and see me ever so often, for I have a sort of feeling that I have no one else belonging to me that I can call really my own except you. And you must be great friends with Lord Fawn, and must give up saying that he doesn't do his work properly. Of course he does everything better than anybody else could possibly do it, except cousin Frank. I am going down next week to Richmond. Lady Fawn has insisted on my staying there for a fortnight. Oh dear, what shall I do all the time? You must positively come down and see me, and see somebody else too. Only, you naughty coz, You mustn't break a poor girl's heart. Your affectionate cousin, Ellie Eustace. Somebody, in speaking on Lady Eustace's behalf, and making the best of her virtues, had declared that she did not have lovers. Hitherto that had been true of her, but her mind had not the less dwelt on the delight of a lover. She still thought of a possible corsair who would be willing to give up all but his vices for her love, and for whose sake she would be willing to share even them. It was but a dream, but nevertheless it pervaded her fancy constantly. Lord Fawn, peer of Parliament and member of Her Majesty's government, as he was, could not have been such a lover to her. Might it not be possible that there should exist something of romance between her and her cousin Frank? She was the last woman in the world to run away with a man, or to endanger her position by a serious indiscretion, but there might perhaps be a something between her and her cousin, a liaison quite correct in its facts, a secret understanding, if nothing more, a mutual sympathy which should be chiefly shown in the abuse of all their friends, and in this she could indulge her passion for romance and poetry. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Lord Fawn at his office. The news was soon all about London, as Lizzie had intended. She had made a sudden resolve that Lord Fawn should not escape her, and she had gone to work after the fashion we have seen. Frank Greystock had told John Eustace, and John Eustace had told Mr. Camperdown before Lord Fawn himself, in the slow prosecution of his purpose, had consulted the lawyer about the necklace. God bless my soul, Lord Fawn, the old lawyer had said when the news was communicated to him. Well, yes, he wants money. I don't envy him, that's all. We shall get the diamonds now, John. Lord Fawn isn't the man to let his wife keep what doesn't belong to her. Then after a day or two, Lord Fawn had himself gone to Mr. Camperdown's chambers. I believe I am to congratulate you, my lord, said the lawyer. I'm told you are going to marry. Well, I mustn't really say another of my clients, but the widow of one of them. Lady Eustace is a very beautiful woman, and she has a very pretty income too. She has the whole of the Scotch property for her life. It's only for her life, I suppose, said Lord Fawn. Oh, no, of course not. There's been some mistake on her part. At least so I've been told. Women never understand. It's all as clear as daylight. Had there been a second son, the second son would have had it. As it is, it goes with the rest of the property, just as it ought to do, you know. 4,000 a year isn't so bad, you know, considering that she isn't more than a girl yet, and that she hadn't sixpence of her own. When the Admiral died, there wasn't sixpence, Lord Fawn. So I have heard. Not sixpence. It's all Eustace money. She had 6,000 or 8,000 pounds, or something like that, besides. She's as lovely a young widow as I ever saw, and very clever. Yes, she is clever. By the by, Lord Fawn, as you have done me the honour of calling, there's a stupid mistake about some family diamonds. It is in respect to them that I've come, said Lord Fawn. Then Mr. Camperdown, in his easy off-hand way, imputed no blame to the lady in the hearing of her future husband, and declaring his opinion that she was doubtless unaware of its value, explained the matter of the necklace. Lord Fawn listened, but said very little. He especially did not say
that Lady Eustace had had the stones valued. "They're real, I suppose?" he asked. Mr. Camperdown assured him that no diamonds more real had ever come from Golconda or passed through Mr. Garnet's hands. "They are as well known as any family diamonds in England," said Mr. Camperdown. "She has got into bad hands," continued Mr. Camperdown. "Mowbray and Mopus, horrible people, sharks that make one blush for one's profession, and I was really afraid there would have been trouble. But of course it'll all be right now, and if she'll only come to me, tell her I'll do everything I can to make things straight and comfortable for her. If she likes to have another lawyer, of course, that's all right. Only make her understand who Mowbray and Mopus are. It's quite out of the question, Lord Fawn, that your wife should have anything to do with Mowbray and Mopus." Every word that Mr. Camperdown said was gospel to Lord Fawn. And yet, as the reader will understand, Mr. Camperdown had by no means expressed his real opinion in this interview. He had spoken of the widow in friendly terms, declaring that she was simply mistaken in her ideas as to the duration of her interest in the Scotch property, and mistaken again about the diamonds, whereas in truth he regarded her as a dishonest, lying, evil-minded harpy. Had Lord Fawn consulted him simply as a client, and not have come to him, an engaged lover, he would have expressed his opinion quite frankly. But it is not the business of a lawyer to tell his client evil things of the lady whom that client is engaged to marry. In regard to the property, he spoke the truth, and he spoke what he believed to be the truth when he said that the whole thing would no doubt now be easily arranged. When Lord Fawn took his leave, Mr. Camperdown again declared to himself that as regarded money the match was very well for his lordship, but that as regarded the woman, Lizzie was dear at the price. "Perhaps he doesn't mind it," said Mr. Camperdown to himself, "but I wouldn't marry such a woman myself, though she owned all Scotland." There had been much in the interview to make Lord Fawn unhappy. In the first place, that golden hope as to the perpetuity of the property was at an end. He had never believed that it was so, but a man may hope without believing, and he was quite sure that Lizzie was bound to give up the diamonds, and would ultimately be made to give them up. Of any property in them, as possibly accruing to himself, he had not thought much, but he would not abstain from thinking of the woman's grasp upon them. Mr. Camperdown's plain statement, which was gospel to him, was directly at variance with Lizzie's story. Sir Florian certainly would not have given such diamonds in such a way. Sir Florian would not have ordered a separate iron safe for them, with a view that they might be secure in his wife's bedroom. And then she had had them valued, and manifestly was always thinking of her treasure. It was very well for a poor, careful peer to be always thinking of his money, but Lord Fawn was well aware that a young woman such as Lady Eustace should have her thoughts elsewhere. As he sat signing letters at the India Board, relieving himself when he was left alone between each batch, by standing up with his back to the fireplace, his mind was full of all this. He could not unravel truth quickly, but he could grasp it when it came to him. She was certainly greedy, false, and dishonest, and worse than all this, she had dared to tell him to his face that he was a poor creature because he would not support her in her greed and falsehoods and dishonesty. Nevertheless, he was engaged to marry her. Then he thought of one Violet Effingham whom he had loved, and then came over him some suspicion of a fear that he himself was hard and selfish. And yet what was such a one as he to do? It was of course necessary for the maintenance of the very constitution of his country that there should be future Lord Fawns. There could be no future Lord Fawns unless he married. And how could he marry without money? A peasant can marry whom he pleases, said Lord Fawn, pressing his hand to his brow, and dropping one flap of his coat, as he thought of his own high and perilous destiny, standing with his back to the fireplace, while a huge pile of letters lay there before him, waiting to be signed. It was a Saturday evening, and as there was no house, there was nothing to hurry him away from the office. He was the occupier for the time of a large, well-furnished official room, looking out into St. James's Park, and as he glanced round it, he told himself that his own happiness must be there, and not in the domesticity of a quiet home. The House of Lords, out of which nobody could turn him, and official life, as long as he could hold to it, must be all in all to him. He had engaged himself to this woman, and he must marry her. He did not think that he could now see any way of avoiding that event. Her income would supply the needs of her home, and then there might probably be a continuation of Lord Fawn's. The world might have done better for him, had he been able to find favour in Violet Effingham's sight. He was a man capable of love, and very capable of constancy to a woman true to him. Then he wiped away a tear as he sat down to sign the huge batch of letters. As he read some special letter, in which instructions were conveyed as to the insufficiency of the Sawab's claims, he thought of Frank Greystock's attack upon him and of Frank Greystock's cousin. There had been a time in which he had feared that the two cousins would become man and wife. At this moment he uttered a malediction against the member for Bobsborough, which might perhaps have been spared had the member been now willing to take the lady off his hands. Then the door was opened, and the messenger told him that Mrs. Hittaway was in the waiting-room. Mrs. Hittaway was, of course, at once made welcome to the Under-Secretary's own apartment. Mrs. Hittaway was a strong-minded woman, the strongest-minded, probably, of the Fawn family, but she had now come upon a task which taxed all her strength to the utmost. She had told her mother that she would tell Frederick what she thought about his proposed bride, and she had now come to carry out her threat. She had asked her brother to come and dine with her, but he had declined. His engagements hardly admitted of his dining with his relatives. She had called upon him at the rooms he occupied in Victoria Street, but of course she had not found him. She could not very well go to his club, so now she had hunted him down at his office. From the very commencement of the interview, Mrs. Hittaway was strong-minded. She began the subject of the marriage, and did so without a word of congratulation. "Dear Frederick," she said, "you know that we have all got to look up to you." "Well, Clara, what does that mean?" "It means this, that you must bear with me if I am more anxious as to your future career than another sister might be. Now I know you are going to say something unpleasant." "Yes, I am, Frederick. I have heard so many bad things about Lady Eustace." The Under-Secretary sat silent for a while in his great armchair. "What sort of evil things do you mean, Clara?" he asked at last. "Evil things are said of a great many people, as you know. I am sure you would not wish to repeat slanders." Mrs. Hittaway was not to be silenced after this fashion. "Not slanders, certainly, Frederick. But when I hear that you intend to raise this lady to the rank and position of your wife, then of course the truth or falsehood of these reports becomes a matter of great moment to us all. Don't you think you had better see Mr. Camperdown?" "I have seen him." And what does he say?" "What should he say? Lady Eustace, I believe, has made some mistake about the condition of her property, and people who have heard it have been good-natured enough to say that the error has been wilful. That is what I call slander, Clara." "And have you heard about her jewels?" Mrs. Hittaway was alluding here to the report which had reached her as to Lizzie's debt to Harter and Benjamin when she married Sir Florian. But Lord Fawn, of course, thought of the diamond necklace. "Yes," said he, "I have heard all about them. Who told you?" "I have known it ever so long. Sir Florian never got over it." Lord Fawn was again in the dark, but he did not choose to commit himself by asking further questions. And then her treatment of Lady Linlithgow, who was her only friend before she married, was something quite unnatural. Ask the Dean's people what they think of her. I believe even they would tell you. Frank Greystock desired to marry her himself. Yes, for her money, perhaps, but he has not got a farthing in the world. Dear Frederick, I only wish to put you on your guard. Of course this is very unpleasant, and I shouldn't do it if I didn't think it my duty. I believe she is artful and very false. She certainly deceived Sir Florian Eustace about her debts, and he never held up his head after he found out what she was. If she has told you falsehoods, of course you can break it off. Dear Frederick, I hope you won't be angry with me." "Is that all?" he asked. "Yes, that is all." "I'll bear it in mind," he said. "Of course it isn't very pleasant." "No, I know it is not pleasant," said Mrs. Hittaway, rising and taking her departure with an offer of affectionate sisterly greeting, which was not accepted with cordiality. It was very unpleasant. That very morning Lord Fawn had received letters from the Dean and the Bishop of Bobsborough congratulating him on his intended marriage, both those worthy dignitaries of the Church having thought it expedient to verify Lizzie's statements. Lord Fawn was, therefore, well aware that Lady Eustace had published the engagement. It was known to everybody, and could not be broken off without public scandal. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I only thought of it. There was great perturbation down at Fawn Court. On the day fixed, Monday, June 5th, Lizzie arrived. Nothing further had been said by Lady Fawn to urge the invitation, but in accordance with the arrangement already made, Lady Eustace, with her child, her nurse, and her own maid, was at Fawn Court by 4 o'clock. A very long letter had been received from Mrs. Hittaway that morning, the writing of which must have seriously interfered with the tranquillity of her Sunday afternoon. Lord Fawn did not make his appearance at Richmond on the Saturday evening, nor was he seen on the Sunday. That Sunday was, we may presume, chiefly devoted to reflection. He certainly did not call upon his future wife. His omission to do so no doubt increased Lizzie's urgency in the matter of her visit to Richmond. Frank Greystock had written to congratulate her. "Dear Frank," she had said in reply, "a woman situated as I am has so many things to think of. Lord Fawn's position will be of service to my child. Mind you come and see me at Fawn Court. I count so much on your friendship and assistance." Of course she was expected at Richmond, although throughout the morning Lady Fawn had entertained almost a hope that she wouldn't come. He was only lukewarm in defending her, Mrs. Hittaway had said in her letter, and I still think that there may be an escape.
Not even a note had come from Lord Fawn himself, nor from Lady Eustace. Possibly something violent might have been done, and Lady Eustace would not appear. But Lady Eustace did appear, and after a fashion was made welcome at Fawn Court. The Fawn ladies were not good hypocrites. Lady Fawn had said almost nothing to her daughters of her visit to Mount Street, but Augusta had heard the discussion in Mrs. Hittaway's drawing-room as to the character of the future bride. The coming visit had been spoken of almost with awe, and there was a general conviction in the Dovecot that an evil thing had fallen upon them. Consequently, their affection to the new-comer, though spoken in words, was not made evident by signs and manners. Lizzie herself took care that the position in which she was received should be sufficiently declared. "It seems so odd that I am to come among you as a sister," she said. The girls were forced to assent to the claim, but they assented coldly. "He has told me to attach myself especially to you," she whispered to Augusta. The unfortunate chosen one, who had but little strength of her own, accepted the position, and then, as the only means of escaping the embraces of her newly found sister, pleaded the violence of a headache. "My mother," said Lizzie to Lady Fawn. "Yes, my dear," said Lady Fawn. "One of the girls had better go up and show you your room. I am very much afraid about it," said Lady Fawn to her daughter Amelia. Amelia replied only by shaking her head. On the Tuesday morning there came a note from Lord Fawn to his lady love. Of course the letter was not shown, but Lizzie received it at the breakfast table and read it with many little smiles and signs of satisfaction. And then she gave out various little statements as having been made in that letter. "He says this, and he says that, and he is coming here and going there, and he will do one thing and he won't do the other." We have often seen young ladies crowing over their lovers' letters, and it was pleasant to see Lizzie crowing over hers. And yet there was but very little in the letter. Lord Fawn told her that what with the house and what with the office he could not get down to Richmond before Saturday, but that on Saturday he would come. Then he signed himself "Yours affectionately, Fawn." Lizzie did her crowing very prettily. The outward show of it was there to perfection, so that the Fawn girls really believed that their brother had written an affectionate lover's letter. Inwardly Lizzie swore to herself, as she read the cold words with indignation, that the man should not escape her. The days went by very tediously. On the Wednesday and the Friday Lady Eustace made an excuse of going up to town, and insisted on taking the unfortunate Augusta with her. There was no real reason for these journeys to London, unless that glance which on each occasion was given to the contents of the iron case was a real reason. The diamonds were safe, and Miss Macnulty was enjoying herself. On the Friday Lizzie proposed to Augusta that they should jointly make a raid upon the member of Her Majesty's Government at his office, but Augusta positively refused to take such a step. "I know he would be angry," pleaded Augusta. "Pshaw! Who cares for his anger?" said Lizzie. But the visit was not made. On the Saturday which was to bring Lord Fawn down to dinner, another most unexpected visitor made his appearance. At about 3 o'clock Frank Greystock was at Fawn Court. Now it was certainly understood that Mr. Greystock had been told not to come to Fawn Court as long as Lucy Morris was there. "Dear Mr. Greystock, I'm sure you will take what I say as I mean it," Lady Fawn had whispered to him. "You know how attached we all are to our dear little Lucy. Perhaps you know—" There had been more of it, but the meaning of it all was undoubtedly this, that Frank was not to pay visits to Lucy Morris at Fawn Court. Now he had come to see his cousin, Lizzie Eustace. On this occasion, Lady Fawn, with Amelia and two of the other girls, were out in the carriage. The unfortunate Augusta had been left at home with her bosom friend, while Cecilia and Nina were supposed to be talking French with Lucy Morris. They were all out in the grounds, sitting upon the benches, and rambling among the shrubberies, when all of a sudden Frank Greystock was in the midst of them. Lizzie's expression of joy at seeing her cousin was almost as great as though he had been in fact a brother. She ran up to him and grasped his hand, and hung on his arm, and looked up into his face, and then burst into tears. But the tears were not violent tears. There were just 3 sobs, and 2 bright eyes full of water, and a lace handkerchief, and then a smile. "Oh, Frank," she said, "it does make one think so of old times." Augusta had by this time been almost persuaded to believe in her, though the belief by no means made the poor young woman happy. Frank thought that his cousin looked very well, and said something as to Lord Fawn being the happiest fellow going. "I hope I shall make him happy," said Lizzie, clasping her hands together. Lucy, meanwhile, was standing in the circle with the others. It never occurred to her that it was her duty to run away from the man she loved. She had shaken hands with him, and felt something of affection in his pressure. She did believe that his visit was made entirely to his cousin, and had no idea at the moment of disobeying Lady Fawn. During the last few days she had been thrown very much with her old friend Lizzie, and had been treated by the future peeress with many signs of almost sisterly affection. "Dear Lucy," Lizzie had said, "you can understand me. These people, oh, they are so good, but they can't understand me." Lucy had expressed a hope that Lord Fawn understood her. "Oh, Lord Fawn, well, yes, perhaps, I don't know. It so often happens that one's husband is the last person to understand one." "If I thought so, I wouldn't marry him," said Lucy. "Frank Greystock will understand you," said Lizzie. It was indeed true that Lucy did understand something of her wealthy friend's character, and was almost ashamed of the friendship. With Lizzie Greystock she had never sympathized, and Lizzie Eustace had always been distasteful to her. She already felt that the less she should see of Lizzie Fawn, the better she should like it. Before an hour was over, Frank Greystock was walking round the shrubberies with Lucy, and was walking with Lucy alone. It was undoubtedly the fact that Lady Eustace had contrived that it should be so. The unfitness of the thing recommended it to her. Frank could hardly marry a wife without a shilling. Lucy would certainly not think at all of shillings. Frank, as Lizzie knew, had been almost at her feet within the last fortnight, and might, in some possible emergency, be there again. In the midst of such circumstances, nothing could be better than that Frank and Lucy should be thrown together. Lizzie regarded all this as romance. Poor Lady Fawn, had she known it all, would have called it diabolical wickedness and inhuman cruelty. "Well, Lucy, what do you think of it?" Frank Greystock said to her. "Think of what, Mr. Greystock?" "You know what I mean. This marriage." "How should I be able to think? I have never seen them together. I suppose Lord Fawn isn't very rich?" "She is rich. And then she is very beautiful. Don't you think her very beautiful?" "Sometimes exquisitely lovely." "Everybody says so, and I am sure it is the fact. Do you know, but perhaps you'll think I am envious." "If I thought you envious of Lizzie, I should have to think you very foolish at the same time." "I don't know what that means." She did know well enough what it meant. "But sometimes to me she is almost frightful to look at." "In what way?" "Oh, I can't tell you. She looks like a beautiful animal that you are afraid to caress for fear it should bite you. An animal that would be beautiful if its eyes were not so restless, and its teeth so sharp and so white." "How very odd." "Why odd, Mr. Greystock?" "Because I feel exactly in the same way about her. I am not in the least afraid that she'll bite me, and as for caressing the animal, that kind of caressing which you mean, it seems to me to be just what she's made for, but I do feel sometimes that she is like a cat." "Something not quite so tame as a cat," said Lucy. "Nevertheless, she is very lovely and very clever. Sometimes I think her the most beautiful woman I ever saw in the world." "Do you, indeed?" "She will be immensely run after as Lady Fawn. When she pleases she can make her own house quite charming. I never knew a woman who could say pretty things to so many people at once." "You are making her out to be a paragon of perfection, Mr. Greystock." "And when you add to all the rest that she has 4,000 a year, you must admit that Lord Fawn is a lucky man." "I have said nothing against it." 4,000 a year is a very great consideration, Lucy." Lucy for a while said nothing. She was making up her mind that she would say nothing, that she would make no reply indicative of any feeling on her part. But she was not sufficiently strong to keep her resolution. "I wonder, Mr. Greystock," she said, "that you did not attempt to win the great prize yourself. Cousins do marry." He had thought of attempting it, and at this moment he would not lie to her. "The cousinship had nothing to do with it," he said. "Perhaps you did think of it." "I did, Lucy. Yes, I did. Thank God I only thought of it." She could not refrain herself from looking up into his face and clasping her hands together. A woman never so dearly loves a man as when he confesses that he has been on the brink of a great crime, but has refrained, and has not committed it. "I did think of it. I am not telling you that she would have taken me. I have no reason whatever for thinking so." "I am sure she would," said Lucy, who did not in the least know what word she was uttering. "It would have been simply for her money and her beauty. It would not have been because I love her." "Never, never ask a girl to marry you unless you love her, Mr. Greystock." "Then there is only one that I can ever ask," said he. There was nothing, of course, that she could say to this. If he did not choose to go further, she was not bound to understand him. But would he go further? She felt at the moment that an open declaration of his love to herself would make her happy for ever, even though it should be accompanied by an assurance that he could not marry her. If they only knew each other, that it was so between them, that, she thought, would be enough for her. And as for him, if a woman could bear such a position, surely he might bear it. "Do you know who that one is?" he asked. "No," she said, shaking her head. "Lucy, is that true?" "What does it matter?" "Lucy, look at me, Lucy." And he put his hand upon her arm. "No, no, no," she said. "I love you so well, Lucy, that I never can love another. I have thought of many women, but could never even think of one as a woman to love except you. I have sometimes fancied I could marry for money and position, to help myself on in the world by means of a wife, but when my mind has run away with me to revel amidst ideas of feminine sweetness, you have always been the heroine of the tale, as the mistress of the happy castle in the air." "Have I?" she asked. "Always, always. As regards this," and he struck himself on the breast, "no man was ever more constant. Though I don't think much of myself as a man, I know a woman when I see her." But he did not ask her to be his wife, nor did he wait at Fawn Court till Lady Fawn had come back with the carriage. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Showing what Frank Greystock did. Frank Greystock escaped from the Dovecote before Lady Fawn had returned. He had not made his visit to Richmond with any purpose of seeing Lucy Morris, or of saying to her, when he did see her, anything special, of saying anything that should, or anything that should not, have been said. He had gone there, in truth, simply because his cousin had asked him, and because it was almost a duty on his part to see his cousin on the momentous occasion of this new engagement. But he had declared to himself that old Lady Fawn was a fool, and that to see Lucy again would be very pleasant. See her? Of course I'll see her, he had said. Why should I be prevented from seeing her? Now he had seen her, and as he returned by the train to London, he acknowledged to himself that it was no longer in his power to promote his fortune by marriage. He had at last said that to Lucy which made it impossible for him to offer his hand to any other woman. He had not, in truth, asked her to be his wife, but he had told her that he loved her, and could never love any other woman. He had asked for no answer to this assurance, and then he had left her. In the course of that afternoon he did question himself as to his conduct to this girl, and subjected himself to some of the rigours of a cross-examination. He was not a man who could think of a girl as the one human being whom he loved above all others, and yet look forward with equanimity to the idea of doing her an injury. He could understand that a man unable to marry should be reticent as to his feelings, supposing him to have been weak enough to have succumbed to a passion which could only mar his own prospects. He was frank enough in owning to himself that he had been thus weak. The weakness had come upon himself early in life, and was there an established fact. The girl was to him unlike any other girl, or any man. There was to him a sweetness in her companionship which he could not analyze. She was not beautiful. She had none of the charms of fashion. He had never seen her well dressed, according to the ideas of dress which he found to be prevailing in the world. She was a little thing, who as a man's wife could attract no attention by figure, form, or outward manner, one who had quietly submitted herself to the position of a governess, and who did not seem to think that in doing so she had obtained less than her due. But he knew her to be better than all the rest. For him, at any rate, she was better than all the rest. Her little hand was cool and sweet to him. Sometimes, when he was heated and hard at work, he would fancy how it would be with him if she were by him, and would lay it on his brow. There was a sparkle in her eye that had to him more of sympathy in it than could be conveyed by all the other eyes in the world. There was an expression in her mouth when she smiled, which was more eloquent to him than any sound. There were a reality and a truth about her which came home to him, and made themselves known to him as firm rocks
which could not be shaken. He had never declared to himself that deceit or hypocrisy in a woman was especially abominable. As a rule, he looked for it in women, and would say that some amount of affectation was necessary to a woman's character. He knew that his cousin Lizzie was a little liar, that she was, as Lucy had said, a pretty animal that would turn and bite. And yet he liked his cousin Lizzie. He did not want women to be perfect, so he would say, but Lucy Morris in his eyes was perfect, and when he told her that she was ever the queen who reigned in those castles in the air which he built, as others build them, he told her no more than the truth. He had fallen into these feelings and could not now avoid them or be quit of them, but he could have been silent respecting them. He knew that in former days down at Bobsborough he had not been altogether silent. When he had first seen her at Fawn Court he had not been altogether silent, but he had been warned away from Fawn Court, and in that very warning there was conveyed, as it were, an absolution from the effect of words hitherto spoken. Though he had called Lady Fawn an old fool, he had known that it was so, had after a fashion perceived her wisdom, and had regarded himself as a man free to decide, without disgrace, that he might abandon ideas of ecstatic love and look out for a rich wife. Presuming himself to be reticent for the future in reference to his darling Lucy, he might do as he pleased with himself. Thus there had come a moment in which he had determined that he would ask his rich cousin to marry him. In that little project he had been interrupted, and the reader knows what had come of it. Lord Fawn's success had not in the least annoyed him. He had only half resolved in regard to his cousin. She was very beautiful, no doubt, and there was her income. But he also knew that those teeth would bite, and that those claws would scratch. But Lord Fawn's success had given a turn to his thoughts, and had made him think, for a moment, that if a man loved, he should be true to his love. The reader also knows what had come of that, how at last he had not been reticent. He had not asked Lucy to be his wife, but he had said that which made it impossible that he should marry any other woman without dishonour. As he thought of what he had done himself, he tried to remember whether Lucy had said a word expressive of affection for himself. She had, in truth, spoken very few words, and he could remember almost every one of them. "Have I?" she had asked, when he told her that she had ever been the princess reigning in his castles. And there had been a joy in the question which she had not attempted to conceal. She had hesitated not at all. She had not told him that she loved him, but there had been something sweeter than such protestation in the question she had asked him. "Is it indeed true," she had said, "that I have been placed there where all my joy and all my glory lies?" It was not in her to tell a lie to him, even by a tone. She had intended to say nothing of her love, but he knew that it had all been told. "Have I?" He repeated the words to himself a dozen times, and as he did so he could hear her voice. Certainly there never was a voice that brought home to the hearer so strong a sense of its own truth. Why should he not at once make up his mind to marry her? He could do it. There was no doubt of that. It was possible for him to alter the whole manner of his life, to give up his clubs, to give up even Parliament if the need to do so was there, and to live as a married man on the earnings of his profession. There was no need why he should regard himself as a poor man. Two things, no doubt, were against his regarding himself as a rich man. Ever since he had commenced life in London he had been more or less in debt, and then, unfortunately, he had acquired a seat in Parliament at the period of his career in which the dangers of such a position were greater than the advantages. Nevertheless, he could earn an income on which he and his wife, were he to marry, could live in all comfort. And as to his debts, if he would set his shoulder to the work, they might be paid off in a 12-month. There was nothing in the prospect which would frighten Lucy, though there might be a question whether he possessed the courage needed for so violent a change. He had chambers in the Temple. He lived in rooms which he hired from month to month in one of the big hotels at the West End, and he dined at his club or at the house when he was not dining with a friend. It was an expensive and a luxurious mode of life, and one from the effects of which a man is prone to drift very quickly into selfishness. He was by no means given to drinking, but he was already learning to like good wine. Small economies in reference to cab hire, gloves, umbrellas, and railway fares were unknown to him. Sixpences and shillings were things with which, in his mind, it was grievous to have to burden the thoughts. The Greystocks had all lived after that fashion. Even the Dean himself was not free from the charge of extravagance. All this Frank knew, and he did not hesitate to tell himself that he must make a great change if he meant to marry Lucy Morris. And he was wise enough to know that the change would become more difficult every day that it was postponed. Hitherto the question had been an open question with him. Could it now be an open question any longer? As a man of honour, was he not bound to share his lot with Lucy Morris? That evening, that Saturday evening, it so happened that he met John Eustace at a club to which they both belonged, and they dined together. They had long known each other, and had been thrown into closer intimacy by the marriage between Sir Florian and Lizzie. John Eustace had never been fond of Lizzie, and now, in truth, liked her less than ever. But he did like Lizzie's cousin, and felt that possibly Frank might be of use to him in the growing difficulty of managing the heir's property and looking after the heir's interests. "You've let the widow slip through your fingers," he said to Frank as they sat together at the table. "I told you Lord Fawn was to be the lucky man," said Frank. "I know you did. I hadn't seen it. I can only say I wish it had been the other way." "Why so? Fawn isn't a bad fellow." "No, not exactly a bad fellow. He isn't, you know, what I call a good fellow. In the first place, he is marrying her altogether for her money." "Which is just what you advised me to do." "I thought you really liked her. And then Fawn will always be afraid of her, and won't in the least afraid of us. We shall have to fight him, and he won't fight her. He's a cantankerous fellow, is Fawn, when he's not afraid of his adversary." "But why should there be any fighting?" Eustace paused a minute, and rubbed his face, and considered the matter before he answered. "She is troublesome, you know," he said. "What, Lizzie?" "Yes, and I begin to be afraid she'll give us as much as we know how to do. I was with Camperdown to-day. I'm blessed if she hasn't begun to cut down a whole side of a forest at Portray. She has no more right to touch the timber, except for repairs about the place, than you have." "And if she lives for 50 years," asked Greystock, "is none to be cut?" "Yes, by consent. Of course the regular cutting for the year is done, year by year. That's as regular as the rents, and the produce is sold by the acre, but she is marking the old oaks. What the deuce can she want money for? Fawn will put all that right." "He'll have to do it," said Eustace. "Since she has been down with the old lady Fawn, she has written a note to Camperdown, after leaving all his letters unanswered for the last 12 months, to tell him that Lord Fawn is to have nothing to do with her property, and that certain people, called Mowbray and Mopus, are her lawyers. Camperdown is in an awful way about it." "Lord Fawn will put it all right," said Frank. "Camperdown is afraid that he won't. They've met twice since the engagement was made, and Camperdown says that, at the last meeting, Fawn gave himself airs, or was at any rate unpleasant. There were words about those diamonds." "You don't mean to say that Lord Fawn wants to keep your brother's family jewels?" "Camperdown didn't say that exactly, but Fawn made no offer of giving them up. I wasn't there, and only heard what Camperdown told me. Camperdown thinks he's afraid of her." "I shouldn't wonder at that in the least," said Frank. "I know there'll be trouble," continued Eustace, "and Fawn won't be able to help us through it. She's a strong-willed, cunning, obstinate, clever little creature. Camperdown swears he'll be too many for her, but I almost doubt it." "And therefore you wish I was going to marry her?" "Yes, I do. You might manage her. The money comes from the Eustace property, and I'd sooner it should go to you than a half-hearted, numb-fingered, cold-blooded Whig like Fawn." "I don't like cunning women," said Frank. "As bargains go, it wouldn't be a bad one," said Eustace. "She's very young, has a noble jointure, and is as handsome as she can stand. It's too good a thing for Fawn, too good for any Whig." When Eustace left him, Greystock lit his cigar and walked with it in his mouth from Pall Mall to the Temple. He often worked there at night, when he was not bound to be in the House, or when the House was not sitting, and he was now intent on mastering the mysteries of some much complicated legal case which had been confided to him, in order that he might present it to a jury enveloped in increased mystery. But as he went, he thought rather of matrimony than of law, and he thought especially of matrimony as it was about to affect Lord Fawn. Could a man be justified in marrying for money, or have rational ground for expecting that he might make himself happy by doing so? He kept muttering to himself as he went the Quaker's advice to the old farmer, "Don't thou marry for money, but go where money is." But he muttered it as condemning the advice rather than accepting it. He could look out and see two altogether different kinds of life before him, both of which had their allurements. There was the Belgravia cum Pimlico life, the scene of which might extend itself to South Kensington, enveloping the parks and coming round over Park Lane and through Grosvenor Square and Berkeley Square back to Piccadilly. Within this he might live with lords and countesses and rich folk generally, going out to the very best dinner parties, avoiding stupid people, having everything the world could give, except a wife and family and home of his own. All this he could achieve by the work which would certainly fall in his way, and by means of that position in the world which he had already attained by his wits. And the wife, with the family and house of his own, might be forthcoming, should it ever come in his way to form an attachment with a wealthy woman. He knew how dangerous were the charms of such a life as this to a man growing old among the flesh-pots, without any one to depend upon him. He had seen what becomes of the man who is always dining out at 60. but he might avoid that. Doan thou marry for money, but go where money is. And then there was that other outlook, the scene of which was laid somewhere north of Oxford Street, and the glory of which consisted in Lucy's smile, and Lucy's hand, and Lucy's kiss, as he returned home weary from his work. There are many men and some women who pass their lives without knowing what it is to be or to have been in love. They not improbably marry, the men do at least, and make good average husbands. Their wives are useful to them, and they learn to feel that a woman, being a wife, is entitled to all the respect, protection, and honor which a man can give or procure for her. Such men, no doubt, often live honest lives, are good Christians, and depart hence with hopes as justifiable as though they had loved as well as Romeo. But yet as men they have lacked a something, the want of which has made them small and poor and dry. It has never been felt by such a one that there would be triumph in giving away everything belonging to him for one little whispered, yielding word in which there should be acknowledgment that he had succeeded in making himself master of a human heart. And there are other men, very many men, who have felt this love, and have resisted it, feeling it to be unfit that love should be lord of all. Frank Greystock had told himself a score of times that it would be unbecoming in him to allow a passion to obtain such mastery of him as to interfere with his ambition. Could it be right that he, who, as a young man, had already done so much, who might possibly have before him so high and great a career, should miss that, because he could not resist a feeling which a little chit of a girl had created in his bosom, a girl without money, without position, even without beauty, a girl as to whom, were he to marry her, the world would say, "Oh, heaven! There has Frank Greystock gone and married a little governess out of old Lady Fawn's nursery." And yet he loved her with all his heart, and to-day he had told her of his love. What should he do next? The complicated legal case received neither much ravelling nor unravelling from his brains that night, but before he left his chambers he wrote the following letter. Midnight, Saturday, all among my books and papers, to Bolt Court, Middle Temple. Dear, dear Lucy, I told you to-day that you had ever been the queen who reigned in those palaces which I have built in Spain. You did not make me much of an answer, but such as it was, only just one muttered, doubtful-sounding word, it has made me hope that I may be justified in asking you to share with me a home which will not be palatial. If I am wrong, but no, I will not think I am wrong, or that I can be wrong. No sound coming from you is really doubtful. You are truth itself, and the muttered word would have been other than it was, if you had not, may I say, had you not already learned to love me. You will feel, perhaps, that I ought to have said all this to you then, and that a letter in such a matter is but a poor substitute for a spoken assurance of affection. You shall have the whole truth. Though I have long loved you, I did not go down to Fawn Court with the purpose of declaring to you my love. What I said to you was God's truth, but it was spoken without thought at the moment. I have thought of it much since, and now I write to ask you to be my wife. I have lived for the last year or two with this hope before me, and now, dear, dear Lucy, I will not write in too great confidence, but I will tell you that all my happiness is in your hands. If your answer is what I hope it may be, tell Lady Fawn at once. I shall immediately write to Bobsborough, as I hate secrets in such matters, and if it is to be so, then I shall claim the privilege of going to Fawn Court as soon and as often as I please. Yours ever and always, if you will have me, F.G. He sat for an hour at his desk, with his letter lying on the table, before he left his chambers, looking at it. If he should decide on posting it, then would that life in Belgravia cum Pimlico, of which in truth he was very fond, be almost closed for him. The lords and countesses and rich county members and leading politicians, who were delighted to welcome him, would not care for his wife, nor could he very well take his wife among them. To live with them as a married man, he must live as they lived, and must have his own house in their precincts. Later in life he might possibly work up to this, but for the present he must retire into dim domestic security and the neighbourhood of Regent's Park. He sat looking at the letter, telling himself that he was now, at this moment, deciding his own fate in life, and he again muttered the Quaker's advice, "Doan't thou marry for money, but go where money is." It may be said, however, that no man ever writes such a letter and then omits to send it. He walked out of the Temple with it in his hand and dropped it into a pillar letter-box just outside the gate. As the envelope slipped through his fingers, he felt that he had now bound himself to his fate. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Doan't thou marry for money. As that Saturday afternoon wore itself away, there was much excitement at Fawn Court. When Lady Fawn returned with the carriage, she heard that Frank Greystock had been at Fawn Court, and she heard also from Augusta that he had been rambling about the grounds alone with Lucy Morris. At any exhibition of old ladies held before a competent jury, Lady Fawn would have taken a prize on the score of good humour. No mother of daughters was ever less addicted to scold and to be fretful. But just now she was a little unhappy. Lizzie's visit had not been a success, and she looked forward to her son's marriage with almost unmixed dismay. Mrs. Hittaway had written daily, and in all Mrs. Hittaway's letters some addition was made to the evil things already known. In her last letter Mrs. Hittaway had expressed her opinion that even yet Frederick would escape. All this Lady Fawn had, of course, not told to her daughters generally. To the eldest, Augusta, it was thought expedient to say nothing, because Augusta had been selected as the companion of the, alas, too probable future Lady Fawn. But to Amelia something did leak out, and it became apparent that the household was uneasy. Now, as an evil added to this, Frank Greystock had been there in Lady Fawn's absence, walking about the grounds alone with Lucy Morris. Lady Fawn could hardly restrain herself. "How could Lucy be so very wrong?" she said, in the hearing both of Augusta and Amelia. Lizzie Eustace did not hear this, but knowing very well that a governess should not receive a lover in the absence of the lady of the house, she made her little speech about it. "Dear Lady Fawn," she said, "my cousin Frank came to see me while you were out." "So I hear," said Lady Fawn. "Frank and I are more like brother and sister than anything else. I had so much to say to him, so much to ask him to do. I have no one else, you know, and I had especially told him to come here." "Of course he was welcome to come." "Only I was afraid you might think that there was some little lover's trick on dear Lucy's part, you know." "I never suspect anything of that kind," said Lady Fawn, bridling up. "Lucy Morris is above any sort of trick. We don't have any tricks here, Lady Eustace. Lady Fawn herself might say that Lucy was wrong, but no one else in that house should even suggest evil of Lucy." Lizzie retreated smiling. To have put Lady Fawn's back up, as she called it, was to her an achievement and a pleasure. But the great excitement of the evening consisted in the expected coming of Lord Fawn. Of what nature would be the meeting between Lord Fawn and his promised bride? Was there anything of truth in the opinion expressed by Mrs. Hittaway that her brother was beginning to become tired of his bargain? That Lady Fawn was tired of it herself, that she disliked Lizzie and was afraid of her, and averse to the idea of regarding her as a daughter-in-law, she did not now attempt to hide from herself. But there was the engagement known to all the world, and how could its fulfilment now be avoided? The poor dear old woman began to repeat to herself the first half of the Quaker's advice, "Doan't thou marry for money." Lord Fawn was to come down only in time for a late dinner. An ardent lover, one would have thought, might have left his work somewhat earlier on a Saturday, so as to have enjoyed with his sweetheart something of the sweetness of the Saturday summer afternoon. But it was 7 before he reached Fawn Court, and the ladies were at that time in their rooms dressing. Lizzie had affected to understand all his reasons for being so late, and had expressed herself as perfectly satisfied. "He has more to do than any of the others," she had said to Augusta. "Indeed, the whole of our vast Indian empire may be said to hang upon him just at present," which was not complimentary to Lord Fawn's chief, the Right Honourable Legge Wilson, who at the present time represented the interests of India in the cabinet. "He is terribly overworked, and it is a shame. But what can one do?" "I think he likes work," Augusta had replied. "But I don't like it, not so much of it, and so I shall make him understand, my dear. But I don't complain. As long as he tells me everything, I will never really complain. Perhaps it might some day be as she desired. Perhaps as a husband he would be thoroughly confidential and communicative. Perhaps when they two were one flesh he would tell her everything about India. But as yet he certainly had not told her much. "How had they better meet?" Amelia asked her mother. "Oh, I don't know. Anyhow, just as they like. We can't arrange anything for her. If she had chosen to dress herself early, she might have seen him as he came in, but it was impossible to tell her so." No arrangement was therefore made, and as all the other ladies were in the drawing-room before Lizzie came down, she had to give him his welcome in the midst of the family circle. She did it very well. Perhaps she had thought of it and made her arrangements. When he came forward to greet her, she put her cheek up just a little, so that he might see that he was expected to kiss it, but so little that should he omit to do so, there might be no visible awkwardness. It must be acknowledged on Lizzie's behalf that she could always avoid awkwardness. He did touch her cheek with his lips, blushing as he did so. She had her ungloved hand in his, and, still holding him, returned into the circle. She said not a word. and what he said was of no moment. But they had met as lovers, and any of the family who had allowed themselves to imagine that even yet the match might be broken, now unconsciously abandoned that hope. "Was he always such a truant, Lady Fawn?" Lizzie asked, when it seemed to her that no one else would speak a word. "I don't know that there is much difference," said Lady Fawn. "Here is dinner. Frederick, will you give Lady Eustace your arm?" Poor Lady Fawn! It often came to pass that she was awkward. There were no less than 10 females sitting round the board, at the bottom of which Lord Fawn took his place. Lady Fawn had especially asked Lucy to come in to dinner, and with Lucy had come the 2 younger girls. At Lord Fawn's right hand sat Lizzie, and Augusta at his left. Lady Fawn had Amelia on one side, and Lucy on the other. "So Mr. Greystock was here to-day," Lady Fawn whispered into Lucy's ear. "Yes, he was here." "Oh, Lucy!" "I did not bid him come, Lady Fawn." "I am sure of that, my dear, but—" Then there was no more to be said on that subject on that occasion. During the whole of the dinner the conversation was kept up at the other end of the table by Lizzie talking to Augusta across her lover. This was done in such a manner as to seem to include Lord Fawn in every topic discussed: Parliament, India, the Sawab, Ireland, the special privileges of the House of Lords, the ease of a bachelor life, and the delight of having at his elbow just such a rural retreat as Fawn Court. These were the fruitful themes of Lizzie's eloquence. Augusta did her part, at any rate, with patience, and as for Lizzie herself, she worked with that superhuman energy which women can so often display in making conversation under unfavourable circumstances. The circumstances were unfavourable, for Lord Fawn himself would hardly open his mouth. But Lizzie persevered, and the hour of dinner passed over without any show of ill humour or of sullen silence. When the hour was over, Lord Fawn left the room with the ladies, and was soon closeted with his mother, while the girls strolled out upon the lawn. Would Lizzie play croquet? No, Lizzie would not play croquet. She thought it probable that she might catch her lover and force him to walk with her through the shrubberies. But Lord Fawn was not seen upon the lawn that evening, and Lizzie was forced to content herself with Augusta as a companion. In the course of the evening, however, her lover did say a word to her in private. "Give me 10 minutes to-morrow between breakfast and church, Lizzie." Lizzie promised that she would do so, smiling sweetly. Then there was a little music, and then Lord Fawn retired to his studies. "What is he going to say to me?" Lizzie asked Augusta the next morning. There existed in her bosom a sort of craving after confidential friendship, but with it there existed something that was altogether incompatible with confidence. She thoroughly despised Augusta Fawn, and yet would have been willing, in want of a better friend, to press Augusta to her bosom, and swear that there should ever be between them the tenderest friendship. She desired to be the possessor of the outward shows of all those things of which the inward facts are valued by the good and steadfast ones of the earth. She knew what were the aspirations, what the ambition of an honest woman, and she knew, too, how rich were the probable rewards of such honesty. True love, true friendship, true benevolence, true tenderness were beautiful to her, qualities on which she could descant almost with eloquence. And therefore she was always shamming love and friendship and benevolence and tenderness. She could tell you, with words most appropriate to the subject, how horrible were all shams, and in saying so would not be altogether insincere. Yet she knew that she herself was ever shamming, and she satisfied herself with shams. "What is he going to say to me?" she asked Augusta, with her hands clasped, when she went up to put her bonnet on after breakfast. "To fix the day, I suppose," said Augusta. "If I thought so, I would endeavour to please him. But it isn't that. I know his manner so well. I am sure it is not that. Perhaps it is something about my boy. He will not wish to separate a mother from her child." "Oh dear, no," said Augusta. "I am sure Frederick will not want to do that." "In anything else I will obey him," said Lizzie, again clasping her hands. "But I must not keep him waiting, must I? I fear my future lord is somewhat impatient." Now if among Lord Fawn's merits one merit was more conspicuous than another, it was that of patience. When Lizzie descended, he was waiting for her in the hall, without a thought that he was being kept too long. "Now, Frederick, I should have been with you 2 whole minutes since, if I had not had just a word to say to Augusta. I do so love Augusta." "She is a very good girl," said Lord Fawn. "So true and genuine, and so full of spirit. I will come on the other side, because of my parasol and the sun. There, that will do. We have an hour nearly before going to church, haven't we?" "I suppose you will go to church." "I intend it," said Lord Fawn. "It is so nice to go to church," said Lizzie. Since her widowhood had commenced she had compromised matters with the world. One Sunday she would go to church, and the next she would have a headache and a French novel and stay in bed. But she was prepared for stricter conduct during at least the first months of her newly married life. "My dear Lizzie," began Lord Fawn, "since I saw you last I have been twice with Mr. Camperdown." "You are not going to talk about Mr. Camperdown to-day?" "Well, yes, I could not do so last night, and I shall be back in London either to-night or before you are up to-morrow morning." "I hate the very name of Mr. Camperdown," said Lizzie. "I am sorry for that, because I am sure you could not find an honester lawyer to manage your affairs for you. He does everything for me, and so he did for Sir Florian Eustace." "That is just the reason why I employ someone else," she answered. "Very well, I am not going to say a word about that. I may regret it, but I am, just at present, the last person in the world to urge you upon that subject. What I want to say is this: you must restore those diamonds." "To whom shall I restore them?" "To Mr. Garnet, the silversmith, if you please, or to Mr. Camperdown, or, if you like it better, to your brother-in-law, Mr. John Eustace." "And why am I to give up my own property?" Lord Fawn paused for some seconds before he replied. "To satisfy my honour," he then said. As she made him no immediate answer, he continued, "It would not suit my views that my wife should be seen wearing the jewels of the Eustace family." "I don't want to wear them," said Lizzie. "Then why should you desire to keep them?" "Because they are my own. Because I do not choose to be put upon. Because I will not allow such a cunning old snake as Mr. Camperdown to rob me of my property. They are my own, and you should defend my right to them." "Do you mean to say that you will not oblige me by doing what I ask you?" "I will not be robbed of what is my own," said Lizzie. "Then I must declare," and now Lord Fawn spoke very slowly, "then I must declare that under these circumstances, let the consequences be what they may, I must retreat from the enviable position which your favour has given me." The words were cold and solemn, and were ill-spoken, but they were deliberate, and had been indeed actually learned by heart. "What do you mean?" asked Lizzie, flashing round upon him. "I mean what I say, exactly. But perhaps it may be well that I should explain my motives more clearly." "I don't know anything about motives, and I don't care anything about motives. Do you mean to tell me that you have come here to threaten me with deserting me?" "You had better hear me." "I don't choose to hear a word more after what you have said, unless it be in the way of an apology, or retracting your most injurious accusation." "I have said nothing to retract," said Lord Fawn solemnly. "Then I will not hear another word from you. I have friends, and you shall see them." Lord Fawn, who had thought a great deal upon the subject, and had well understood that this interview would be for him one of great difficulty, was very anxious to induce her to listen to a few further words of explanation. "Dear Lizzie," he began, "I will not be addressed, sir, in that way by a man who is treating me as you are doing," she said. "But I want you to understand me." "Understand you! You understand nothing yourself that a man ought to understand. I wonder that you have the courage to be so insolent. If you knew what you were doing, you would not have the spirit to do it." Her words did not quite come home to him, and much of her scorn was lost upon him. He was now chiefly anxious to explain to her that though he must abide by the threat he had made, he was quite willing to go on with his engagement if she would oblige him in the matter of the diamonds. "It was necessary that I should explain to you that I could not allow that necklace to be brought into my house." "No one thought of taking it to your house. What were you to do with it, then?" "Keep it on my own," said Lizzie stoutly. They were still walking together, and were now altogether out of sight of the house. Lizzie, in her excitement, had forgotten church, had forgotten the Fawn women, had forgotten everything except the battle which it was necessary that she should fight for herself. She did not mean to allow the marriage to be broken off, but she meant to retain the necklace. The manner in which Lord Fawn had demanded its restitution, in which there had been none of that mock tenderness by which she might have permitted herself to be persuaded, had made her, at any rate for the moment, as firm as steel on this point. It was inconceivable to her that he should think himself at liberty to go back from his promise, because she would not render up property which was in her possession, and which no one could prove not to be legally her own. She walked on full of fierce courage, despising him, but determined that she would marry him. "I am afraid we do not understand each other," he said at last. "Certainly I do not understand you, sir." "Will you allow my mother to speak to you on the subject?" "No. If I told your mother to give up her diamonds, what would she say?" "But they are not yours, Lady Eustace, unless you will submit that question to an arbitrator." "I will submit nothing to anybody. You have no right to speak on such a subject till after we are married." "I must have it settled first, Lady Eustace." "Then, Lord Fawn, you won't have it settled first. Or rather, it is settled already. I shall keep my own necklace, and Mr. Camperdown may do anything he pleases. As for you, if you ill-treat me, I shall know where to go to." They had now come out from the shrubbery upon the lawn, and there was the carriage at the door, ready to take the elders of the family to church. Of course, in such a condition of affairs, it would be understood that Lizzie was one of the elders. "I shall not go to church now," she said, as she advanced across the lawn towards the hall door. "You will be pleased, Lord Fawn, to let your mother know that I am detained. I do not suppose that you will dare to tell her why." Then she sailed round at the back of the carriage and entered the hall, in which several of the girls were standing. Among them was Augusta, waiting to take her seat among the elders. But Lizzie passed on through them all without a word, and marched up to her bedroom. "Oh, Frederick, what is the matter?" asked Augusta, as soon as her brother entered the house. "Never mind. Nothing is the matter. You had better go to church. Where is my mother?" At this moment Lady Fawn appeared at the bottom of the stairs, having passed Lizzie as she was coming down. Not a syllable had then been spoken, but Lady Fawn at once knew that much was wrong. Her son went up to her and whispered a word in her ear. "Oh, certainly," she said, desisting from the operation of pulling on her gloves. "Augusta, neither your brother nor I will go to church." "Nor Lady Eustace? It seems not," said Lady Fawn. "Lady Eustace will not go to church," said Lord Fawn. "And where is Lucy?" asked Lydia. "She will not go to church either," said Lady Fawn. "I have just been with her." "Nobody is going to church," said Nina. "All the same, I shall go by myself." "Augusta, my dear, you and the girls had better go. You can take the carriage, of course." But Augusta and the girls chose to walk, and the carriage was sent round into the yard. "There's a rumpus already between my lord and the young missus," said the coachman to the groom, for the coachman had seen the way in which Lady Eustace had returned to the house, and there certainly was a rumpus. During the whole morning Lord Fawn was closeted with his mother, and then he went away to London without saying a word to any one of the family. But he left this note for Lady Eustace. "Dearest Lizzie, think well of what I have said to you. It is not that I desire to break off our engagement, but that I cannot allow my wife to keep the diamonds which belong of right to her late husband's family. You may be sure that I should not be thus urgent had I not taken steps to ascertain that I am right in my judgment. In the meantime, you had better consult my mother. Yours affectionately, Fawn. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I'll give you 100 guinea brooch. There had been another affair in the house that morning, though of a nature very different to the rumpus which had occurred between Lord Fawn and Lady Eustace. Lady Fawn had been closeted with Lucy, and had expressed her opinion of the impropriety of Frank Greystock's visit. "I suppose he came to see his cousin," said Lady Fawn, anxious to begin with some apology for such conduct. "I cannot tell," said Lucy. "Perhaps he did. I think he said so. I think he cared more to see me." Then Lady Fawn was obliged to express her opinion, and she did so, uttering many words of wisdom. Frank Greystock, had he intended to sacrifice his prospects by a disinterested marriage, would have spoken out before now. He was old enough to have made up his mind on such a subject, and he had not spoken out. He did not mean marriage. That was quite evident to Lady Fawn, and her dear Lucy was revelling in hopes which would make her miserable. If Lucy could only have known of the letter, which was already her own property, though lying in the pillar letter box in Fleet Street,
and which had not already been sent down and delivered simply because it was Sunday morning. But she was very brave. "He does love me," she said. "He told me so." "Oh, Lucy, that is worse and worse. A man to tell you that he loves you, and yet not ask you to be his wife." "I am contented," said Lucy. That assertion, however, could hardly have been true. "Contented? And did you tell him that you returned his love?" "He knew it without my telling him," said Lucy. It was so hard upon her that she should be so interrogated while that letter was lying in the iron box. "Dear Lucy, this must not be," said Lady Fawn. "You are preparing for yourself inexpressible misery." "I have done nothing wrong, Lady Fawn." "No, my dear, no. I do not say you have been wrong, but I think he is wrong. So wrong. I call it wicked. I do indeed. For your own sake you should endeavour to forget him." "I will never forget him," said Lucy. "To think of him is everything to me. He told me I was his queen, and he shall be my king. I will be loyal to him always." To poor Lady Fawn this was very dreadful. The girl persisted in declaring her love for the man, and yet did not even pretend to think that the man meant to marry her. And this, too, was Lucy Morris, of whom Lady Fawn was accustomed to say to her intimate friends that she had altogether ceased to look upon her as a governess. "Just one of ourselves, Mrs. Winslow, and almost as dear as one of my own girls." Thus, in the warmth of her heart, she had described Lucy to a neighbour within the last week. Many more words of wisdom she spoke, and then she left poor Lucy in no mood for church. Would she have been in a better mood for the morning service had she known of the letter in the iron post? Then Lady Fawn had put on her bonnet and gone down into the hall, and the rumpus had come. After that, everybody in the house knew that all things were astray. When the girls came home from church, their brother was gone. Half an hour before dinner, Lady Fawn sent the note up to Lizzie, with a message to say that they would dine at 3, it being Sunday. Lizzie sent down word that as she was unwell, she would ask to have just a cup of tea and something sent to her own room. If Lady Fawn would allow her, she would remain upstairs with her child. She always made use of her child when troubles came. The afternoon was very sad and dreary. Lady Fawn had an interview with Lady Eustace, but Lizzie altogether refused to listen to any advice on the subject of the necklace. "It is an affair," she said haughtily, "in which I must judge for myself, or with the advice of my own particular friends. Had Lord Fawn waited until we were married, then indeed—" "But that would have been too late," said Lady Fawn severely. "He is, at any rate, premature now in laying his commands upon me," said Lizzie. Lady Fawn, who was perhaps more anxious that the marriage should be broken off than that the jewels should be restored, then withdrew, and as she left the room, Lizzie clasped her boy to her bosom. "He, at any rate, is left to me," she said. Lucy and the Fawn girls went to evening church, and afterwards Lizzie came down among them when they were at tea. Before she went to bed, Lizzie declared her intention of returning to her own house in Mount Street on the following day. To this Lady Fawn, of course, made no objection. On the next morning there came an event which robbed Lizzie's departure of some of the importance which might otherwise have been attached to it. The post office, with that accuracy in the performance of its duties for which it is conspicuous among all offices, caused Lucy's letter to be delivered to her while the members of the family were sitting round the breakfast table. Lizzie, indeed, was not there. She had expressed her intention of breakfasting in her own room, and had requested that a conveyance might be ready to take her to the 11:30 train. Augusta had been with her, asking whether anything could be done for her. "I care for nothing now except my child," Lizzie had replied. As the nurse and the lady's maid were both in the room, Augusta, of course, could say nothing further. That occurred after prayers and while the tea was being made. When Augusta reached the breakfast room, Lucy was cutting up the loaf of bread, and at the same time the old butler was placing a letter immediately under her eyes. She saw the handwriting and recognized it, but yet she finished cutting the bread. "Lucy, do give me that Hunchy bit," said Nina. "Hunchy is not in the dictionary," said Cecilia. "I want it in my plate, and not in the dictionary," said Nina. Lucy did as she was asked, but her hand trembled as she gave the hunch, and Lady Fawn saw that her face was crimson. She took the letter and broke the envelope, and as she drew out the sheet of paper she looked up at Lady Fawn. The fate of her whole life was in her hands, and there she was, standing with all their eyes fixed upon her. She did not even know how to sit down, but still standing, she read the first words, and at the last, "Dear, dear Lucy, yours ever and always, if you will have me, F.G." She did not want to read any more of it then. She sat down slowly, put the precious paper back into its envelope, looked round upon them all, and knew that she was crimson to the roots of her hair, blushing like a guilty thing. "Lucy, my dear," said Lady Fawn, and Lucy at once turned her face full upon her old friend. "You have got a letter that agitates you." "Yes, I have," she said. "Go into the book-room. You can come back to breakfast when you have read it, you know." Thereupon Lucy rose from her seat and retired with her treasure into the book-room. But even when she was there, she could not at once read her letter. When the door was closed, and she knew that she was alone, she looked at it, and then clasped it tight between her hands. She was almost afraid to read it, lest the letter itself should contradict the promise which the last words of it had seemed to convey to her. She went up to the window and stood there gazing out upon the gravel road, with her hand containing the letter pressed upon her heart. Lady Fawn had told her that she was preparing for herself inexpressible misery, and now there had come to her joy so absolutely inexpressible. A man to tell you that he loves you, and yet not ask you to be his wife. She repeated to herself Lady Fawn's words, and then those other words, "Yours ever and always, if you will have me." Have him, indeed! She threw from her at once, as vain and wicked and false, all idea of coying her love. She would leap at his neck if he were there, and tell him that for years he had been almost her god, and of course he knew it. "If I will have him, traitor," she said to herself, smiling through her tears. Then she reflected that after all it would be well that she should read the letter. There might be conditions, though what conditions could he propose with which she would not comply? However, she seated herself in a corner of the room and did read the letter. As she read it, she hardly understood it all, but she understood what she wanted to understand. He asked her to share with him his home. He had spoken to her that day without forethought, but mustn't such speech be the truest and the sweetest of all speeches? "And now I write to you to ask you to be my wife." Oh, how wrong some people can be in their judgments! How wrong Lady Fawn had been in hers,
about Frank Greystock. For the last year or two I have lived with this hope before me." "And so have I," said Lucy, "and so have I, with that and no other." "Too great confidence. Traitor," she said again, smiling and weeping. "Yes, traitor, when of course you knew it. Is his happiness in my hands? Oh, then he shall be happy. Of course I will tell Lady Fawn at once, instantly. Dear Lady Fawn, but yet she has been so wrong. I suppose she will let him come here, but what does it matter, now that I know it? Yours ever and always, if you will have me, F.G." Traitor, traitor, traitor! Then she got up and walked about the room, not knowing what she did, holding the letter now between her hands, and then pressing it to her lips. She was still walking about the room when there came a low tap at the door, and Lady Fawn entered. "There is nothing the matter, Lucy?" Lucy stood stock still with her treasure still clasped, smiling, almost laughing, while the tears ran down her cheeks. "Won't you eat your breakfast, my dear?" said Lady Fawn. "Oh, Lady Fawn! Oh, Lady Fawn!" said Lucy, rushing into her friend's arms. "What is it, Lucy? I think our little wise one has lost her wits." "Oh, Lady Fawn, he has asked me—" "Is it Mr. Greystock?" "Yes, Mr. Greystock. He has asked me. He has asked me to be his wife. I thought he loved me. I hoped he did, at least. Oh, dear, I did so hope it. And he does." "Has he proposed to you?" "Yes, Lady Fawn. I told you what he said to me, and then he went and wrote this. Is he not noble and good, and so kind? You shall read it, but you'll give it me back, Lady Fawn?" "Certainly I'll give it you back. You don't think I'd rob you of your lover's letter?" "Perhaps you might think it right." "If it is really an offer of marriage," said Lady Fawn very seriously. "It couldn't be more of an offer if he had sat writing it for ever," said Lucy, as she gave up her letter with confidence. Lady Fawn read it with leisurely attention, and smiled as she put the paper back into the envelope. "All the men in the world couldn't say it more plainly," said Lucy, nodding her head forward. "I don't think they could," said Lady Fawn. "I never read anything plainer in my life. I wish you joy with all my heart, Lucy. There is not a word to be said against him." "Against him?" said Lucy, who thought that this was very insufficient praise. "What I mean is, that when I objected to his coming here, I was only afraid that he couldn't afford, or would think, you know, that in his position he couldn't afford to marry a wife without a fortune." "He may come now, Lady Fawn?" "Well, yes, I think so. I shall be glad just to say a word to him. Of course you are in my hands, and I do love you so dearly. Lucy, I could not bear that anything but good should happen to you." "This is good," said Lucy. "It won't be good, and Mr. Greystock won't think you good, if you don't come and eat your breakfast." So Lucy was led back into the parlour, and sipped her tea and crunched her toast, while Lydia came and stood over her. "Of course it is from him," whispered Lydia. Lucy again nodded her head while she was crunching her toast. The fact that Mr. Greystock had proposed in form to Lucy Morris was soon known to all the family, and the news certainly did take away something from the importance which would otherwise have been attached to Lizzie's departure. There was not the same awe of the ceremony, the same dread of some scene which, but for Frank Greystock's letter, would have existed. Of course Lord Fawn's future matrimonial prospects were to them all an affair of more moment than those of Lucy. But Lord Fawn himself had gone, and had already quarrelled with the lady before he went. There was at present nothing more to be done by them
in regard to Lizzie than just to get rid of her. But Lucy's good fortune, so unexpected, and by her so frankly owned as the very best fortune in the world that could have befallen her, gave an excitement to them all. There could be no lessons that morning for Nina, and the usual studies of the family were altogether interrupted. Lady Fawn purred and congratulated and gave good advice, and declared that any other home for Lucy before her marriage would now be quite out of the question. "Of course it wouldn't do for you to go even to Clara," said Lady Fawn, who seemed to think that there still might be some delay before Frank Greystock would be ready for his wife. "You know, my dear, that he isn't rich, not for a member of Parliament. I suppose he makes a good income, but I have always heard that he was a little backward when he began. Of course, you know, nobody need be in a hurry." Then Lucy began to think that if Frank should wish to postpone his marriage, say for 3 or 4 years, she might even yet become a burthen on her friend. "But don't you be frightened," continued Lady Fawn. "You shall never want a home as long as I have one to give you. We shall soon find out what are Mr. Greystock's ideas, and unless he is very unreasonable, we'll make things fit." Then there came a message to Lucy from Lady Eustace. "If you please, miss, Lady Eustace will be glad to see you for a minute up in her room before she starts." So Lucy was torn away from the thoughts of her own happiness, and taken upstairs to Lady Eustace. "You have heard that I am going," said Lizzie. "Yes, I heard you were to go this morning." "And you have heard why. I'm sure you will not deceive me, Lucy. Where am I to look for truth, if not to an old, old friend like you?" "Why should I deceive you, Lizzie?" "Why, indeed? Only that all people do. The world is so false, so material, so worldly. One gives out one's heart and gets in return nothing but dust and ashes. Nothing but ashes and dust. Oh, I have been so disappointed in Lady Fawn." "You know she is my dearest friend," said Lucy. "Pshaw! I know you have worked for her like a slave, and that she gives you but a bare pittance." "She has been more like a mother to me than anything else," said Lucy angrily. "Because you have been tame. It does not suit me to be tame. It is not my plan to be tame. Have you heard the cause of the disagreement between Lord Fawn and me?" "Well, no." "Tell the truth, Lucy." "How dare you tell me to tell the truth? Of course I tell the truth. I believe it is something about some property which he wants you to give back to somebody, but I don't know any more." "Yes, my dear husband, Sir Florian, who understood me, whom I idolized, who seemed to have been made for me, gave me a present. Lord Fawn is pleased to say that he does not approve of my keeping any gift from my late lord. Considering that he intends to live upon the wealth which Sir Florian was generous enough to bestow upon me, this does seem to be strange. Of course I resented such interference. Would you not have resented it?" "I don't know," said Lucy, who thought that she could bring herself to comply with any request made to her by Frank Greystock. "Any woman who had a spark of spirit would resent it, and I have resented it. I have told Lord Fawn that I will, on no account, part with the rich presents which my adored Florian showered upon me in his generosity. It is not for their richness that I keep them, but because they are, for his sake, so inexpressibly dear to me. If Lord Fawn chooses to be jealous of a necklace, he must be jealous." Lucy, who had, in truth, heard but a small fragment of the story, just so much of it as Lydia had learned from the discreet Amelia, who herself had but a very hazy idea of the facts, did not quite know how much of the tale, as it was now told to her, might be true and how much false. After a certain fashion, she and Lizzie Eustace called themselves friends, but she did not believe her friend to be honest, and was aware that in some matters her friend would condescend to fib. Lizzie's poetry and romance and high feelings had never had the ring of true soundness in Lucy's ears, but her imagination was not strong enough to soar to the altitude of the lies which Lizzie was now telling. She did believe that the property which Lizzie was called upon to restore was held to be objectionable by Lord Fawn, simply because it had reached Lizzie from the hands of her late husband. "What do you think of such conduct as that?" asked Lady Eustace. "Won't it do if you lock them up instead of wearing them?" asked Lucy. "I have never dreamed of wearing them." "I don't understand about such things," said Lucy, determined not to impute any blame to one of the Fawn family. "It is tyranny, sheer tyranny," continued the other, "and he will find that I am not the woman to yield to it. No, for love I could give up everything, but nothing from fear. He has told me in so many words that he does not intend to go on with his engagement." "Has he indeed? But I intend that he shall. If he thinks that I am going to be thrown over because he takes ideas of that kind into his head, he's mistaken. He shall know that I'm not to be made a plaything of like that. I'll tell you what you can do for me, Lucy." "What can I do for you?" "There is no one in the world I trust more thoroughly than I do you," said Lizzie, "and hardly any one that I love so well. Think how long we have known each other. And you may be sure of this, I always have been and always will be your friend with my cousin Frank." "I don't want anything of that kind," said Lucy, "and never will. Nobody has so much influence with Frank as I. Just do you write to me to-morrow, and the next day, and the day after, a mere line, you know, to tell me how the land lies here." "There would be nothing to tell." "Yes, there will, ever so much. They will be talking about me every hour. If you'll be true to me, Lucy, in this business, I'll make you the handsomest present you ever saw in your life. I'll give you 100-guinea brooch. I will indeed. You shall have the money and buy it yourself." "A what?" said Lucy. 100 guineas to do what you please with." "You mean thing," said Lucy. "I didn't think there was a woman so mean as that in the world. I'm not surprised now at Lord Fawn. Pick up what I hear and send it to you in letters, and then be paid money for it?" "Why not? It's all to do good." "How can you have thought to ask me to do such a thing? How can you bring yourself to think so badly of people? I'd sooner cut off my hand. And as for you, Lizzie, I think you are mean and wicked to conceive such a thing. And now good-bye." So saying, she left the room, giving her dear friend no time for further argument. Lady Eustace got away that morning, not in time, indeed, for the 11:30 train, but at such an hour as to make it unnecessary that she should appear at the early dinner. The saying of farewell was very cold and ceremonious. Of course there was no word as to any future visit, no word as to any future events whatever. They all shook hands with her, and special injunctions were given to the coachman to drive her safely to the station. At this ceremony Lucy was not present. Lydia had asked her to come down and say good-bye, but Lucy refused. "I saw her in her own room," said Lucy. "And it was all very affectionate?" Lydia asked. Well, no, it was not affectionate at all. This was all that Lucy said, and thus Lady Eustace completed her visit to Fawn Court. The letters were taken away for the post at 8 o'clock in the evening, and before that time it was necessary that Lucy should write to her lover. "Lady Fawn," she said in a whisper, "may I tell him to come here?" "Certainly, my dear. You had better tell him to call on me. Of course he'll see you, too, when he comes." "I think he'd want to see me," said Lucy, "and I'm sure I should want to see him." Then she wrote her answer to Frank's letter. She allowed herself an hour for the happy task. But though the letter, when written, was short, the hour hardly sufficed for the writing of it. Dear Mr. Greystock, there was matter for her of great consideration before she could even get so far as this. But after biting her pen for 10 minutes, during which she pictured to herself how pleasant it would be to call him Frank, when he should have told her to do so, and had found, upon repeated whispered trials, that of all names it was the pleasantest to pronounce, she decided upon refraining from writing it now. "Lady Fawn has seen your letter to me, the dearest letter that ever was written, and she says that you may call upon her, but you mustn't go away without seeing me too." Then there was great difficulty as to the words to be used by her for the actual rendering herself up to him as his future wife. At last the somewhat too Spartan simplicity of her nature prevailed, and the words were written very plain and very short. "I love you better than all the world, and I will be your wife. It shall be the happiness of my life to try to deserve you. I am, with all my heart, most affectionately your own, Lucy." When it was written, it did not content her. But the hour was over, and the letters must go. "I suppose it'll do," she said to herself. "He'll know what it means." And so the letter was sent. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Certainly an heirloom. The burden of his position was so heavy on Lord Fawn's mind that, on the Monday morning after leaving Fawn Court, he was hardly as true to the affairs of India as he himself would have wished. He was resolved to do what was right, if only he could find out what would be the right thing in his present difficulty. Not to break his word, not to be unjust, not to deviate by a hair's breadth from that line of conduct which would be described as honorable in the circle to which he belonged, not to give his political enemies an opportunity for calumny. This was all in all to him. The young widow was very lovely and very rich, and it would have suited him well to marry her. It would still suit him well to do so, if she would make herself amenable to reason and the laws. He had assured himself that he was very much in love with her, and had already, in his imagination, received the distinguished heads of his party at Portray Castle. But he would give all this up, love, income, beauty, and castle, without a doubt, rather than find himself in the mess of having married a wife who had stolen a necklace, and who would not make restitution. He might marry her, and insist on giving it up afterwards, but he foresaw terrible difficulties in the way of such an arrangement. Lady Eustace was self-willed,
and had already told him that she did not intend to keep the jewels in his house, but in her own. What should he do, so that no human being, not the most bigoted Tory that ever expressed scorn for a Whig lord, should be able to say that he had done wrong? He was engaged to the lady, and could not simply change his mind and give no reason. He believed in Mr. Camperdown, but he could hardly plead that belief should he hereafter be accused of heartless misconduct. For aught he knew, Lady Eustace might bring an action against him for breach of promise, and obtain a verdict and damages, and annihilate him as an under-secretary. How should he keep his hands quite clean? Frank Greystock was, as far as he knew, Lizzie's nearest relative in London. The Dean was her uncle, but then the Dean was down at Bobsborough. It might be necessary for him to go down to Bobsborough, but in the meantime he would see Frank Greystock. Greystock was as bitter a Tory as any in England. Greystock was the very man who had attacked him, Lord Fawn, in the House of Commons respecting the Sawab, making the attack quite personal, and that without a shadow of a cause. Within the short straight grooves of Lord Fawn's intellect, the remembrance of this supposed wrong was always running up and down, renewing its own soreness. He regarded Greystock as an enemy who would lose no opportunity of injuring him. In his weakness and littleness he was quite unable to judge of other men by himself. He would not go a hair's breadth astray if he knew it. But because Greystock had, in debate, called him timid and tyrannical, he believed that Greystock would stop short of nothing that might injure him. And yet he must appeal to Greystock. He did appeal, and in answer to his appeal Frank came to him at the India House. But Frank, before he saw Lord Fawn, had, as was fitting, been with his cousin. Nothing was decided at this interview. Lord Fawn became more than ever convinced that the member for Bobsborough was his determined enemy, and Frank was more convinced than ever that Lord Fawn was an empty, stiff-necked, self-sufficient prig. Greystock, of course, took his cousin's part. He was there to do so, and he himself really did not know whether Lizzie was or was not entitled to the diamonds. The lie which she had first fabricated for the benefit of Mr. Benjamin when she had the jewels valued, and which she had since told, with different degrees of precision, to various people, to Lady Linlithgow, to Mr. Camperdown, to Lucy, and to Lord Fawn, she now repeated with increased precision to her cousin. Sir Florian, in putting the trinket into her hands, had explained to her that it was very valuable, and that she was to regard it as her own peculiar property. If it was an heirloom, he couldn't do it, Frank had said, with all the confidence of a practising barrister. He made it over as an heirloom to me, said Lizzie, with plaintive tenderness. That's nonsense, dear Lizzie. Then she smiled sweetly on him, and patted the back of his hand with hers. She was very gentle with him, and bore his assumed superiority with pretty meekness. He could not make it over as an heirloom to you. If it was his to give, he could give it to you. It was his, certainly. That is just what I cannot tell as yet, and what must be found out. If the diamonds formed part of an heirloom, and there is evidence that it is so, you must give them up. Sir Florian could only give away what was his own to give. But Lord Fawn had no right to dictate. Certainly not, said Frank. And then he made a promise, which he knew to be rash, that he would stand by his pretty cousin in this affair. I don't see why you should assume
that Lady Eustace is keeping property that doesn't belong to her," he said to Lord Fawn. "I go by what Camperdown tells me," said Lord Fawn. "Mr. Camperdown is a very excellent attorney and a most respectable man," said Greystock. "I have nothing on earth to say against Mr. Camperdown. But Mr. Camperdown isn't the law and the prophets, nor yet can we allow him to be judge and jury in such a case as this. Surely, Mr. Greystock, you wouldn't wish it to go before a jury. You don't understand me, Lord Fawn. If any claim be really made for these jewels by Mr. John Eustace on the part of the heir, or on behalf of the estate, a statement had better be submitted to council. The family deeds must be inspected, and no doubt council would agree in telling my cousin, Lady Eustace, what she should or what she should not do. In the meantime, I understand that you are engaged to marry her." "I was engaged to her, certainly," said Lord Fawn. "You can hardly mean to assert, my lord, that you intend to be untrue to your promise, and to throw over your own engagement, because my cousin has expressed her wish to retain property which she believes to be her own." This was said in a tone which made Lord Fawn surer than ever that Greystock was his enemy to the knife. Personally, he was not a coward, and he knew enough of the world to be quite sure that Greystock would not attempt any personal encounter. But morally, Lord Fawn was a coward, and he did fear that the man before him would work him some bitter injury. "You cannot mean that," continued Frank, "and you will probably allow me to assure my cousin that she misunderstood you in the matter." "I'd sooner see Mr. Camperdown again before I say anything. I cannot understand, Lord Fawn, that a gentleman would require an attorney to tell him what to do in such a case as this." They were standing now, and Lord Fawn's countenance was heavy, troubled, and full of doubt. He said nothing, and was probably altogether unaware how eloquent was his face. "My cousin, Lady Eustace," continued Frank, "must not be kept in this suspense. I agree on her behalf that her title to these trinkets must be made the subject of inquiry by persons adequate to form a judgment. Of course I, as her relative, shall take no part in that inquiry. But as her relative, I must demand from you an admission that your engagement with her cannot in any way be allowed to depend on the fate of those jewels. She has chosen to accept you as her future husband, and I am bound to see that she is treated with good faith, honour, and fair observance." Frank made his demand very well, while Lord Fawn was looking like a whipped dog. "Of course," said his lordship, "all I want is, that the right thing should be done." "The right thing will be done. My cousin wishes to keep nothing that is not her own. I may tell her then that she will receive from you an assurance that you have had no intention of departing from your word." After this, Lord Fawn made some attempt at a stipulation that this assurance to Lizzie was to be founded on the counter assurance given to him that the matter of the diamonds should be decided by proper legal authority. But Frank would not submit to this, and at last the Under Secretary yielded. The engagement was to remain in force. Counsel were to be employed. The two lovers were not to see each other just at present, and when the matter had been decided by the lawyers, Lord Fawn was to express his regret for having suspected his lady love. That was the verbal agreement, according to Frank Greystock's view of it. Lord Fawn, no doubt, would have declared that he had never consented to the latter stipulation. About a week after this, there was a meeting at Mr. Camperdown's chambers. Greystock, as his cousin's friend,
attended to hear what Mr. Camperdown had to say in the presence of Lord Fawn and John Eustace. He, Frank, had in the meantime been down to Richmond, had taken Lucy in his arms as his future bride, and had been closeted with Lady Fawn. As a man who was doing his duty by Lucy Morris, he was welcomed and made much of by her ladyship. But it had been impossible to leave Lizzie's name altogether unmentioned, and Frank had spoken as the champion of his cousin. Of course there had arisen something of ill feeling between the two. Lady Fawn had taught herself to hate Lizzie, and was desirous that the match should be over, diamonds or no diamonds. She could not quite say this to her visitor, but she showed her feeling very plainly. Frank was courteous, cold, and resolute in presuming, or pretending to presume, that as a matter of course the marriage would take place. Lady Fawn intended to be civil, but she could not restrain her feeling, and though she did not dare to say that her son would have nothing more to do with Lizzie Eustace, she showed very plainly that she intended to work with that object. Of course the two did not part as cordial friends, and of course poor Lucy perceived that it was so. Before the meeting took place, Mr. Camperdown had been at work looking over old deeds. It is undoubtedly the case that things often become complicated which, from the greatness of their importance, should have been kept clear as running water. The diamonds in question had been bought, with other jewels, by Sir Florian's grandfather, on the occasion of his marriage with the daughter of a certain duke, on which occasion old family jewels, which were said to have been heirlooms, were sold or given in exchange as part value for those then purchased. This grandfather, who had also been Sir Florian in his time, had expressly stated in his will that these jewels were to be regarded as an heirloom in the family, and had as such left them to his eldest son, and to that son's eldest son, should such a child be born. His eldest son had possessed them, but not that son's son. There was such an Eustace born, but he had died before his father. The younger son of that old Sir Florian had then succeeded as Sir Thomas, and he was the father of that Florian who had married Lizzie Eustace. That last Sir Florian had therefore been the fourth in succession from the old Sir Florian, by whom the will had been made, and who had directed that these jewels should be regarded as heirlooms in the family. The two intermediate baronets had made no allusion to the diamonds in any deeds executed by them. Indeed, Sir Florian's father had died without a will. There were other jewels, larger but much less valuable than the diamonds, still in the hands of the Messrs. Garnett, as to which no question was raised. The late Sir Florian had, by his will, left all the property in his house at Portray to his widow, but all property elsewhere to his heir. This was what Mr. Camperdown had at last learned, but he had been forced to admit to himself, while learning this, that there was confusion. He was confident enough, however, that there was no difficulty in the matter. The Messrs. Garnett were able to say that the necklace had been in their keeping, with various other jewels still in their possession, from the time of the death of the late Lady Eustace up to the marriage of the late Sir Florian, her son. They stated the date on which the jewels were given up to be the 24th of September, which was the day after Sir Florian's return from Scotland with his bride. Lizzie's first statement had coincided with this entry in the Messrs. Garnett's books, but latterly she had asserted that the necklace had been given to her in Scotland. When Mr. Camperdown examined the entry himself in the jeweller's book, he found the figures to be so blotted that they might represent either the 4th or 24th September. Now the 4th September had been the day preceding Sir Florian's marriage. John Eustace only knew that he had seen the necklace worn in Scotland by his mother. The bishop only knew that he had often seen them on the neck of his sister-in-law when, as was very often the case, she appeared in full-blown society. Mr. Camperdown believed that he had traced 2 stories to Lizzie, one repeated more than once, that the diamonds had been given to her in London, and a second, made to himself, that they had been given to her at Portray. He himself believed that they had never been in Scotland since the death of the former Lady Eustace, but he was quite confident that he could trust altogether to the disposition made of them by the old Sir Florian. There could be no doubt as to these being the diamonds there described, although the setting had been altered. Old Mr. Garnet stated that he would swear to them if he saw the necklace. "You cannot suppose that Lady Eustace wishes to keep anything that is not her own," said Frank Greystock. "Of course not," said John Eustace. "Nobody imagines it," said Mr. Camperdown. Lord Fawn, who felt that he ought not to be there, and who did not know whether he might, with a better grace, take Lizzie's part or a part against her, said nothing. "But," continued Mr. Camperdown, "there is luckily no doubt as to the facts. The diamonds in question formed a part of a set of most valuable ornaments settled in the family by Sir Florian Eustace in 1799. The deed was drawn up by my grandfather, and is now here. I do not know how we are to have further proof. Will you look at the deed, Mr. Greystock, and at the will?" Frank suggested that, as it might probably be expedient to take advice on the subject professionally, he had rather not look at the deed. Anything which he might say, on looking at the document now, could have no weight. "But why should any advice be necessary," said Mr. Camperdown, "when the matter is so clear?" "My dear sir," said Frank, "my cousin Lady Eustace is strong in her confidence that her late husband intended to give them to her as her own, and that he would not have done this without the power of doing so." Now Mr. Camperdown was quite sure that Lizzie was lying in this, and could therefore make no adequate answer. "Your experience must probably have told you," continued Frank, "that there is considerable difficulty in dealing with the matter of heirlooms." "I never heard of any such difficulty," said Mr. Camperdown. "People generally understand it all so clearly," said Lord Fawn. "The late Sir Florian does not appear to have understood it very clearly," said Frank. "Let her put them into the hands of any indifferent person or firm till the matter is decided," said Mr. Camperdown. "They will be much safer so than in her keeping." "I think they are quite safe," said Frank. And this was all that took place at that meeting. As Mr. Camperdown said to John Eustace, it was manifest enough that she meant to hang on to them. "I only hope Lord Fawn will not be fool enough to marry her," said Mr. Camperdown. Lord Fawn himself was of the same way of thinking. But then how was he to clear his character of the charge which would be brought against him? And how was he to stand his ground before Frank Greystock? Chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Eustace Diamonds by Anthony Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. The diamonds are seen in public. Let it not be supposed that Lady Eustace, during these summer weeks, was living the life of a recluse. The London season was in its full splendor, and she was by no means a recluse. During the first year of her widowhood she had been every inch a widow,
as far as crape would go, and a quiet life either at Bobsborough or Portray Castle. During this year her child was born, and she was in every way thrown upon her good behaviour, living with bishops' wives and deans' daughters. 2 years of retreat from the world is generally thought to be the proper thing for a widow. Lizzie had not quite accomplished her 2 years before she reopened the campaign in Mount Street with very small remnants of weeds, and with her crape brought down to a minimum. But she was young and rich, and the world is aware that a woman of 22 can hardly afford to sacrifice 2 whole years. In the matter of her widowhood, Lizzie did not encounter very much reproach. She was not shunned, or so ill spoken of as to have a widely spread bad name among the streets and squares in which her carriage wheels rolled. People called her a flirt, held up their hands in surprise at Sir Florian's foolish generosity, for the accounts of Lizzie's wealth were greatly exaggerated, and said that of course she would marry again. The general belief which often seizes upon the world in regard to some special falsehood is very surprising. Everybody on a sudden adopts an idea that some particular man is over head and ears in debt, so that he can hardly leave his house for fear of the bailiffs, or that some ill-fated woman is cruelly ill-used by her husband, or that some eldest son has ruined his father, whereas the man doesn't owe a shilling, the woman never hears a harsh word from her lord, and the eldest son in question has never succeeded in obtaining a shilling beyond his allowance. One of the lies about London this season was founded on the extent of Lady Eustace's jointure. Indeed, the lie went on to state that the jointure was more than a jointure. It was believed that the property in Ayrshire was her own, to do what she pleased with it. That the property in Ayrshire was taken at double its value was a matter of course. It had been declared at the time of his marriage that Sir Florian had been especially generous to his penniless wife, and the generosity was magnified in the ordinary way. No doubt Lizzie's own diligence had done much to propagate the story as to her positive ownership of Portray. Mr. Camperdown had been very busy denying this. John Eustace had denied it whenever occasion offered. The bishop, in his quiet way, had denied it. Lady Linlithgow had denied it. But the lie had been set on foot and had thriven, and there was hardly a man about town who didn't know that Lady Eustace had 8,000 or 9,000 a year altogether at her own disposal down in Scotland. Of course a woman so endowed, so rich, so beautiful, so clever, so young, would marry again, and would marry well. No doubt added to this there was a feeling that Lizzie, as she was not uncommonly called by people who had hardly ever seen her, had something amiss with it all. "I don't know where it is she's lame," said that very clever man, Captain Boodle, who had lately reappeared among his military friends at his club, "but she don't go flat all round." "She has the devil of a temper, no doubt," said Lieutenant Griggs. "No mouth, I should say," said Boodle. It was thus that Lizzie was talked about at the clubs. But she was asked to dinners and balls, and gave little dinners herself, and to a certain extent was the fashion. Everybody had declared that of course she would marry again, and now it was known everywhere that she was engaged to Lord Fawn. "Poor dear Lord Fawn," said Lady Glencora Palliser to her dear friend, Madame Max Goesler. "Do you remember how violently he was in love with Violet Effingham 2 years ago?" 2 years is a long time, Lady Glencora, and Violet Effingham has chosen another husband." "But isn't this a fall for him? Violet was the sweetest girl out, and at one time I really thought she meant to take him." "I thought she meant to take another man whom she did not take," said Madame Goesler, who had her own recollections, who was a widow herself, and who, at the period to which Lady Glencora was referring, had thought that perhaps she might cease to be a widow. Not that she had ever suggested to herself that Lord Fawn might be her second husband. "Poor Lord Fawn," continued Lady Glencora. "I suppose he is terribly in want of money." "But surely Lady Eustace is very pretty." "Yes, she is very pretty. Nay, more, she is quite lovely to look at. And she is clever, very. And she is rich, very. But—" "Well, Lady Glencora, what does your 'but' mean?" "Who ever explains a 'but'? You're a great deal too clever, Madame Goesler, to want any explanation, and I couldn't explain it. I can only say I'm sorry for poor Lord Fawn, who is a gentleman, but will never set the Thames on fire." "No, indeed. All the same, I like Lord Fawn extremely," said Madame Goesler, "and I think he's just the man to marry Lady Eustace. He's always at his office or at the House." "A man may be a great deal at his office, and a great deal more at the House than Lord Fawn," said Lady Glencora, laughing, "and yet think about his wife, my dear." For of all men known, no man spent more hours at the House or in his office than did Lady Glencora's husband, Mr. Palliser, who at this time, and had now for more than 2 years, filled the high place of Chancellor of the Exchequer. This conversation took place in Madame Goesler's little drawing-room in Park Lane. But 3 days after this, the same two ladies met again at the house then occupied by Lady Chiltern in Portman Square. Lady Chiltern, with whom, as Violet Effingham, poor Lord Fawn had been much in love. "I think it is the nicest match in the world for him," Lady Chiltern had said to Madame Goesler. "But have you heard of the diamonds?" asked Lady Glencora. "What diamonds? Whose diamonds?" Neither of the others had heard of the diamonds, and Lady Glencora was able to tell her story. Lady Eustace had found all the family jewels belonging to the Eustace family in the strong plate room at Portray Castle, and had taken possession of them as property found in her own house. John Eustace and the bishop had combined in demanding them on behalf of the heir, and a lawsuit had then commenced. The diamonds were the most costly belonging to any commoner in England, and had been valued at £24,000. Lord Fawn had retreated from his engagement the moment he heard that any doubt was thrown on Lady Eustace's right to their possession. Lady Eustace had declared her intention of bringing an action against Lord Fawn, and had also secreted the diamonds. The reader will be aware that this statement was by no means an accurate history of the difficulty as far as it had as yet progressed. It was, indeed, absolutely false in every detail, but it sufficed to show that the matter was becoming public. "You don't mean to say that Lord Fawn is off?" asked Madame Goesler. "I do," said Lady Glencora. "Poor Lord Fawn!" exclaimed Lady Chiltern. "It really seems as though he would never be settled." "I don't think he has courage enough for such conduct as that," said Madame Goesler. "And besides, Lady Eustace's income is quite certain," said Lady Chiltern. "And poor dear Lord Fawn does want money so badly." "But it is very disagreeable," said Lady Glencora, "to believe that your wife has got the finest diamonds in England, and then to find that she has only stolen them. I think Lord Fawn is right. If a man does marry for money, he should have the money. I wonder she ever took him. There is no doubt about her beauty, and she might have done better." "I won't hear Lord Fawn belittled," said Lady Chiltern. "Done better," said Madame Goesler. "How could she have done better? He is a peer, and her son would be a peer. I don't think she could have done better. Lady Glencora in her time had wished to marry a man who had sought her for her money. Lady Chiltern in her time had refused to be Lady Fawn. Madame Goesler in her time had declined to marry an English peer. There was, therefore, something more of interest in the conversation to each of them than was quite expressed in the words spoken. "Is she to be at your party on Friday, Lady Glencora?" asked Madame Goesler. "She has said she would come, and so has Lord Fawn. For that matter, Lord Fawn dines with us. She'll find that out, and then she'll stay away." "Not she," said Lady Chiltern. "She'll come for the sake of the bravado. She's not the woman to show the white feather." "If he's ill-using her, she's quite right," said Madame Goesler. "And wear the very diamonds in dispute," said Lady Chiltern. It was thus that the matter was discussed among ladies in the town. "Is Fawn's marriage going on?" This question was asked of Mr. Legge Wilson by Barrington Erle. Mr. Legge Wilson was the Secretary of State for India, and Barrington Erle was in the government. "Upon my word, I don't know," said Mr. Wilson. "The work goes on at the office. That's all I know about Fawn. He hasn't told me of his marriage, and therefore I haven't spoken to him about it." "He hasn't made it official?" "The papers haven't come before me yet," said Mr. Wilson. "When they do they'll be very awkward papers, as far as I hear," said Barrington Erle. "There is no doubt they were engaged, and I believe there is no doubt that he has declared off, and refused to give any reason." "I suppose the money is not all there," suggested Mr. Wilson. "There's a queer story going about as to some diamonds. No one knows whom they belong to, and they say that Fawn has accused her of stealing them. He wants to get hold of them, and she won't give them up. I believe the lawyers are to have a shy at it. I'm sorry for Fawn. It'll do him a deal of mischief." "You'll find he won't come out much amiss," said Mr. Legge Wilson. "He's as cautious a man as there is in London. If there is anything wrong—" "There is a great deal wrong," said Barrington Erle. "You'll find it will be on her side. And you'll find also that she'll contrive that all the blame shall lie upon him. She's clever enough for anything. Who's to be the new bishop?" "I have not heard Gresham say as yet. Jones, I should think," said Mr. Wilson. "And who is Jones?" "A clergyman, I suppose, of the safe sort. I don't know that anything else is necessary." From which it will be seen that Mr. Wilson had his own opinion about church matters, and also that people very high up in the world were concerning themselves about poor Lizzie's affairs. Lady Eustace did go to Lady Glencora's evening party, in spite of Mr. Camperdown and all her difficulties. Lady Chiltern had been quite right in saying that Lizzie was not the woman to show the white feather. She went, knowing that she would meet Lord Fawn, and she did wear the diamonds. It was the first time that they had been round her neck since the occasion in respect to which Sir Florian had placed them in her hands, and it had not been without much screwing up of her courage that she had resolved to appear on this occasion with the much talked of ornament upon her person. It was now something over a fortnight since she had parted with Lord Fawn at Fawn Court, and although they were still presumed to be engaged to marry each other, and were both living in London, she had not seen him since. A sort of message had reached her through Frank Greystock to the effect that Lord Fawn thought it as well that they should not meet till the matter was settled. Stipulations had been made by Frank on her behalf, and this had been inserted among them. She had received the message with scorn, with a mixture of scorn and gratitude, of scorn in regard to the man who had promised to marry her, and of affectionate gratitude to the cousin who had made the arrangement. Of course I shall not wish to see him while he chooses to entertain such an idea, she had said, but I shall not keep out of his way. You would not wish me to keep out of his way, Frank. When she received a card for Lady Glencora's party, very soon after this, she was careful to answer it in such a manner as to impress Lady Glencora with a remembrance of her assent. Lord Fawn would probably be there, unless he remained away in order to avoid her. Then she had 10 days in which to make up her mind as to wearing the diamonds. Her courage was good, but then her ignorance was so great. She did not know whether Mr. Camperdown might not contrive to have them taken by violence from her neck, even on Lady Glencora's stairs. Her best security, so she thought, would be in the fact that Mr. Camperdown would not know of her purpose. She told no one, not even Miss Macnulty, but she appeared before that lady, arrayed in all her glory, just as she was about to descend to her carriage. "You've got the necklace on," said Miss Macnulty. "Why should I not wear my own necklace?" she asked, with assumed anger. Lady Glencora's rooms were already very full when Lizzie entered them, but she was without a gentleman, and room was made for her to pass quickly up the stairs. The diamonds had been recognized by many before she had reached the drawing-room. Not that these very diamonds were known, or that there was a special memory for that necklace, but the subject had been so generally discussed that the blaze of the stones immediately brought it to the minds of men and women. There she is, with poor Eustace's £20,000 round her neck, said Lawrence Fitzgibbon to his friend Barrington Erle. And there is Lord Fawn going to look after them, replied the other. Lord Fawn thought it right, at any rate, to look after his bride. Lady Glencora had whispered into his ear, before they went down to dinner, that Lady Eustace would be there in the evening, so that he might have the option of escaping or remaining. Could he have escaped without any one knowing that he had escaped, he would not have gone upstairs after dinner. But he knew that he was observed. He knew that people were talking about him, and he did not like it to be said that he had run away. He went up, thinking much of it all, and as soon as he saw Lady Eustace, he made his way to her and accosted her. Many eyes were upon them, but no ear probably heard how infinitely unimportant were the words which they spoke to each other.
Her manner was excellent.
She smiled and gave him her hand, just her hand without the slightest pressure, and spoke a half-whispered word, looking into his face, but betraying nothing by her look. Then he asked her whether she would dance. Yes, she would stand up for a quadrille, and they did stand up for a quadrille. As she danced with no one else, it was clear that she treated Lord Fawn as her lover. As soon as the dance was done, she took his arm and moved for a few minutes about the room with him. She was very conscious of the diamonds, but she did not show the feeling in her face. He also was conscious of them, and he did show it. He did not recognize the necklace, but he knew well that this was the very bone of contention. They were very beautiful, and seemed to him to outshine all other jewelry in the room, and Lady Eustace was a woman of whom it might almost be said that she ought to wear diamonds. She was made to sparkle, to be bright with outside garniture, to shine and glitter and be rich in apparel. The only doubt might be whether paste diamonds might not better suit her character. But these were not paste, and she did shine and glitter and was very rich. It must not be brought as an accusation against Lady Glencora's guests that they pressed round to look at the necklace. Lady Glencora's guests knew better than to do that, but there was some slight ferment, slight, but still felt both by Lord Fawn and by Lady Eustace. Eyes were turned upon the diamonds, and there were whispers here and there. Lizzie bore it very well, but Lord Fawn was uncomfortable. "I like her for wearing them," said Lady Glencora to Lady Chiltern. "Yes, if she means to keep them. I don't pretend, however, to know anything about it. You see the match isn't off." "I suppose not. What do you think I did? He dined here, you know, and before going downstairs I told him that she was coming. I thought it only fair." "And what did he say?" "I took care that he shouldn't have to say anything. But to tell the truth, I didn't expect him to come up." "There can't be any quarrel at all," said Lady Chiltern. "I'm not sure of that," said Lady Glencora. "They are not so very loving." Lady Eustace made the most of her opportunity. Soon after the quadrille was over, she asked Lord Fawn to get her carriage for her. Of course he got it, and of course he put her into it, passing up the downstairs twice in his efforts on her behalf. And of course all the world saw what he was doing. Up to the last moment not a word had been spoken between them that might not have passed between the most ordinary acquaintance. But as she took her seat, she put her face forward and did say a word. "You had better come to see me soon," she said. "I will," said Lord Fawn. "Yes, you had better come soon. All this is wearing me, perhaps more than you think." "I will come soon," said Lord Fawn, and then he returned among Lady Glencora's guests, very uncomfortable. Lizzie got home in safety and locked up her diamonds in the iron box. End of chapter 17.